Welcome everybody to day 2 of the March 2024 Lowing. Happy Easter to those who celebrated as well. But we gotta see who wins all the respective brackets today, especially Alpha. My name is Kyo. Nito's with me on the mic now. Nito, before we begin, we have there are brackets that were busted weeks ago from a certain basketball tournament, but this is not basketball. We gotta figure out who makes it to Alpha, mid, and top 32. We got our 2 teams up front.
Yes, I must agree. My NIT tournament brackets have been all destroyed. There's a lot of. I had North Texas going all the way. I kind of lost on that one, but it's fine. It's fine. We get to enjoy the best that Lowing has to offer, and the best pickup names that Lowing has to offer. Because apparently, what we've got coming up is 2 of the best names I think I've seen in a long while. Pookie Nation versus I Swear We Are Mid-Level, and I apologize to anybody if I pronounce Pookie wrong, because I don't know, man. There's a lot of new names, a lot of new words that people are coming up with.
I get you up front. I do recognize Goldini from I Swear We Are Mid-Level, but what we do know is that we're about to be queuing up here in Map 1 coming up soon. We'll talk about more about both these teams later. We gotta talk about our best of 3 here in round 1. Target Troll and Hagglefish Markets are our opener for this one. This is, of course, as standard as you can get. I like to see how both of these teams, of course, approach it here on Lowing. Now, personally, of course, I would love to see a variety of different weapons, but maybe I won't get my wish.
Nah. Let's be optimistic. Now it's Tower Control and Hagglefish, which means there might be a little bit more room for creativity. But like you said, Tower Control Hagglefish is pretty standard. I mean, go forward and just hope you hit something, and I hope we just see a little bit more variety. We might just see a Sniper Rider and a few shots pop up. There's a Sniper Rider and there's a okay.
Well, you know what? We got our wishes anyway. Orange team, by the way, is I Swear We Are Mid-Level. Pookie Nation's on the purple. We take a look at the weapons right out of the gate. Double Trizuka Cooler on the side of Pookie Nation. As standard as you can get. It's the same on the other side, but the 4th weapons are different. Range Blaster for Pookie Nation, and I Swear We Are Mid-Level dishing out the purple S-Blast with the Bouquet Bomb. That's actually going to be pretty neat to see how both these blasters get used.
Yeah, you don't see the S-Blast that often in competitive Splatoon, but now with the S-Blast, I think it's a very interesting pick just because you have the blaster. There's still enough ledges here to where you can work around with that blaster. These sloshers aren't quite as effective just because they don't get those shots, and they're not as sneaky as you could be with that blaster, so it's a good pick on their side. We see Medi now trying to make those work some ends with that sloshing machine. They have 2 Zukas on their end, so they've already popped one. They might be able to pop the other. The other one comes out from Eddie, trying to go around. That's going to be a sneaky little player there. Unless Goldini has anything to say about it. Drag go down very quickly. This could be a triple there, unless Drag is able to win that fight. Just stand around in the corner and then jump out.
Yeah, and that's a great use of the Trizuka, able to get 2 right out of the game. That one, which allows this push to keep on happening. Now, Pookie Nation, of course, has Zim still looking at wings. Let's see if they can fire both these Trizukas. It's just gonna be a bit of a Trizuka duel to get us going here. As Splash and Zap, by the way, does go down, and there's gonna be a bunch of ball that is really gonna happen here. The first checkpoint has been cleared. This is where the push gets a little tricky coming up to the second checkpoint. They're still pushing right up ahead, but it's just Medi who finally went down. They're gonna get 57 points remaining off of this one. Still a solid push, nevertheless.
Solid push indeed. 57 points remaining. That means you get past that first checkpoint. That first checkpoint is especially difficult with the way it's positioned right in front of that second tent on the right side of your screen now. But that's especially difficult because there's a lot of opportunities for the other team to go straight at you when you have that power pause at the checkpoint like that. There's a lot of opportunities that other team has, just like we'll see with Pookie Nation, who just takes that very quickly. 40 Drag now being forced to back up just a little bit more and see what they can get out of this, but that's going to be it for their push. Like I said, that first checkpoint is very difficult to clear, and at least I Swear We Are Mid-Level showing off their mid-level skills anyway. Doing good so far until they go 2 down.
Yeah, I was going to say, they did promise it at first, and then they're losing several of these fights. Now, Medi's found a lot of these angles with these Trizukas and able to get one out of there with Grant, which should allow the rest of Pookie Nation to move up front, and they're doing just a fine job. But they leave Drag uncontested, which will get a trade. That's enough to stall the win for just a tiny bit. Flying too close to the Bouquet Bomb is some members of Pookie Nation, effectively a delayed wipe, so to speak. Once again, the setup is going to be there. They are going to take 8 points away off of that one. And now we got to see how this push keeps on going. Nice blast shot onto Jelly, and that's gonna help. That's gonna be 2 down right out of the gate there. And now, let's see if we can get past this first checkpoint here, Nito. Things are gonna get a little pretty sensitive. Trizuka, I believe, actually takes up the slot. Neo sloshing machine from the side. They should be able to get past the first checkpoint here, Nito.
Well, that's a good way to start things off. Now we have 2 Zugas, now we have the Booyah Bomb to look forward to, which means they should clear this first checkpoint with these. Now here comes the interesting part. How are they going to get themselves up to 49 remaining? It looks like they might do it just as easily, getting up to 47, and with a little bit more ease comes that triple and a wipeout to accompany that. They're going to get past this second checkpoint even easier, and they can still rack it up a few picks here. Fred with the double, and the rest of the team with the wipeout. That will get them the third checkpoint. This might even get them the KO unless Pookie Nation has anything to say about it within these last few moments. They do not. That's going to be a very quick affair there, as I swear we are mid-level goes up 1-0.
Well, they are proving their worth as to why they think they are mid-level coming up to this one. Love that entire fight from start to finish, going from mid all the way to the goal line, where hey, if you're gonna start farming up Trizuka for your Trizuka and Cooler, you gotta get value off of each one of them. One Trizuka finds the Neo Sloshing Machine, the rest of the members fall too. Then you start to see the staggers start to flow in, and then Pookie Nation is just having to play defensively and try to respond as much as they can. But then, of course, Grant's doubles just shuts the door on this entire in this entire affair, as you mentioned. 3.5 minutes in, we get to see, I swear, we are mid-level going up 1-0. That's a great way. That's a great way to not just get the lead, but also to run home with it.
This is going to be I'm still waking up. I've told y'all this multiple times, so just stick with me a bit. But here's a replay here from this opening triple that just gets things going for us where we're in mid-level. Like you said, it's the staggering, it's the snowballing effect that you're going to start to see here, and especially an interesting double here from Grant and the rest of the team there to clean it up. Great work here from a team that swears they're mid-level. I mean, they did go 6-0 in groups for a reason, right? I mean, you see most teams that end up being mid-level goes 6-0, so I think they have a point here, and I think we're going to see more of that as we head to Game 2 with mid-level on match point at Splat Zones on Marlin Airport.
Yeah, and once again, this is a best of 3, not play all 3 in Swiss from yesterday. So hey, I swear we are mid-level. Excuse me as well. Winning this one will help their cause get themselves closer to. Get themselves one step on the door to making it to Alpha Brack here. Now, Marlin Airport Zones is going to be a huge zone. It's also a huge map in general there. Also, the new map introduced in this recent season. Gonna love to see how this one gets played out. I honestly would not be surprised if we're going to be seeing the same fundamental comps here of double Trizuka and Cooler. Sure, a lot of us would like to see something different, but that's just a wish. Nevertheless, take a look at the weapons now. There is your pencil, of course. You got the painting, and on the other side, okay, so they do switch over to the ballpoint. Actually, that's with the inkjet. So I like to see how this one still works out, but both teams still kind of sporting the same composition, nevertheless.
See, with the inkjet, I think what they're trying to do here is, since we've got Splat Zones on the menu here, they're going to try to keep themselves a little bit more stationary, but with how well they've been able to clean up each other's picks and clean up each other's moves, that inkjet's going to be just some more quality assurance, making sure we have more backup here, and especially with a map as much verticality as this, as you're looking right now from Zim's point of view. It's going to be a good opening for Pookie Nation. So far, it looks like they actually have mid-level cornered here for a second. Even for a second, it's doing huge numbers there. If they go up to 60 points remaining, that's a wipeout on, I swear, we're in mid-level. Pookie Nation, a complete turnaround from the previous match, already up to 50 points remaining.
Yeah, now let's see if they can keep this pressure up ahead. And hey, when you get that wipeout, you gotta continue on with this lockout as much as you can. Love the setup overall, though. Trying to keep the fan up front, just to keep the elevation line. Now we're gonna see danger being fired out here. Can it get value? That's the most important thing you're gonna get. But it is just gonna be a trade 1-for-1 on both sides, and it is gonna be very able to take out 2. That should help their cause. That's gonna be a lot of pain coming in here for Boogie Nation. That's drag going down for Medi as well. And with 15 points remaining, they are still holding firm with the zone. The agent has to find value, and that's what. Love, excuse me, getting 2 with the inkjet. And hey, nice turnaround coming into this second map. Pookie Nation not just up 1-1 with their map deciding this set.
And the best place to go high flying is none other than Marlin Airport. That very nice double there from the inkjet just to close things out for Pookie Nation, bringing us to a Game 3. I mean, that Wow, that is again a complete turnaround where Pookie Nation in that previous matchup just struggling a little bit to find their footing, but now I mean Pookie Nation comes back. This is almost a completely different team. This is I think we're gonna like this game 3. I like it. I like what's going up here.
You know, I absolutely love that. I absolutely love that. Hey, now they got to go on the Cephaloblaek Clan Blitz. By the way, that is going to be the third map. But I love the overall change coming into this one, where hey, you are going to be basically doing Inkjets, but they started off the gates super strong. I believe this was the Pookie Nation that actually that pretty much went that pretty much had everything covered with the Inkjet. I believe that was the ballpoint as well that we saw earlier, where it's a great change as well for how huge the map is. You got a lot of coverage from the back line, so. They played that super well. They now have to go into a deciding game 3 on Cephaloblaek Capital Clan Blitz, where maybe that might work, especially with ballpoint and the blaster that we saw earlier from both teams. But now it's going to come down to who can execute better, and of course, who can get the first push started.
I get the feeling that with I swear we're mid-level. I get the feeling that S Blast is going to make a comeback just because. Great, there's a majority of the path that one might take is going to be great. And then you've also got this little side route that you'll see earlier. So they might be bringing back that blaster, but it's largely going to be the same comps you might be seeing from both of these teams. So as we get our answers here coming up, we're going to see that S-Blast come back, almost the same loadout from game 1. We also see a blaster coming out from the side of Pookie Nation. Huge pickups here. We're going to see how they turn out here.
You know what's interesting here, Nito, is that this is actually, I think, the almost exact game 1 comp that was actually being dished out here, except the difference being that it's, of course, on Cephaloblaek Clans versus Tower Control on Hagglefish. I actually do like the blaster swap on both these teams, especially as you mentioned the S-Blast. You got the Blue Bomb, especially this specific variant. So it's going to really boil down to if you can use that blaster to get as much value as you can to try to, of course, take advantage of your special. You have the Wave Breaker to help space out the rest of the team, and the Blue Bomb hopefully for extra setup. Now I believe that's going to be a 3-down situation.
Oh wow!
And it will be next door. We are mid-level. They got a lot of openings. This is going to be the Blue Bomb to hopefully secure this first push coming up. They got to get the power clam spawned in here with 16 clams. Not one we see so far. They're still just struggling up all the power clams. Small clams for that big one. They got 2 just like that. That's a great start. Overall, 60 points remaining here, Dito, and still counting until now.
I mean, it looks like neither of these teams want to make these games close. Here we have, I swear we're mid-level, coming up with the biggest push of the game so far, getting up to 60 points remaining. Almost a complete wipeout for mid-level, as Pookie Nation looking to find out response here. They've already got the cooler out, and they've got the Zuke out earlier. Via is still finding it a little bit more difficult to get towards the basket as Drag comes in to put a stop to that. 2 players go down for Drag on the side of mid-level, as Pookie Nation still looking for an opening, but 3:30 to go. Huge plays here by mid-level, knowing what fights to take and knowing just when to take them. That's always important as a low-level player, just making sure you know how to take these 1v1s and when to back off. And it looks like Drag's doing a pretty good job of this.
And the other thing to keep in note too is that I swear we're middle. They do have that carbon roller jackal there, so you gotta also watch your pain and make sure to avoid being surprised by a carbon roller that's just there to roll at you or get a flick onto you as well. So there's a lot of things to keep an eye on if you are Pookie Nation. But of course, I swear we are middle. They're trying to push up their advantages. There is a power clan that is available there on the side of Pookie Nation, but we got to see how this one plays out. They have to play very defensively right now. That 2-down is going to help immensely. And this was the carbon roller deco and Drag trying to go for the flank, but then they realized their entire team is gone. So this carbon roller is just going to be there just to play a bit of a distraction. And now it's just going to be 2 sent up front to kickstart the offense and the painting. That's a nice little defensive pull from Pookie Nation, trying to avoid things from going from bad to worse.
See, I'm talking about knowing when to back off. When your team goes 2-3 down like that, I mean, you have no choice, really. But then Maddie with the sneak around, as I'm talking about keeping things on track. There's another power clam to get themselves up to 25 remaining, using some help from Maddie. This is a huge opening and a huge push, the one Pookie Nation's been looking for so far. And it looks like Drag was going to make that sneaky play, but then Maddie goes around the outside and says, I can do you one better.
Well, hey, Pookie Nation, they find a few members basically playing on the right side of the grates. I don't know how Ice Where We Are Mid-Level left that unchecked, but that allowed all the jumps coming with the power clams, and they break this one open to 22 points remaining. I swear we are mid-level. Well, you're gonna have to start proving your worth here in just a few moments. Goldini and the rest of the crew still trying to lurk back. They got a lot of plans, but they have to win out some of the fights up front. They do take out one, but they're not able to move forward up just yet. Bouquet bombs being dished out on top of it, trying to back themselves up with as much pain as possible. They also have to enable Drag. Drag's still just lurking around right now. They do find the zap. That should hopefully give them a lot of clearance, but the rest of the group here, Nito, I swear we are mid-level. They're still hesitating just a bit.
Oh my goodness! I mean, this is going to be a play. This is going to come down to a play with all this silliness. I mean, we've seen quite a bit of silly from Medi's opening, from Medi's pick there, and we're going to see a bit more if Medi can get that pick. But this last push, I think, is going to have just all this silliness involved. I mean, this has been a game of misdirection, just seeing which team is able to drag as much attention as possible. So here we see. Here's where we're mid-level. This doesn't look like any misdirection. They know exactly what they want. They've got two power clams ready. Gonna try to get themselves around to the basket. Here comes the Bouquet bomb to help things out. Medi coming around the outside yet again. Can they get a few more picks? Now Goldini's in trouble. Goldini goes down as well. Medi's the only one up, protecting these power clams that they know mid-level has to pick up, but they have one right next to the basket. Here comes Pookie Nation to the rest of Pookie Nation to the rescue. Medi goes down. We're gonna see how they can protect themselves from this push. Drag tries to go up. Grant now gonna have a little bit of a go at it, but then the clam basket goes down. They're gonna have to wait just a bit more longer.
They're going to have to wait just a bit longer. 10 seconds left to go. They got two power clams ready to go. They still need a little bit more support. They got to start with the specials. Can they use the Bouquet bomb and the Trizuka, which they have in store to make this one count? They got to start paying right now. The needle size machine, that's Medi with the delivering swap for the group. That's going to be two members down. Trizuka's coming in from the side. They have to hurry this one up. As overtime keeps ticking down, two members down, by the way, on ice for real mid-level. They know that Goldini's right there. This is a great defensive hold from Pookie Nation. No entrances allowed. That's one down on the ramp, and that is a fantastic goal by Pookie Nation. They started off going down one map. They win the next two. What an excellent showing from Pookie Nation as they take this at home.
And just like that, I swear our mid-level is now 6-1. This is their first loss of the weekend. Congratulations, Pookie Nation. You're proving you're just a little bit more mid-level now.
Well, I mean, I was a little worried about how that push was going to pan out, Nito, because we saw from my ice where we are mid-level. They had a lot of power climbs available. They just had to get up to the ramp, and they took out Medi, which was step one. You would think that maybe that would kickstart everything. We did not, but then Pookie Nation, they knew where everybody was. They got the important two down with about 5 seconds left, is what got things started. We're gonna actually see the push from Pookie Nation that actually, I believe, got them the lead here. As BA is gonna be the one with the cooler. They pick up the cooler. So this is where I was wondering about what here was. There was a quick super jump that was dished in. Everybody was pretty much planted on that right hand side. And yeah, one of the members was left unchecked. That was two instant power clams. Now they just got to protect the right hand side. Each go around to allow the other power clam to go in. And then at this point, you know that they're gonna break it down to 22 points remaining. And that was the lead that basically secured everything through for Pookie Nation. Then it's just a defensive hold, which a little scary at the end, but that was much needed from Pookie Nation. And as you mentioned, Nito, first loss coming into this weekend for I Swear We Are mid-level.
And sometimes we like to. I myself even think of these pushes as being some sort of rocket science. You know, you got to think about special coordination, clam blitz. You got to think about how many clams you have. Sometimes it's not even rocket science. Sometimes it's just, all right, our sloshing machine's up there. We happen to have enough clams. Let's just send it. We're going to send it to Medi, and we're going to get as many points as we can. But Medi, I think, should be credited for a lot more than just that one big push. I mean, especially in Game 3, we see Medi take the off angle so many times. Even on Marlin Airport, taking that off angle with the sloshing machine. Whenever I see a player that plays sloshing machine just knows how to take these angles and how to take full advantage of the weapon. Gosh, I mean, it's no wonder Pookie Nation's gonna win this match. That is some special play from Medi there.
Medi, I mean, we're gonna talk about Medi here because those off angles as you mentioned from earlier, that Game 3 that effectively allowed Pookie Nation to hold on defense as much as they can help, because I think we can count at least 2 different times that the push could have happened had it not been Medi finding, as you mentioned, going on those off angles in the flanks. the crazy part here too is, excuse me, I swear we are mid-level. They almost had the right ideas. They just could not locate the Medi who was on that Neo Sasha machine delivering so much value for them. So that's kind of where things went for Pookie Nation. But of course, credit to the rest of the team to help to get themselves recovering from that game one onto the next two. So hey, Nito, that's a fantastic start for set one. Hopefully we can keep this one going, as we do see the Saiyans up front. And seeing how the rest of the top 32 is playing out.
Yes, we see Loxier continuing their reign of terror. This is one of the teams I've been keeping my eye on. Loxier and Skiller Shoes both continuing their reign of terror. So far, throughout this entire weekend, they have dropped one game each. So,
man,
them going up 2-0 in round one should be a bad omen for the rest of top 32. But I gotta say, it is lowing, so anything can happen. I've seen teams that go perfect in day one lose in round one in alpha bracket, and all of a sudden their weekend's over. So let's just keep an eye on them for now. But we're getting ready for this next matchup. But also news from the same group that we just saw: Starlight taking a 2-1 win over Cosmic Latte. But speaking of that next match, we've got this thing ready and set up. It's going to be the Whip Braves versus the one and only Elegant Diamond.
You know, I'm actually kind of excited for this game too, with Whip Braves versus Elegant Diamond. It's only me for sure. Of course, we all know the Whip Braves, a long team that's been around for quite a long time. There as well, Nito. Now, so hey, you get to recognize a few of these names: Cuber, Sofa King, Eon, Nate, Fish, and Rhythm as well. Now, Elegant Diamond here, Nito, is a team that some people had on their radars as making it to top 32 or probably even further, and they made it to top 32 so far. So I want to see how Elegant Diamond performs coming into the second best of three.
Yeah, it's funny because I was talking about inconsistency earlier. This seems to be the most consistent low ink I've seen in a while, because teams that went 5-1 last month are doing it again. I mean, Elegant Diamond qualified for Alpha Bracket going 5-1 or qualified for top 32 going 5-1, and here they are doing it again. I mean, they went 4-2, but they're still here, and they got a chance to prove themselves against, like you said, a historic team with lots of experience behind them in the Whip Race.
Yeah. So hey, I want to see how these two teams perform. But hey, this second set should be coming up here very quickly. So let's just jump right into the maps coming up. We're gonna kick things off with Undertow Rainmaker, which almost your standard Rainmaker map that you get to see in pretty much throughout any tournament. Of course, no surprises here in low ink. Nino, a lot of things we want to keep an eye on for Elegant Diamond and Whip Race coming into this first map.
I'm going to say surprises, unlimited surprises, but no surprises.
Yep. Is it really? Do we? But what if we wanted more surprises though? What if we wanted something more than just the one?
Unlimited surprises. You can take unlimited surprises.
Okay.
But no surprises. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
Like you said, Rainmaker on Undertow, the standard composition here. It's like Rainmaker is to Undertow what Tower Control is to Inkblot, which is funny because Tower Control and Mekomar is staring right at me. But it's fine. It's fine. I mean, what am I going to see from both teams? Hopefully someone winning. No, I'm kidding. There's more to it. There's more to it, surely.
Look, again, the dream here is we love to see a little bit of variety. That's the dream. But it would be very winning, of course, if you go with what's popular out there, of course.
No, curse of Snipe Rider in 2 shots. Watch.
No
curse.
Look, if you will that into existence, first of all, Nito, I'm gonna have to start questioning the rest of the way. I kind of don't want that personally, but that's me personally. On a personal level here.
There's 2 shots.
Well, there is 2 shots, but there is not a sniper. The sniper's on the other team this go around, all right? So we're almost there. As we take a look at the weapons, by the way, Whip Rays on the orange, purple colored side is gonna be Elegant Diamond. Yeah, as you mentioned, it's 2 shots, but but effectively the cooler option is to try Sasha Nouveau. So they got 3 frontliners in this situation on that side, and on Elegant Diamond they do have a shot, but they also are mixing things up with Stamper and the regular Sasha and the Sniper, which, by the way, Elegant Diamond is being left uncontested for about 2 seconds. They pick up the Rainmaker to 85 points range, but they go down quick.
Welcome Eon with the entry, using that Busy Ball to their advantage. One of the best things that Tri Nouveau has, apart from that cooler, but Eon going with the quick pick there. but at least Elegant Diamond goes up to 85 remaining. It's not the strongest lead you'd like to have, but it's giving them a little bit of breathing room as we run them all the way deep in enemy territory here. That'll provide the Rift Race with at least some leeway here, because now they've got their enemies' attention directed in 2 different directions.
Man.
They might be able to get this pedestal. They're going to be able to do it very quickly. That's the checkpoint for them. They've got the 60 remaining. Tyrex now trying to look for a way in. They might be able to get this flank route with Sofa King holding on to that Rainmaker, able to get themselves up to 30 remaining. Can they make it 20 to make it 28 with both teams going down, going 3 down? Hildy, they're able to clean things up before things get any worse for Elegant Diamond. Now Elegant Diamond is going to try to find a way to get things rolling for them.
And this is the power of a very aggressive team, where you got everybody moving up front, trying to find any angles that they can work with. As we do get to see the Rainmaker just flying too close to a suction bomb there. But Woodbrace, they played that one beautifully, getting everybody split across from Elegant Diamond, and make sure that Elegant Diamond had to play defense. Now Elegant Diamond has trying to have a response of their own. They throw out the suction bomb as well, but they're losing members quick. They're throwing this stamper just to stop this Rainmaker from getting dished in, and the slam is not there, just short of the checkpoint. So fantastic hold again from Whipbraze. No slam dunk here at all, Nito.
Let's talk about how Whipbraze are always working in pairs, and we've got Rhythm and we've got I can't see that attack. We got Nate there on his side. They're always working in pairs, making sure once we got that advantage, or at least once we've cleaned things up, we're just going to try sending it and see what we've got in front of us. Sofa King now being able to be a little patient, knowing what's ahead of them. They know they've got they know Elegant Diamond's got quite a couple players ahead of them. They've actually got the Kua now as well. So the Whipbraze, they have a right idea on what they want to do here, but unfortunately, they're finding it difficult to get past Elegant Diamond, who's doing a very good job right here. Not only with the mobility they have, but with the weapons they have as well. With all this range they have, and especially with this, with the Zipcaster on their side, as Tyrex going to be forced to back up here. Eon might be able to clean this up, unless Wildy has anything to say about it. Tyrex is going to move themselves, try to smooth themselves back, and can they get the pedestal? No, they do not.
They don't want to. I feel like this is going to be a scenario where Elegant Diamond cannot play into close quarters at all with the Whipbraze, because you're going to be running really pretty much face first into members of Whipbraze here, where they had 2 shots and the Tri-Slosher. By the way, they got past they got the first checkpoint down, which is critical for Elegant Diamond in this scenario. You noted it there too. Range and the weapon competition is going to help matters there, but this is where I'm going to have to wonder if the Zipcaster can find value, because everybody's going to move so up front. The value, I'd imagine, which we are going to be seeing right now with the Zipcaster, is going to have to be on that mini Splatling there, but they are going to go down. It's actually 3 down. Elegant Diamond actually winning out this fight. They're going to bring up this Rainmaker onto the right-hand side. Can they get the lead? No! The lead is not gotten. They're 1 point short, as 2 members do go down. Whipbraze with a huge stop, as if they moved on maybe a few more inches there needed, we'd be talking about a lead swap.
Look at the shot still there. I mean, Elegant Diamond has been relentless so far this whole match. Unfortunately, they come up short, as the Whipbraze is able to get a big stop exactly when they need it. With almost a minute to go, Sofa King's going to pick up the Rainmaker, try to move around, avoid that slosh from Tyrex, that threat there from Tyrex. But now Tyrex goes down as well. Rhythm is able to take 1 pick with the stand. Can he get a few more with that throw? Unfortunately not. Both teams at least 1 player down. Sofa King might be going down very quickly. If you get 1 pick with the Rainmaker, this is a huge stop by the Whipbraze, but they need to just at least stall with this and make sure they can keep it for a little bit longer, just as that's less time that Elegant Diamond has with it. So that's going to be, I want to see how they do it this year.
Yeah, I gotta see how this one plays out. At this point, Sofa King has to understand that they're gonna have to explode here in just a few moments. But that Rainmaker, it actually resets. I wonder if Sofa King actually wanted to keep it inside just a bit more, just make sure that the Rainmaker is in a place where Elegant Diamond can't contest. So now Elegant Diamond able to pick up the Rainmaker, probably not the way Whipbraze expected. Now Whipbraze is 1 down, but they do take out the stamp. That's gonna be huge. Which Sorry is gonna try to find one. They can find one with the Rainmaker here. They gotta start moving up. 45 seconds. You gotta watch out for the suction bomb. Slosher is right there. Gonna go down. It is 2 down on both sides. So close, by the way. Sorry has 35 seconds left with the Rainmaker to get the lead, and they don't even need the kill. They just need to get lead at some point. They are fueling all the jumps. It's Aureus, by the way, able to take out 1. 29 seconds left on this overtime. They're not but they left an opening for the Whipbraze to fire at them, and in what was a very tense finish in overtime, Nito, it's Whipbraze taking game 1.
Oh my goodness, and this is considering that we would have been talking about a different overtime if that Rainmaker doesn't reset, Elegant Diamond gets... I'm not sure what that is. That could be luck, that could be Splatoon being silly, but now they've got this huge opening here where this is actually going to get a little close. Luckily, the Whip Rays yet again coming up with another big stop in overtime, covering their lead and getting themselves up 1-0, but oh man, this is going to be one thrill of a matchup if we get more matches like this, because this is... the Whip Rays coming up big when they need to, but Elegant Diamond always, I've seen it, it's almost always relentless here.
So here's the interesting thing is they put themselves in a position where I feel like the Trizuka could have not where the Trizuka was going to have a lot of angles to work off of. I get the idea behind the Rainmaker push. Try and take a loop on the side, make sure to provide the jumps, and then try to move forward, see if they can catch him by surprise. Because maybe you're gonna catch him in the more obvious path, which is down below. Maybe by switching gears, they may have found themselves an opening, maybe to work off of. But at the end of the day, Trizuka Shenanigans wins it all. We get to see the quick replay here in this Rainmaker. Where, by the way, this is gonna be the push that was so close. 1 point remaining. It was 3 members short, but the important thing is just to stay alive in that situation to help. In that situation, excuse me, as Mini Splatling did get the pick that was sorely needed to make this a 1 point difference. By the end of it, Rhythm was there, and again, it pretty much panned out to some crucial moments here in this replay, and we're gonna get to see it all play out here. By the way, the next map is Make Mark Tower Control for those keeping an eye on that one. Yeah, Starry's right there. Rainmaker pretty much providing all the jumps. Make sure you get all the members in there. You did get to see Aureus, by the way, using that Zipcaster, able to get value off of one. But again, they left enough time for the Trizuka to be farmed up, and again, it was just all she wrote on that Trizuka shot. And Nito, I really hope that we get a fun game 2 coming up, because we're about to load in here in just a few moments.
I mean, last one was pretty fun, so I think this one's going to be just a little bit more fun. Make 'em Art's a really pretty short map, and that means more close and okay. Here's the Hydra spoke. Okay, welcome back, Hydra. Goodness, and there's a charger from the sun. I spoke Sniper Rider in 2 shots into existence. We're gonna ignore that. Anyway, here's the Hydra from Whip Rays. Goodness, I don't see that too often. Only when I'm playing with the Grillers.
I don't think not many people expected the Hydra. We got some Hydra enthusiasts out there who just loves to see the Hydra be played in any fashion. But by the way, on the other side, it's actually going to be a swap over to the T-Tech. So you got the trip strikes that are available. Actually, a very solid pick overall in a mode like Target Control. By the way, Whip Race is going to take 3 members out of Elegant Diamonds. As I think we're about to note on the competition, but we got to see how this push plays out here. The trip strikes, of course, going into the tower, just trying to stall it out for about a few more seconds, but it does allow her to be popped out. Range Blaster, by the way, has went down on top of it. Nito, this is looking to be Whip Ray's first checkpoint to be cleared.
I mean, this is really, really funny, and I actually kind of like the way the Hydra's positioned right now. So now, even at the very worst, we have someone who's able to call out drops to the Whip Ray's left side of the map, and at the very best, we have someone who's covering any right side flanks for the Whip Rays. So this is a huge. I like this. I'm liking the sort of stuff I'm seeing from Rhythm here. But you see Tyrex coming around the other side, posing a bit of a threat to this Hydra. The Hydra's gonna go down with that 3 players covering him. Tyrex and Fox now working together to see what they can do here. Fox is gonna do what the Blaster can do very well. Is cover this plat here with the Blaster, doing a great enough job to get themselves into the lead. Gonna cruise towards that second checkpoint.
Yeah, that's a very good place on the Wavebreaker, trying to make sure the left-hand side was freed up so that they can get this push going. By the way, this brawl is going to lead out to 2 members down, so you may as well just get as many points as you can. It is going to be too many members down to help support this push going up. Kildy's actually just trying to paint as much as they can, trying to keep themselves alive, or trying to provide jumps for their teams. But no matter the cost, though, it's 43 points remaining just like that. Starry does go down, flying a little too close to Eon with that tri-slash right there. It's actually going to be 2 down right out of the gate for Elegant Diamond. Whip Race might have something big there as the Trizuka being fired at the tower, but that is a nice little booty bomb to get out of the Trizuka range and just try to deter them as much as possible. Now Whip Race, let's see if they can get an even better push out of this.
Here's Rhythm in a more conventional spot, taking the tower there. Only up to 58 remaining. Rhythm's going to have to back up, find some find some high ground though, but there's a lot of you can do with that Hydra range. So Rhythm's gonna try to make the most of it, but Elegant Diamond has been relentless so far. You see Fox here trying to get a few cheeky picks on Nate. Nate goes down though. Kaldi is able to get the pick there. Now here comes the Trizuka, the one people might have been looking for. Not too sure. But here gets the pick on Rhythm. It might get a pick on Eon. Eon's gonna be able to survive it just for now, but then they go down as well. Elegant Diamond being relentless on the offensive side of things so far, and especially with a comp like that. Why wouldn't you be? I mean, we got Fox here pairing up with both shots, doing very well in that aspect. This is a lot that Elegant Diamond can take advantage of, and a lot that the Whip Rays need to find a way to cover.
Yeah, now the Whip Rays have to take advantage of their specials and just trying to find any of the off angles and flanks that they can. They are doing just that, just like that there, Nito, because they got 3 front and the Hydra to help back them up as much as possible with the Blue Bomb to boot. Speaking of Blue Bomb, that is available along with 1 Trizuka. Let's see if the Whip Rays can try to take advantage. There's Trizuka's is being used up. They aren't able to find value just quite yet. But now, Nito. Whip Rays, by the way, they need to get the lead, of course, but they have the full response to Fox on that range blast, as you know, being paired up there as well, along with the other members. The double shot on top of it. I need to see how Whip Rays can take advantage, especially with a team that is super in your face with the 2 shots and the Tri-Slosher Nouveau on top in play as well.
It's not even just about the blaster as well, not about this like two shot, 1 pencil comp. It's about what you do with it, and that range blaster pairing up with those 2 shots makes this a deadly combination here. It looks like they just need to take care of one or the other, because now we gotta see what that duo can do separately. So that's what they gotta focus on, is making sure they pick them off one by one, making sure you're isolating either one of those players, making sure they can't take that fight on a 2v1. But it looks like they don't need those 2v1s. They're up to 26 remaining with 1 player left on the zone, on the tower. They cleared checkpoint 2. They're already up to 26 points remaining, building on that lead as they go 1 player, or Whip Rays go 1 player down. Now Nate goes down. Nate gets a little trade with the suction bomb. Both teams now 1 player down. The Whip Rays have 15 seconds to make something happen. That Zuka might be able to help out. That pick as well might be able to help out. 10 seconds left on the clock, and now it's the Whip Rays who are going to possibly going to be taking this game to overtime.
Yeah, here comes overtime right now. They gotta make sure that everybody stays alive, and the Valley of the Trizuka needs to land. They got the cooler being dished out right there. That's not gonna help protect the team. But there's gotta be the Valley of the Trip Strikes. It's almost GG Trip Strikes coming up here as it hits one of the shots and it clears out a path. It's almost inevitable when the Trip Strikes do get farmed up and dished out on just like that. And for the second set on stream, Nito, if I'm not mistaken, yes, it is another 1-1 set with Game 3 being the decider.
They gotta put us on comms more. I mean, we're giving the people Game 3. I think, and this is a advertisement to everyone looking for a commentator, I think we should be put on comms. We're giving y'all Game 3s for free. I mean, this is quality content. Quality content coming from both teams as well. I have to say, the Hydra pick was my favorite. My absolute favorite. And I do like how they were able, it wasn't just a Hydra pick for the love of it. It was a Hydra pick that I saw some strategy to it. Unfortunately, Elegant Diamond did come in with a little bit more strategy. That especially that duo there, that was very useful for Elegant Diamond.
A lot of credit, by the way, to the change on Elegant Diamond, going with the T-Tech. If you have the lead, you can just the Trip Strike should just be used super defensively and make sure that you're not going to give Whip Rays a chance to push. It is a great choice. Any map where the tower pathing is among the narrow pathways, so it's just so much harder to get into the tower as quick as you can on top of it. So, hey, Elegant Diamonds with a good response. The Range Blaster was as well to give themselves a little bit more range to respond to a team that will just, again, be in your face with the double shot and Tri-Slosher. And I know, hey, the Hydra is a fantastic player, and I wouldn't be surprised if they want to try to deal with this one again, especially with the third map coming up here, deciding one on top of it. It's going to be Romo Ramen Zones coming up.
Oh, I like this one. So now we have a blaster pick or a blaster shot duo that if you sneak around things and if you send like 1 shot in just to bait, things could get deadly for the other team. Now we have a map where you're able to sneak in via side ramps, take a little sneak in through the side. Now if you send the shot there and eventually the blaster comes up to follow it up with it, that's what the Whip Race has to watch out for. Because I can see Elegant Diamond taking advantage of this unless they manage to switch it up to, I don't know. So, I guess Honestly, I don't see them making a big change unless they want to go double T-Tech just to say we have GG double or double GG strikes. Come at us, but I don't think that would be funny. But obviously,
I don't think
it's not funny.
I don't think it would even work in that situation. It actually wouldn't surprise me if actually it wouldn't surprise me at all if Whip Race is going to keep the same 3, which with the double shot tri-slosher.
They probably will.
Which they absolutely will. I feel like that is the play, especially in a map like
Watch
this.
us be wrong.
I know, right? Elegant Diamond would probably switch to someone with more range, double try. Okay, yeah, that's not a surprise at all from the Whip Race. This one, on the other hand, okay, there is the Trip Trace. They are going to keep the T-Tech just to switch over to the Sandberg for Aureus in this go-around, Nito.
Okay, well, welcome back, Hydra. I think there's a little bit more leverage here. Now you have a stationary objective, which means you can really find a few good spots like Rhythm's doing already, getting themselves on top of this little glass railing here. But it's not working out too well. You have a lot of teams just duking it out at the top of your screen. There's a huge battle going on. You can quite see that Sofa King here trying to go for a Nizuka, trying to get a few picks on the board, but they do get picked off by Trizuka themselves. Huge opening here from Elegant Diamond. He's looking to make themselves well known here, keeping Whip Race at least one player down almost consistently here.
And the big problem too that the Whip Race are going to have to deal with is that Elegant Diamond has a ton of pain, minus the Stamper, of course, but the Stamper kit will just be there to make sure that they throw everybody off guard. And speaking of the Stamper, this is going to be the value that needs to happen, which is there's going to be no value out of that one. But that's going to be okay. It's 2 down, by the way, on both sides. And Stardust is going to be there trying to make sure that Whip Race has no chance to respond. Soulful King does get a trade off of this one. Elegant Diamond goes 2 down quick, and it's Whip Race with the zone flip. A much needed zone flip, by the way, Nito. But it's only going to be 2 members defending the zone with as much as they can. Starry's just going to be there. Somehow finds the pig on the nade. Okay, that's a good little sniper shot as well. But can this Trizuka, find value for Tildy? Not quite yet. Whip Race, they still in control right now.
Oh man, I love these. I love watching Sniper Rider gameplay, oddly enough, because it seems like a weapon. I'm so used to Bamboo to where you can get one hit and then you immediately have to charge the other. Here comes Sniper Rider. You basically have a magazine here. One hit doesn't kill him. We'll just go for the burn one. That'll get the splat done. But here comes Neon from the Whip Race. Now you have 2 players from Elegant Diamond on the right side of on their side of the map, getting themselves back into zone coverage. And they give it a little bit more of a penalty to the Whip Race, and they still have a plan to cover themselves. The Whip Race got a little bit of breathing room there. They got themselves at least close to the lead, but now Now Elegant Diamond has a few more specials to work with. They actually have a pick to work with now. Sofa King going down to Tyrex there. Now Rhythm going to try to make something out of this. Unless that 2 guys they need to save out, making it very difficult, but they do get the booyah popped off. 2 players down as well. Another zone coverage here from the Whip Race.
Yeah, Whip Race now needs to retain that one. That Trizuka, had it landed on the Hydra, they would have to farm it up once again. And again, it's gonna really just boil down to gameplay differences, really. Because again, Elegant Diamond, they got a ton of pain. Even with the T-Tech with just Trip Strikes, it still is gonna produce the same pain output as the other shot, of course. So we gotta see how this one plays out there and what the response from the Whip Race is gonna be. With Elegant Diamond still having lead here, they gotta find a response again to some of the members there. Aureus is just gonna try to be there, which again, that's called Aureus. Really goes down, by the way, but in Elegant Diamond they take out 2 members just like that. Just a shot in the Hydra. Okay, both shots and the Hydra going down, and now Tyrant is just there to paint. They should be out of the penalty points here shortly, Nito.
Now it's gonna be up to the Whip Race, because now you still have the Hydra, so you still have a means of getting a long range pick if you have to. Sofa King going down there. There might actually be Nate going down as well. Tyrex is gonna put some pressure on that. But so far, you still have one option to get yourself back in. But once that option goes down, what do? 14 points remaining for Elegant Diamond to take this win. Sofa King needs to find a way back in very quickly. And he's still contesting the zone. It's going to be a close one. They still have control. And the Booyah Bomb comes in, but far too late, as Elegant Diamond is able to take Game 3 and win this round.
Yeah, and the big thing for Elegant Diamond, Sniper was just still alive. So at this point, you're just up against painting on the zone, which is just going to be well defended the entire way through. They needed to take out the Sniper with the Trizuka if they even could. Star was just there to just paint over the entire go round. And again, critical members going down on the in that last fight for the Whip Rays were a couple of the shots, which again, respawn timer's not really favoring them in such a critical situation there, Nito. And what we saw right there is just Elegant Diamond just taking full advantage of their composition very, very well. Again, the T-Tech right there, again, you're going to match painting output with the other V-Shot, of course, since it's the variant. and the trip strike's just there to try to zone them out. It's actually well played overall by Elegant Diamond.
Wow. Elegant Diamond, this is... And I was talking about teams that went 5-1, 4-0 last year. This Elegant Diamond comes in at 5-1 last month, 4-2 now. But, I mean, 4-2, of course, never tell... I always want to say the records almost never tell the full story. Elegant Diamond has a little bit more to prove after that one. And I believe this is Elegant Diamond moving up to 2-0 in their group so far. They're going in cleanly going to be facing off against VRCat in his next round, but they were looking at a 2-0 record, at least confirming themselves an alpha bracket spot, and just a higher seeding if they can win this next one.
Yeah, and the other thing for the Whip Rays on the other side too is that they actually did drop drop game one, so effectively the 0-2 is going to effectively seal it for them on the lower side, unless things were having tiebreak wise, if I'm not mistaken. If there is such a thing, I'm probably going to be wrong on that front. But hey, that's a great strength for Elegant Diamond for a team that a lot of people, especially our friend that we know, that we know very well, put Elegant Diamond up top. That's gonna be the one thing to keep. That's gonna be a couple of key things to keep an eye on for this one. We do get to see how the rest of the groups are playing out in round 2, and well, we do have some interesting results across the board. Notably, with some of the other members looking at Group B from earlier, there I saw we are mid-level, by the way, nicely recovering against Cosmic Latte in their second game.
We've waiting the results from VRCat and Prismatic Ink. Skill Issues and Loxier continue their reign of terror. Haven't dropped another set since yesterday, but like you said, a few interesting results here. Starlight now bringing it 1-1 against Pookie Nation, another challenger for Pookie Nation to watch out for. I swear we're mid-level, able to recover after that last set against Pookie Nation, going 2-0 against Cosmic Latte. And I do want to say, this win with Aquarius and Peace Strikers, I want to keep an eye on that one, because Peace Strikers has been doing pretty well yesterday. I want to see if Aquarius is able to sneak one by, or sneak a set by.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Aquarius being able to sneak a set one through is gonna help their cause. I'm super excited about how the other ones playing out. Now, for me personally, here, Neil, this is from a more personal side. I did see Prismatic Ink. That was one of the teams I knew very well from a personal standpoint coming into this one. I don't know if that how that's playing out. Which, well, again, called out their team, and apparently the results will show. It was a
oh, okay.
I love what kind of luck I have. And the other team that I'm keeping note of course, Big Fat Sea Cows. They did drop that one 0-2 to Prospect Mirror on that side. Want to see how I was super excited to see how Big Fat Sea Cows plays on this turn overall.
It's interesting because with that win, Prismatic Ink is now one win away from going to the alpha bracket. That means they're just a little bit closer to an alpha bracket spot, I think. We're still awaiting the results from Peace Strikers and the Aquarius. That's one thing I want to watch out for. Peace Strikers is also another win away from confirming themselves an alpha bracket spot, and Aquarius is one win away from getting themselves into contention. But enough of that. We've already got the next match ready for you. It's going to be Big Fat Sea Cows versus the Royal Bouquet.
Yeah. This will be a very fun one up ahead. I know. We mentioned Big Fat Sea Cows BFSC earlier. This. You and I, Nito, both know this is the team. A good chunk of this team are part of the collegiate side of the fence, CCA, of course. With some additions outside of that as well, with Neptune being there. There's some familiar on that side, and we of course got Royal Bouquet, which I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is gonna be. They have a 2-0 set record, so firmly, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, should be up there. But Let's put it this way: if BFSC, by the way, wins and things kind of panned out with Prospect Mirror versus Forgotten, I believe being the other match that set, we could be seeing something very interesting pan up. But we gotta see how this set plays out overall.
I just want to point out for a quick second the very obvious elephant in the Big Fat Sea Cows roster. Someone named Men DM me.
I knew that.
No, I've noticed. I've been looking at it for a while, and you were talking about like our friends over at CCA, and of course there are names I'll recognize there too. I'm staring at Men DM me, and I'm thinking, this would it be a CCA team name? And we have all kinds of team names over there, but this starting to look like more of like conventional Splatoon naming. So let's just move on. Let's just focus on what's going to come up in this round, the last round of top 32, which is going to be played on Claim Blitz on Museum d'Alfonsino.
Yeah, Museum d'Alfonsino, of course, a classic that you'll get to see here in every map. I'm usually worried about one specific special coming in this one. Hopefully, now for my own personal sake, I don't get to see here, but I'm always going to be wrong in every front. But otherwise, two entryways to work with. Of course, most team opting for the right hand side with the block on the left being used to help support the push. So with what I know from BFSC, I wouldn't be surprised if they do dish one out again for my sanity. I hope I don't get to see it. I've seen enough of them already. But hey. Let's see what Royal Bouquet does. Of course, Royal Bouquet on the quest for a clean 3-0 group set coming up. And of course, as you and I both know, Nito, we're about to be loading into game 1 here shortly.
Let's hope none of those quotes are taken out of context, because then we're never seeing CCA again. But here we go. Game 1 starting off. There's a sniper. There's a junior, actually. Then Slosher. Now we get to see a Dynamo Roller coming out from Royal Bouquet. I like the pick with that Dynamo, actually.
Dynamo is actually a pretty fascinating choice. That's the cooler option that they're gonna opt for this one. That's actually gonna. I want to see if Jenny's able to get as much value as they can with the Dynamo in play. Of course, both teams. It's actually gonna be one Trizuka and a cooler, so you got a little bit more variety with the specials. Their ballpoint, of course, and Slosher's being the highlight across the board. As you mentioned, the junior being dished out with the ball most likely being used to help protect pushes and to give themselves an issue to work with. A little bit more protection. Gonna be excited to see that weapon, of course, come up to the forefront. By the way, Slosher does have trip strikes that are available. Mini, of course, on Sniper, trying to put paint down as much as he can. Total Star trying to find value, but it's just going to be a little bit of a trade between the junior and the Slosher machine, and just trying to push up too far ahead, and BFSC is going to have to reset.
I like Dynamo because it's by far one of the sneakiest anchors you can have in a game. All of a sudden, you see a Dynamo pop into your periphery, and you have about a few seconds to react. So I like this pick from Royal Bouquet. I like it. I don't think it's too bold. I think it might just be what they need to spend against a more conventional comp like this. But so far, Big Fat Z-Cows looking pretty comfortable here. I mean, they've got Royal Bouquet all around their spinner. Haven't been able to move out from there, but they do have a few specials to accompany them. Here comes the Jet. Quick pick there on the Snipe Rider. Lamp credited with that pick. Now they might be able to get a few more. Here comes the Cooler coming out as well from Jenny. Jenny able to get by, get at least one assist there. Both teams now down one player each. So far, still a neutral battle with almost 3 minutes left on the clock. Man. Here comes Frost going good. At least one player down before they get traded off. It's almost a complete trade-off here in the neutral zone.
And what we're seeing right away from Big Fat Snake, because they're just playing the sniper in that mid spinner up front, and it's just putting paint down, which is why it took us a bit to see Royal Bouquet get out of that. And there at that point, Lamb needed that H in order to just take out the sniper and make sure they can free up the map as much as they can in their favor. And both teams, by the way, have that power plant available, and as you mentioned, it's just a little bit of a duel, really, or a trade-off, if you will. But BFSC, or Big Fat Seagulls, if you will, they get to, and this should be the opening they're going to desperately need. Their Neptune finds Royal, and there's a lot of, and they're in the specials, and that's 2 members going down right up to the rim, and Lamp responds nicely onto Neptune, and we are back to a neutral state once more with that power clamp should be disappearing here shortly.
Is this really the state of Clam Blitz in Splatoon 3? I don't want to make a comment like that, but we're starting to see a lot of neutral battles here. As you see both teams preparing for a big push. Here comes another big triple from Royal Bouquet, and all of a sudden we're in the same spot again. Hopefully this Cooler can get things started for Royal Bouquet with 2 minutes left on the clock. 18 clams ready. This is going to be a huge opening for Royal Bouquet if they can get it, but they go 2 players down instead. Lamp and Jenny left on their own to try to get a few picks off of Big Fat Seacast. He now got 3 players. That's a delayed triple. They have a diamond though, and they have to be Trizuka courtesy of that Cooler from earlier. Huge stuff here. At least able to keep those specials in mind. As Big Fat Seagull's trying to go for an opening. Frosty able to get at least 1 trade before going down.
Oh?
They might be able to get an opening. They might be able to get this push here. Mini having to back up here. 3 players going down for Big Fat for Royal Bouquet. Big Fat Seagull has the opening here. Can they get a claim in? Yes, they do. And they get a few more to double it up. Huge opening here for Big Fat Sea Cows has been struggling for the rest of this game, but finally finds the score they needed.
And they needed Vinny to stay alive too. That was a sniper rider, by the way, they were able to swim up and get that push continuously going on. They're keeping this entire barrier alive, and that's looking real strong right now. Totostar's just going to hang on to this power clock. No real reason to keep pushing up further. Now you have a huge lead, and keep an eye on the clock here, Nito. It's only 50 seconds left, but this is going to have to be a monster push from Royal Bouquet, but the important thing they need to do now is, of course, stay alive. Cora going down is not going to help matters. So again, the entire group needs to reset. Look, pay attention to the special tree. They got a Bouillon Bomb, they got the Trizuka, which they're just using. They just used up the Bouillon Bomb, and they have an Inkjet that is available. They're gonna have to fire once more with the Trizuka. I believe doesn't find any value just like that here, Nito. Lamp's using the Inkjet trying to deter them away on that side. They do find one member of Big Fat Sea Cows inside, but again, this has to be a good push from Royal Bouquet, but the bomb being thrown in, and now the respawns are gonna be staggered in here. It's gonna be 16 seconds left here, Nito. Big Fat Sea Cows should be in the driver's seat.
Driver's seat for now. They've got 2 power clans ready, and they've got two specials to boot. Here comes the cooler. Might be seeing the Zuka come out very shortly. There's the Zuka coming out from Neptune. 2 picks already. Can we make it 3? Neptune looking for the 3rd. Actually might go down. They were in a fight earlier. They do go down. Lamp now trying to prevent Totostar from making another opening. Now, Royal Bouquet has an opening of themselves, but they don't have that much time. We're already half past the overtime clock. This is going to be a bit of a struggle here. Already seeing 2 players go down. Lamp is currently having the last stand here with the Jet. Not enough. Big Fat Sea Cows takes game 1.
And that's step 1. If you need to stay alive in this group, is to win out the all important game 1. And I feel like for the first 3 minutes of this match, we just got to see everybody just kind of duking it out to the point where nobody really had an advantage, one after the other. But it really boiled down to all the members just going down too deep into Royal Bouquet's base, and the push that Mini had with that pencil, which just allowed the opening to just happen. And again, when Mini's right there, and that sniper is just deep in your base, trying to continue with that push, there's just gonna be all paint that's just gonna be down on the floor, and it's just gonna allow the jumps to come in. And at that point, Nito, we saw a big push that was coming up, and Roy Bouquet was just pretty much backs against the wall the entire time.
And it's interesting to know how Big Fat Sea Cows was able to come on with that veracity. You gotta remember that BFSC is coming in at 1-1. They need this win to get themselves into the alpha bracket. Royal Bouquet sitting at 2-0. They've already confirmed their spot in, but with the win here, they get better seeding. If not, we actually might even go to a 2-way or a 3-way tie here, because Prospect Mirror is also 1-1. And now we're going to a 2-1 tie. I'm not sure what happens at this point.
Yeah, so that's the situation that is in play, but we have to wait and see how the matchup plays out, because again, it all completely moot if the team Prospect Mirror ends up losing that set anywho. But the important thing for Big Fat Sea Cows, of course, is winning this one just to be up 2-1 in general. It is going to be Manta Maria Rainmaker, which again, a map combination you don't normally get to see all too often there. But again, two sides you can attack with, the jump on the right hand side, of course, and then the left hand side, which includes the ramp closer to the street. So again, both teams, I feel like it wouldn't be surprising if both teams don't really change it up at all. Actually, maybe the Dynamo. I'd see what Roy Bouquet tried to do with that. Wouldn't be surprised if they swapped that one out for a different cooler option, but I could always be proven wrong.
Of course. This is Splatoon. Everything and everyone can be proven wrong until proven right. And here comes the day. I just came up with a big quote that I don't know. That was a big quote. I'm still thinking about it. But Big Fat Sea Cows coming out with the... Okay, I'm liking this comp. What do we got here? The Dynamo stays in and the ballpoint stays in. They actually kept the same comp, I think.
Actually, I think I think there was no Mini actually switched over to the ballpoint. I was like, wait, there's no sniper rider playing. It's a ballpoint duel, but to keep an eye on. Actually, I don't mind this change at all, especially with the Inkjet and the way this map kind of shapes out. It is actually very confusing with the Inkjet. Inkjet and the ballpoint's a great weapon with the Inkjet to use that from. But what it boils down to is of course who can get the first checkpoint and onwards, as Roy Bouquet opting to just keep the same weapons overall for this one. And let's see how this plays out. We got three specials that were just used up that are available for BFSC. Roy Bouquet, by the way, starting this one off going to the left hand side. They do have enough of an opening to slam this one home. They do not. It is whiffed. and it's just a lone shot. It's a lot, but Core stays alive and wins the duel on the street. But that's going to be a lot of aim being thrown out. The Core has to just retreat for just a few seconds there, Nito. It's 65 points remaining, but it is going to definitely be the slam.
Oh, and they broke to the checkpoint just before that Tri-Slasher was able to get to it. They gotta watch out for Neptune here. He's going to try to paint that up. At least gets the pick on that Rainmaker. They've gone past the pedestal just barely here. But now they have to respond with yet another push. Luckily for Royal Bouquet, that shot's gonna come back. That play's gonna come back very quickly here. But Mini now brings out the cooler, and now we have a few more players going down though. For big fat sea cows. Royal Bouquet gets a bit more points, 50 remaining now for Royal Bouquet. As Royal here's going to back up, still actually going to find a few more opportunities to get these fizzy bombs in. Try to work with that sloshing machine. They might even get a few more picks here. They're just going to send it straight down. 40 points remaining, 10 points at a time, getting their lead even further here.
But the important thing here too is that was a delayed wipe, so that is just gonna stall this one out to 40 points remaining. And they know that this is a perfect time to pick up the Rainmaker, and with the cooler being dished out as well, everybody's moving up front, all very fast. And Land, by the way, goes down. They lose the sloshing machine on top of it, and this is a fantastic response from the Big Fat Sea Cow. But they lose two. That's gonna be okay though. That's gonna be okay. They did have the cooler that was dished out. That was the whole point. You get everybody moved up there. You got the quick response to come in. Jumps will be coming up here shortly. Neptune does take up the Dynamo, and that's the trip strike being dished out. The lead has been swapped in a crucial time. It's 2:40 left on the clock, and again, when you're gonna go get wiped out just like that, and BFSC puts the cooler in a position where they can get this push kick-started fast. That is what you do right there. You get the cooler out, get the quick respawns, know that you will be able to respawn fast and furious, and this is their time to shine. 29 points remaining is the score.
And gotta remember that Big Fat Sea Cows was the first team to get us out of this little limbo here we had in the last game. Now Big Fat Sea Cows is the one responding with an even bigger push, getting themselves into the lead, and it has to be mentioned how different this match is from the previous one. Clan Blitz, we saw a team struggle to score until a minute 20 remaining. Now both teams are already fighting for big leads, already past halfway to clock, already past halfway remaining. So now both teams are looking for just seeing what either one is going to provide them together. I mean, but it's going to be Royal Bouquet looking for the lead now.
Yeah, now for Royal Bouquet. Now your goal here is how do you neutralize all the other members from the FSC, because they got their team coordination is on point. So you gotta find some of these picks coming up here. They take out the Tri-Slosher, that is gonna help their cause, but there are two specials available from Big Fat Sea Cows they gotta deal with, and that's actually one of them. That's the Slosher going down. The Trip Strikes have gone down. Both buckets have gone down, by the way, and the Booty Bomb is being dished out to the left-hand side, but it is just gonna be two down. This is gonna slow the push maybe just a tiny for about a few more seconds. Jenny picks up the Rainmaker here, but how does this push play out? And it is gonna does go down. Jenny does go down. The FSC is doing their best to play on defense, but Royal Bouquet, of course, as they're hoping right now, they got to keep this push going. But they have to find these members of BFSC. 55 seconds left, Nito.
Oh man, it's going to be down to the wire yet again with Royal Court. Once again, looking for possibly an overtime push. Still 40 seconds left on the clock, so we haven't quite reached overtime time yet. But both teams going one player down. Blamps holding on to the Rainmaker, looking for another opening, waiting to see what we might see with Big Fat Sea Cow. There might be one pick for them. Neptune going to back up before they get picked off. Lamp might be able to make a run here. Go straight down the middle. 10, 18 points remaining. Another huge pick. And now Big Fat Sea Cow is going to be the one looking for a big push here.
Yeah, now Big Fat Sea Cows, now they're the ones in the deficit. That was a much needed push, by the way. Huge shout-outs to Jenny with the Dynamo, able to find the flick to get that pick needed. And now, Big Fat Sea Cows with only 5 seconds left to go on the clock. The Tri-Slosher, by the way, goes down. This is going to be their time to push, but they got to get everybody up there and clear out the space that they need to eliminate the rest of Royal Bouquet. Royal Bouquet, all their goal is defend and take out that Rainmaker holder. It's only 35 seconds left on the clock, by the way, before it explodes on them. And it's going to be Jenny, by the way, going down. Mini is still alive. Lamb goes down on top of it. It's the Slosher has gone down, and Mini is still being deterred away. I believe the Inkjet shots are just making sure Mini cannot move up just yet. And now 29 points remaining. They're still behind. It still just trades with the shot. They have to start moving up eventually. Someone's gonna have to press the go button. Only 10 seconds left to go. They got two members down. Lamb is the only one that's alive, and they can't get the pick, but they lose was the Rainmaker before the lead is swapped. I cannot believe this 10th finish, Nito. As let me see what the score was, because I believe, yes, it is Royal Bouquet that gets this map, and we're going to game 3.
All right. Now we're in danger territory for Big Fat Sea Cows, because I just got the news. Prospect Mira has lost. Big Fat Sea Cows needs to win game 3. Like, it is confirmed. They need to win game 3. They get themselves an alpha no matter what. If they lose this one, we're into another uncanny valley where we've got another 1-2, or no, we've got other 1-2s here.
Yep.
And this Big Fat Sea Cows needs to win. This is the difficult position where you're staring right at, like, you're either going to win this one, confirm your way in, and now or if you lose, you're left to the fate of a tiebreaker. But we're gonna watch this replay real quick. This is the huge overtime push that nearly got Big Fat Sea Cows into the clear. I mean, gosh, this, like, I'm just hearing you call this, and I can't help but just stare at the screen, gripping my chair, thinking, "Oh my God, they got the picks, they got everything they needed," and then they get popped like that, and now it's like, oh, they didn't.
So we'll take a quick second here. The next event is going to be ship shape target control. I'm just taking a quick look at the replay on the delay. I believe they got found out by the member that was still defending the bottom portion of that pedestal. If that pick was there, because again, it was a 3-down. It was a lone member, if I'm not mistaken, of Royal Bouquet that got the pick. Clutch and huge shout outs to them, because otherwise we'd be talking about Big Fat Seagulls taking the 2-1. But now we are in a very important game 3. Nita, we have had 3 sets in this top 32 that went all 3 maps. Buckle up, everybody in the audience. We gotta figure out who wins this one. Again, Big Fat Sea Cows, if they win, they are going to alpha brackets. If Royal, they're going to alpha brackets. If Royal Bouquet wins, they get the 3-0 to 3-way tie for 1-2, and that's it. And I don't even know how the tiebreaker is gonna work.
Each team plays rock, paper, scissors, and see what happens. No, I'm kidding. I don't know what happens there. And quite honestly, if we just curse the TOs to another nightmare, then that's kind of on me. And if you don't hear me do comms for Loink again, that's kind of on me. But Big Fat Sea Cows is another opportunity here to take the win and get themselves into the alpha bracket. I mean, game one is neither team can really score until well into the game. Now we're at game 2. Both teams score a lot, and now Big Fat Sea Cows comes in with the overtime push. Almost gets it. So now tower control at ship shape. I don't know what to expect. And if I see a sniper or 2-shot comp again, I do actually know what to expect. It's off.
Probably
not.
Strikes, you know.
No, it's not. It's not. Surely it's not. Okay, Spyshot Jr. saves my job.
So here's the thing. This is the perfect map for trip strikes, by the way, because but the important thing is they have to get lead. That's why I wasn't surprised at all. By the way, that Frosted, by the way, dishes out that particular slosher right there. On the other side, I think both teams are just sticking standard here, with the junior being, of course, being the key focus. Buckle, everybody, for fans of Royal Bouquet and BFSC. This is game 3 is going to be very important. Total star, by the way, lurking on the right-hand side, and it's going to be 4:37 left on this clock here, Nito. I need to see how this plays out with the junior. By the way, having that special that's available, that tower's only just going to be touched for just 1 moment. 2 specials online, by the way, Inkjet and a Booyah Bomb, but they pop out both, but they lose everybody else they lose the other 2 in the process, and we're stuck into this neutral position.
We are stuck into yet another neutral position, and sure, it won't last long. We've already got a team going well past 80 remaining here. We see Frosty here doing pretty well covering these ledges, maybe not with the weapon itself, but the bombs here doing a lot of work for Frosty, making sure they can keep Royal Bouquet at bay. Both of them going left from the right side. There's already 3 down for Royal Bouquet. Big Fat Sea Cows coming up big here. That's a delayed wipe for them. Oh my goodness. Okay, here's the big opening we were looking for. They already got to checkpoint 2. Could they cover checkpoint 2? It looks like they very much will. Could this be an anticlimactic win here? As they needed it to get themselves an alpha bracket. Now we're going to see people getting into this checkpoint here. Everyone goes down. Royal the tower. Does Royal head off? No! It's over just like that! This is...
Well, that was anticlimactic. What happened with Royal there? That's what we gotta keep an eye on though, because unless I'm mistaken here, Nito, was that Royal trying to jump, trying to jump back to spawn, or did Royal just stood there? Whatever happened was, it was a 1v1 situation tower, and it just went down to one splat, and Royal going down effectively sealed it, and BFSC VRCat Heals prevents the 3-way tie for second, and they're firmly in alphas.
See, normally we're going to see Booyah if we try to see that jump. This could be a moment where I need to grab my controller here, because now I'm gonna study a little bit here, and I don't even know what happened, because normally you're jumping out. I'm gonna press Booyah by accident. I saw this way come out, so now I'm trying to figure out, like, this could very well be just a frantic jump out, and now we're just trying to press one button and just try to jump out and see what happens. But I don't know.
I feel like both of us felt like we were in for something big for Game 3, and then it ends just like that. And I wondered if that was I wondered if that was just a botched input. That's what I was wondering about too.
I think it is. It probably is just botched, and maybe just like a desperate play. That's what I'm thinking it is, because. Oh, wow. Okay, but important. The most important thing is a Big Fat Sea Cows wins, gets themselves in the alpha bracket, and actually lead the group there. Royal Bouquet is also going to go into the alpha bracket, but since Big Fat Sea Cows wins the head-to-head, that's going to get them on top, and we're going to see a few more results from around the top 32 stage. Once again, Loxier and Skill Issues continuing their reign of terror. Another few good, I think Elegant Diamond and VRCat still waiting on that one. Prismatic Ink taking 2-0 against the Whip Rays. That's a big one.
Yeah, and we're just seeing all the results. By the way, flying at this stage, and we do so. If I take a look at the quick results here, Group D, by the way, has 3 teams that are 2-1 in set record. Excuse me, there on that one, and that Group G matchup between VRCat and Elegant Diamond is also kind of set up the same way. If Elegant Diamond were to lose that one, we have that's 2-1 3 ways as well, with tiebreakers determining that, I believe, for Group G. So we've had a lot of very fun top 32 matches. Let's be real with that. Even if that Game 3 in the last one ended as the way it did, it was still fun nevertheless.
We start off with some of the best pick'em names I've ever seen in my life. Then we go into the next match, Game 2. That one is a big matchup between the Whip Rays and Elegant Diamond. Now we go up to the weirdest, the oddest Game 3, I must say. That one's like, it's like I'm on a roller coaster, and all of a sudden I'm getting prepared for a big drop, and it all of a sudden just levels out, and now I'm gonna have to hop off. But this is quite of an uncanny valley, but that's just what's in, baby. That's just unpredictability everywhere. So this is. It's expectable, but also unexpectable. And unexpectable is a word I didn't totally come up with.
Are you sure you didn't make up unexpectable on the spot there, Nito? Or are you just messing with me and the rest of everybody tuning in?
No, my words are unexpectable.
They're expectable? Is that what I'm gonna have to include in my dictionary now?
Yeah, you just can't. The unexpectability of these words
trademarked by Nito. It's expectability versus unexpectability.
Trademark, copyright. And I'm suing you for using my word.
I mean, okay. So while you're trying to figure out if expectability and unexpectability is both words you're made on the spot, will you have a definition for us by the end of the day?
No, but I will have the first round of alpha bracket at least after this break.
Yeah, I guess I believe we will have alpha brackets coming up here. Again, some of the matches are still in progress, so just stay tuned to see where this one goes. But let's go ahead and cut the break, compose ourselves after the fun top 32 sets we had on stream. When we come back, everybody, we will be tuning into alpha brackets, starting with round 1, of course. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And welcome back to the Link Day 2, bringing you the finest of Alpha Brackets, starting with round 1. And as always, the best way to start is by getting started. I'm Nito, joined by the one and only Keon, getting ready to start off Alpha Bracket with round 1. Going to be facing off, or two teams named... Okay, give me a sec. Hold on. No,
Right.
I got it. Cephaloblaek... Spruttvetica. Oh man. Okay. Versus Zestfest.
If so, you're gonna try to keep pronouncing the Cephaloblaek Spruttvetica a couple times to make sure that'll ring through.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe. All right, Cephaloblaek Spruttvetica versus Zestfest is Alpha Round 1's coming up. By the way, Cephaloblaek Spruttvetica is a mashup of the two teams, Cephalopod Helvetica and Black Spreader, I believe, is the team name for that one. And then, of course, Zestfest is Zestfest. Love to see, want to see what these two dish out. Of course, it's always fun to see how these teams perform in Alpha Bracket. Of course, by the way, huge shout out to all the teams that qualify for Alpha Brackets, but we got this one in store for y'all.
Yes, all of our Alpha Bracket teams are our favorites, but our favorites right now are especially these two that we've got lined up for you. And of course, we're going to start in the one and only split zones on a Robo Ramen. Worth mentioning that we are going to move towards counter picks now, right? So
It is.
So it comes down to if your team wins a set, you can no longer pick that map or mode. Yes.
Yep. And
Yes.
you just set game map.
Set game.
What game map? Yeah. Yep. You will not be allowed to pick the same map or mode that you wanted previously. So that's the key thing to note. But of course, the baseline's always zones. You got zones on Robo Ramen. We saw it earlier today for the teams that have to play into the game tree. Not much to really talk about. But here we are, Nito, with our teams here that qualified for top 32. We got to see big fat teams that made it here from the stream, of course. Pookie Nation and Nicer, we are mid-level. Both of them actually making it to top 32. And well done to both of them. Royal Bouquet and Big Fat Sea Cows, the exact same mentioned before the situation with the three-way tie. Both of them qualified just like that. And I believe okay. So the other matchup that in question was Whip Race versus Elegant Diamonds. Both of them unfortunately not able to qualify. There, but here's the top 32 set. Top 32, excuse me, panning out.
Well, I swear we're mid-level. At least you are making it exactly to where you should be. So that's good news for you. Loxier and Skill Issues, again, their reign of terror hasn't stopped yet. They're currently 8-0 in sets so far. So we're gonna keep an eye on both of those teams. But once again, the teams we are currently looking at are gonna be Cephaloblaek Spruttvetica and the one and only Zestfest. I think both of these teams have lots to offer. Zestfest, for one thing, has been on my radar for a while. It's one of those teams where at one point they've been low in contenders. They kind of went up and down. I know at some point I had them on my little list of funny teams that should be funny and win it all. So is Cephalopod Helvetica specifically. Black Spreader, I have been keeping an eye on those. So this is going to be one heck of a close match. I mean, not already by seeding alone, but from what both teams are going to offer here.
Yeah, I love to see how both teams, of course, duke it out. We duke it out there with, again, the mashup of Cephalopod Helvetica and Black Spreader versus Zestfest, one and all. Both teams, I've seen Cephalopod Helvetica as for certain. You mentioned you kept an eye on Black Spreader as well. But of course, Zestfest could always come in for a big surprise, one way or the other. Of course, you and I both know, Nito, that this game will be queuing up here momentarily. Just gotta wait for everybody to ready up their weapons. But hopefully, we get to see a set that goes the distance. But of course, for both of them, they want to get this one done so they can move on to the next round.
This is best of 5, which means the distance is game 5, but we start, as usual, on game 1. Splat zones on Robo Ramen. It's going to be Cephaloblaek Spruttvetica on the yellow, and that's actually Googadoolies. Hey, welcome back, Googadoolies, and we got Zestfest in the purple. Look at that little squeezer and a heavy edit. Nice little, neat little picks here from Zestfest.
Yeah, I'm actually I'm gonna be excited to see how Cephaloblaek Spruttvetica is going to be the determined with the Glugos and the Nautilus, of course. Double Trizuka and Krill come on the other side as well for Zestfest with the fourth option being Saucer with strikes. So almost as soon as you can get on the other side, of course, heavy added in Squeezer being two variants. No matter the cost. So let's see how the first fight plans out, but it looks like both teams kind of just stuck into this neutral state for now, but until the zones got capped by some little one Spruttvetica, the zones has been lost for about a few moments, but so far, Nito, it looks like both teams were just trading 1 for 1 with the extra 1 on top. Loser was able to get a third, and this should be zones being capped.
Welcome back, Sniper. I haven't seen a lot from you except for the last 3 matches we saw on stream. No, I'm kidding. But Cephaloblaek Spruttvetica doing pretty well here, keeping themselves deep in the enemy territory. Even in Nautilus here, they went 2 down, so able to get at least 1 pick. That's going to slow down Zestfest at the very least. He got 1 pick with a Trizuka. Trading away picks there yet again as their push stops up to 29 points remaining for Cephaloblaek Spruttvetica, as Zestfest is able to keep hold of the zone for now. They've gone 2 players down, but this seems to be a fairly solid opening for the boys in yellow so far.
Yeah, Cephaloblaek Spruttvetica. Yeah, Cephaloblaek Spruttvetica is going to be the ones holding on to it, and they're taking full advantage of the range. They're with the rest of Zestfest getting caught into the range of the Nautilus each go around, and there there's gonna be 2 down by the way for Cephaloblaek Spruttvetica, but Evelyn's position is just on point, just hiding behind the walls each go around, which effectively will delay the zones being neutralized here for a few seconds. Again, the same 2 downs, the same Bluebird, the same shot going down as well. Sober able to win some of these fights as well. They take out Ephelem, and they're not able to get out of the penalty points just yet. Sober does go down by the end of things. But this should be the penalty points here being cleared out for just a few seconds. They might be losing zones here soon.
Yeah, you mentioned Ephelem's positioning there. That is some fantastic work there, making sure they can use the wall in front of them and actually just try to maneuvering around it. It's stuff you'll see in most first-person shooters nowadays. It's nice to see it implemented in Splatoon, making sure you can work with the wall and see how much mileage you can get out of that. Ephelem pulls off another big pick there. There's 2 picks for Ephelem. Ephelem, so far so good here, proving to be very useful for Cephaloblaek Spruttvetica as they continue their hold on the zone. They might be able to get rid of these penalty points. Glue here coming to the rescue around the outside. They're going to clear those penalty points, but whether or not they can get many points out of this, we're not sure. And it looks like Zestfest is going to start contesting the zone. They might be able to cap it, and they do.
Yep, and that was a much needed cap from Zestfest. Sure, you only lost 4 extra points on top of it, but the way this game was going on, it was going to take a bit to get them to recover. But okay, that's a Trizuka moment right there. They take out 2 with the additional assist with the bomb, and that'll be Cephaloblaek Spruttvetica. They are able to get the zones back once more. So once again, Zestfest, they got their work cut out for them. They have to just focus on staying alive. Glugos, it's going to be 3 down, actually. I was about to note the Glugo Nautilus going down, but it's going to just be almost everybody going down. Sniper is the only one alive, really can't do much, even with the output they have. With 3 points away from the penalty points, they are going to be clearing this one out here, and they don't have any special survive. Heavy Edit does go down by the single thing. Lucy has to swim back to get the cooler. By the time that all happened, though, they are still down on these points, but this could be a zones neutral coming up here soon.
Lucy will reach the cooler before they go down, which means they're going to be before the cooler itself goes down, so that means Lucy can come back pretty quickly, which is going to be necessary because Cephaloblaek Spruttvetica has gotten control of the zone yet again, up to 25 points remaining, and it might be even lower because those penalty points are going down very quickly here. And they've only got 3 players worked out, while Cephaloblaek Spruttvetica has 4, and they've actually got 1 player down now, so they've got up to 15 points remaining. Still need an opening here from Zestfest.
Oh man!
They've got the wipeout. That's going to be very useful here. 40 seconds left on the clock. This might be another close match that goes to overtime. We're going to see how things play out because I think I've already got 1 player down. As I say that, there's 35 seconds remaining. It's still anybody's game now, but Zestfest still holding on to the zone for now.
Zestfest needs to just focus on staying alive and getting control of the zone. They're having a hard time even doing just that, and with the way Cephaloblaek Spruttvetica has been playing out. The entire team knows how to position, but they are losing some of these fights. But the big thing here is that the Penny is just backing them up from range. You can go around the sniper to left uncontested in those crucial moments. This is right there. So again, key thing, you gotta stay alive and get the zones, but the Bouquet bomb could be GG. Bouquet bomb here, yes it will be with the assist, and nobody's really gonna be able to respond back in time just to cap the zone. Even with the neutral, it's not really gonna mean a whole lot. And game 1 kicks things, and we kick off game 1 of this set with Cephaloblaek Spruttvetica winning it.
Oh, and that's the cool thing about overtime is that it won't stop once that zone goes neutral. You need to get the full control there. Cephaloblaek, Spruttvetica still playing patiently, knowing they can just play patiently and get things going. I think it's on I think Zestfest knew they had to get control of that zone, but unfortunately they lost too much in too little time. And then all of a sudden they just don't have everything they need. I think they had like 2 players left when they had to recap the zone. But this is still best of 5. You still got usually game 1 we see testing the waters, but this is testing the waters. Zestfest still has the opportunity to make something happen here.
Yeah, and the big thing with Zestfest too, it almost felt like in multiple cases they were winning a lot of the fights, but again, there's just so much range and painting from Cephaloblaek from Spruttvetica, just make things really difficult. The fact of the matter is that the sniper just stayed alive, knew what they needed to do, which was stay alive and paint the zone as much as they can there, provide the clutch for the rest of the team, and when the sniper is left uncontested, things will continue to support you even if you're losing fights with the glugas and the shots. So in this case, they played that one out very well. Zestfest just needed to focus on more on that. But hey, with Cephaloblaek Spruttvetica winning that game 1, that's gonna be a really good start for them in the set. But of course, they're not in control of map 2, of course. But you gotta wait and see what the counterpick will be out of Zestfest.
So, spot zones, maybe they had some trouble taking the zone. I think when you're looking at counter picks, you're looking at either one of 2 things. What's going to be difficult for the opposing team to handle, and what's going to be easy for y'all to handle. So now, Zestfest has to be looking at this and thinking, what did we do good in that last match? Or maybe what did Cephaloblaek Spruttvetica do bad the last match? So now, it's a combination of these 2. Let's see what we can generate out of that. Zestfest, I believe, will probably be looking at something that will help them gather themselves a little easier. Maybe look into something with more... I'm considering, like, if I were them, I'd be considering something along the lines of where can we get more paint, where can we get more specials? Because maybe the specials is something we need, something they need, or encouragement to slow down, regroup, regather themselves, and get themselves back in. So maybe anywhere where they can get more specialing in.
If this was the first map, I imagine for the game 2, you want to pick a map that goes against Cephaloblaek Spruttvetica's comes a whole, or do we think because the first map was kind of more specialized to Robo Ramen zones that we probably want to see them pick? They're going to pick a map that they're more familiar with, which is about right now.
Well, look at that, Rainmaker on Scorched Gorge, and that's exactly what you need if you're looking for that sort of place where you can get all those specials, because there's a lot of turf here. I like it.
You like it?
I like it. I like Scorched Gorge. I think Zestfest, I think I see what they're cooking here.
You know, and that's what I'm gonna be really curious about out of Zestfest is they I feel like they had the right idea, but it really just boiled down to focus on the zones. But now they're gonna be here dishing out Scorched Gorge, Rainmaker being their counterpick. In this case, as you mentioned, maybe something to help build up their specials, get a lot of paint down. Maybe that is the strategy they want to dish out. Maybe they may have something specialized for this particular map combination as well. Of course, time will tell. We're still getting subs in, which they just got that finalized. So Nito, this is gonna be an important game too, of course, for Zestfest. It's
also worth noting that with Robo Ramen, it looked like Blackvetica, which thanks to chat for negotiating that name, by the way. But Blackvetica looks like they were constantly in enemy territory the whole time. So I think with this pick and this is my my compromise here. But this is the full name. This is Black Sprutter and Cephaloblaek. I have failed to pronounce the name multiple times, so we're gonna go with Blackvetica for now. I'm oh man,
your client's gonna be upset with you later.
I'm being fact checked. This is wild. This is the first time I've been fact checked on stream.
You'll give yourself some time to regroup there, but of course, for this low rank, it is as we mentioned before at the top of the cast, Cephaloblaek and Black Sprutter matching things up to compete in this low rank. And hey, so far it's been working out for them. Of course, with members being omitted as they're part of another team, full based on that tweet. So, Needle will need to recollect themselves and make sure they get the pronunciation right. I'll do the same too. Don't worry. All the fans of Black Splitter and Cephaloblaek, I'll bet out there in chat. But of course, let's talk about them. More on Zestfest. Zestfest, of course. You counterpick Scorch Gorge Rainmaker. Want to see how you play this map and see if you can win this one, of course. You might have something cooking up here, maybe not. Let's see what the weapons are, of course. That is hold up. Hold up, we got all of the weapons here. Nito, go ahead and talk to us about them.
Hold on. Okay, Black Vetica's got a Gluga Deco, and now they've got the Wiper as well. And then the NZAP seems to be the most conventional pick here. And Gluga, or the NZAP and the Ballpoint, which seems to be something I'd say back in Splatoon 2. But now here comes the Gluga Deco and the Wiper. They've got something cooking up here. They saw this counter pick and said, "Alright, game on." And now, then we got Zestfest on the other side. They've got an E leader, so they definitely had something in mind when they picked Rainmaker, Scorch Gorge, at least I would hope so. But they've also, it's worth noting that that's the custom E leader. That's going to be the one with the Kraken. So they've definitely got some big Kraken plays in mind, as they're going to see Zestfest open up with a 2-pick the double there. A Saber there, trying to get another pick there. Hey, watch out for this. Stamp goes down almost immediately. Hot Doodle has quite an opening here. Can they get to the checkpoint? Yes, they do. That's going to be the first checkpoint going towards Zestfest.
Yeah, and Zestfest, that's a great opener as well, laying out some of these fights. Silver is going off deep into their base, but they don't have, but the rest of the team is pretty much also going down on top of it. This is just going to be escape sequence or just waiting in the wings to provide the jumps. This is going to be sharking time now. They're waiting for somebody to lurch through. But there's that Kraken for the displacement there, deep into that side, but the rest of the team is support is gone down, and the hammer inevitably takes him out. And that's a wipeout. It stops this push here, Nito.
And here comes Black Vatican going for a checkpoint. There it is. As quickly as they lost it, they regained that checkpoint. They might be able to get a few more points here. They're in a stronger position than Zestfest was to make another post-checkpoint push. But now that I say that, it's all too glue here with the Zuka trying to make something happen. They might be able to sneak by, but no, we see that someone right next to it. They've got the lead, though. That's up to 53 points remaining for Zestfest, or actually for Black Vetica, as Zestfest now looking for an opening, looking for a way back in. They've got the crab, at least, to get themselves some more turf, some more paint down, possibly even a pick. Hot Doodle picking up the Rainmaker. It's going to be Zestfest looking for a way back in.
Yeah, Zestfest now need to just recollect themselves. And ultimately, it was inevitable that Glue was just going to pick that one up just to get any extra point on top of it. At least be firm with a lead, and then if you need to play defense later on. So again, great play overall. As you do see, the H is able to take out Fluffy right there. And it's going to be Silas just having a recall right there. So the love of a crazy ball, though. It's 2 for 2 on both sides there. Hot Doodle, the one picking up this Rainmaker, dodging the Trizuka shot. I can't believe that didn't land, as they're able to keep themselves all pushing up ahead. 25 points remaining, and Zestfest, they're still continuing on with this push. Ballpoint and Zap finally going down on top. It's just the Gluga Decos and the Wiper, but they only have 15 seconds left. This is just a line. This is just a desperation push. You just gotta move up, and that's exactly what they're doing. They got the lead at the very least, and it's 3 down somehow, and 2 members are alive here, Nito, with just the shot and the splash.
The dream for all desperation pushes, and then there's an even bigger dream there. Now 36 points remaining. That lead grows ever so bigger. Now we got both teams at least down 2 players. Here's Fluffy trying to find something to work with, but they're going to have to be backing themselves off very soon here. There's not much they're going to be able to do with that there. They're going to reset. They don't reset the Rainmaker. Never mind. They got picked. I believe they get picked off by the leader there, causing the Rainmaker to sit in that little... It's an interesting spot for sure, but now Black Vetica has at least some high ground on it if they wanted to cover it. But Zestfest currently holding the advantage here, not just in lead, but actually they no longer hold the lead in numbers here. 2 players going down. Black Vetica has a cooler, has an opening, has a numbers advantage as well. But they have the Kraken, but the Kraken can do anything about it. Can they do something? Hot Doodle still looking for the pick. Gets stuck by that wall there. Now Black Vetica still holding on to the Rainmaker for now. Still have an opportunity to get themselves back into the lead.
Yeah, now the critical thing here is can Black Vetica even get the lead? They're just going to be pushed back, and the way this game is going, it's just brawl happening on both sides of the floor here, and now painting territory still favoring Spluttvetica as we speak, with the Viper just jumping in, and now key thing here is having squid advantages, having players up, just trying to keep this push alive. The timer is still going to be ticking down, around 20 seconds left. Oh, this timer, the Kraken is there from behind, but they're having to chase them out, and they run straight into that terrain there on the right hand side, and that is an unfortunate location for that. They're using here's the Viper from Bowie, and the jumps coming in. They just got to pick up the Rainmaker, but the big assist for their lives. They pick up this Rainmaker. It's 22 seconds left to go on the clock. They take 2 out. This is just a messy brawl. Just even get a desperation push in, but the Viper is the only one alive. Somehow Bowie is still alive. They're getting the jumps in. Clutch pick onto the dualies. Everybody's forcibly jumping to someone's hit up to this one, and Siles is able to get one more pick. How is the Rainmaker still there? They have to pick up the Rainmaker though, but with everybody going down, the Rainmaker's been picked up with no time left on the clock. I was wondering if I was ever going to hand this one off to you, Nita, but with the way this was going, we weren't sure. But it is going to be a nice response from Zestfest.
No, I mean, when you're in a situation like that, don't pass it on to me. I'm just going to keep making noises into the mic while you make more coherent noises into the mic. I mean, this is different from last game, right? Because last game we saw a similar situation. I think Zestfest was trying to challenge for the lead near the end. Now Cephalopod or Spluttvetica, I promise we're still continuing with the negotiation. But so far, this is where Zestfest had to play patiently and wait for the opportunity to come to an end. I mean, quite literally, these opportunities actually jump to them. Zestfest holds on and keeps themselves in the lead, keeps themselves intact, and now they've currently tied the game at 1-1, waiting for Spluttvertica's counter pick. But good on Zestfest. That was a very quick and very nice response. If we see a recap from what was just send everyone near the Rainmaker, we're just gonna see who lives.
I get why they had to desperation push, because at that point the timer was just going down, and you have to pop the Rainmaker as much as you can. So your only goal at this point is to stagger and then just get any sort of a desperation push. And they were still trading unbelievably in Zestfest space, but of course the more the timer winded down, it was going to favor Zestfest the rest of the way because of the lead and where the Rainmaker was positioned. So the most you could do is create havoc deep into that base. And all that being said and done, it was just almost a stalled out fight near their base, just trying to get anything going. That is also, I guess, the way things go for desperation. Counter picks in for game three. Of course, they could not pick Ramen or Zone, so they go over to Megomart Tower Control. Not the Tower Control map I was expecting, but hey, I appreciate this.
Oh my gosh, I saw Tower Control, and immediately I was preparing to say, "Oh, okay, cool, Tower Control Inkbot." Wait, that's a make mark. Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. Like we said, we appreciate change in this day and age of the meta. So we also saw, I think that was 2 colorless comps. So we're enjoying this nice change of pace. I saw Gluga Deco. That's an even nicer change of pace. So lots of things being good here. Lots of cool things going on.
Yeah. So it wouldn't surprise me if Spluttvetica is going to just keep the Glugas somewhere, and this is probably I think this is where the vanilla Gluga is probably going to be the play here. But of course, Deco also a very solid choice overall. So hey, they may have something good for this counter pick. We saw almost everything just change on to the next map, so they're going basically what fits well so far with the map combination in hand. Of course, we saw Mako tower control from earlier. Not much really to reiterate from this one. This was on what both teams want to dish out this particular counter pick from Spluttvetica.
So I'm looking at Spluttvetica now, because of course every counter pick is going to come with an intention. What's the intention for Spluttvetica now that you're going to tower control on Mako Mart? I think for some reason I'm looking at something that's going to be similar to Robo. If they wanted something similar to Robo Ramen, I think this is a long shot. This is a stretch, but well, at the very least, it gives him an opportunity to possibly enable that Gluga to be a little bit more of a presence, especially on, say, ledges or anywhere where they can take advantage of that range. And honestly, it would be. I think. Actually, no, I'm not sure. Now I'm trying to remember if one of these teams brings out a slosher of any kind. I think I saw one earlier, but that might. I
believe it did, yeah.
Yeah, so that they're definitely probably looking. At least they're looking at the Slosher. I would say
this is definitely Zestfest, I believe, with the Slosher, if I'm not mistaken, on that side. But the big important thing though too is what are the weapons? What are the weapons, of course, that both teams want to dish out? Of course, for Zestfest, that's a good start for game 2. But now you're running into a counterpick that Cephaloblaek has. But of course, this is a map that I believe that some of these teams are going to have to be very familiar with anyway. This is going to really boil down to just probably minute differences, maybe just execution overall. We did get to see a glue ghost from the previous one. Let's see how the third map. Sorry, numbers are wrong. Out there are no glue ghosts, but there is a custom E-leader. They're gonna keep this one around. I actually do like the idea of just keeping what they have here on the side of Zestfest.
So here comes the Kraken. Actually stays on, which is kind of interesting. I want to see what comes out of this, and then we see double Splatling coming out from Blackvetica. That is an interesting pick, but I can see why you still have I want to say the anchor ability that Gluga had to play as a sort of pseudo anchor.
Oh man!
That you kept it with the Nautilus. Here's the Tri-Slosher involved, the one I was expecting, because Tri-Slosher is so good on this map. But then here comes the Nautilus going down. Hot Duel going straight for the tower. Gonna at least have some opportunity to back up. Actually, the E-leader is gonna stay on, but it sounds like it's unnecessary because the rest of them are able to clean that up. Hot Doodle gets on tower, able to move that tower back. 3 players going down for Blackvetica as Zestfest with a huge opening there, taking away from them, almost clearing that first checkpoint.
Dare I say smoothly, by the way, from Hot Doodle there. Cracking in, just to get all the members in the tower, and then playing themselves in a position where the rest of Blackvetica was not able to respond. Again, you did not really need it to, but I love the idea behind that. We're just playing the E-leader in a position where, hey, let's just get a few quick snipes onto anyone who's just picking up the tower, and that's what we saw there. Of course, the rest of the team kind of just fall suit up anyway. But hey, I just love seeing what the idea was. Nevertheless, we do see the Inkjet, by the way, from Psy there as well, just firing one, actually able to get the pick on the floppy. This could be a lead extension and definitely the checkpoint coming up here soon with the 2-down situation that we see. Hot Doodle, however, using the Kraken, everybody's just gonna have to run for the hills, but this is just the ballpoint actually going down to the Kraken, which is gonna stall things out, and that is a good hold now with Blackvetica getting into 63 points remaining, but not quite approaching the second checkpoint.
Not quite, but at least Fluffy now has the Zuka to cover. But well, as soon as the Zuka comes up, it goes down. Blackvetica now looking at 2 players down, but they still might be able to contest it if they can just hold on here, play a little patiently, wait for the opportunity to come to them. But that Tri-Slosher goes down as well. Fist now has the Zuka, can cause some damage here. Why Zestfest now gets control of the zone. Duo coming around, trying to get the pincer on Blackvetica. Now they have the trio Slosher there. So goes down, both of them going down. They've gone to checkpoint 2. They haven't quite cleared checkpoint 2 yet. Both teams going 2 down. Just now trying to make something happen against that crab. Not quite able to. Currently, Zestfest in the lead.
Yeah, Zestfest also just playing this one very smart right now. They got a lot of range. Yes, you have a splash, but that is a crab tank just winning the wings once you're able to farm that one up and plant them to the right stack. And that's just the value you're seeing right there, is how this push got extended as much as it did, along with the E-leader. Just the range alone is kind of just causing Blackvetica to just hesitate just a tiny bit. And again, they're running themselves into situations where members are just going down one by one to a delayed wipe, and now you kickstart this tower push once more. Fluffy's right there with the shot, just trying to fire a few more. But again, the same idea happens. The crab tank got popped. They're able to take out members. They're winning all the fights. It's a wipeout here, Nito, and this tower is going to be approaching the second checkpoint.
Oh my goodness, look at that! That was a huge wipeout for Zestfest, and a huge snipe there for Hot Doodle. Goodness gracious, there's the Kraken. I was about to say the Kraken was GG Kraken. Now we've got a wipeout. I mean, that's seal the deal, seal the envelope, send it. That is a huge push from Zestfest to get themselves up 2-1 and get themselves into match point.
Things just went from 0 to 100. That's really the only way to phrase how that push pretty much won. Everybody, the staggers were just incredible, and with with everybody losing fights, either from range to a Trizuka or from everybody else pressuring them out. There's just too much range from 2 specials and the E leader. It was just almost everything going down. What a slick snipe by the way on the Tri-Slosher. The Tri-Slosher was just there to desperately try to get the tower as much as possible. But without that snipe, that push would have been sold out for maybe a few extra seconds. Great adjustments overall from Zestfest. They're just sticking to what worked super well from the previous one. Of course, carrying themselves over to this third map, and then Blackvetica is gonna have to go back to the drawing board.
Now, I'm going to say this right now. No matter what the next counter pick is, I want to keep seeing Hot Doodle on custom E-Leader because God, I'm seeing things I haven't seen before from Hot Doodle. I mean, we see in the first opening stages of the match, they go for the Kraken. I see them back off in enemy territory. I'm thinking they're just going to jump back and reposition themselves, but now they go back. And then all of a sudden, they're behind everybody. I'm just going to pull out the E-Leader and see if I can get quick picks here. That is, I do not see that kind of thinking coming out from E-Leader players. But Hot Doodle using a lot of creativity, and especially with such a, I mean, you just saw that pick right there, picking someone right out of the sky, using the Kraken for a GG's. Even when they don't need it because that's a wipeout for them. But we got the counter pick in from Blackvetica. It's going to be Rainmaker on Cephaloblaek Capital. Huge stuff for both teams. And honestly, again, please keep Hot Doodle E-Leader. I want to see that stuff. But we'll see what both teams pull out here.
You know, it wouldn't surprise me if Hot Doodle dished out the E-Leader. But if Hot Doodle does play a regular E-Leader, this is probably the better choice. Kraken probably may not be an ideal special in this situation, but I could always be wrong. But okay, so this is the counter pick from Blackvetica this time. Mega Bar target control, no, did not work. So let's go to Cephaloblaek Capital Rainmaker. By the way, Blackvetica wins. They're up. They gonna have to run themselves into a counter pick that I believe Zestfest is gonna have to dish out. So this is their last. This was the last counter pick or the last map that they could specialize on for this one. So they gotta have something ready to go against Zestfest, which again, Zestfest just kicked it up into high gear in the last map. This has to effectively be the same thing. We saw from map 2, Scorch Rainmaker was in the victory of Zestfest. I want to see what adjustments Blackvetica does there.
Yeah, no, this is, and I see what you're saying with the E-Leader pick and going back to that regular E-Leader, but I think with how sneaky Hot Doodle is trying to play her and all the funny stuff they can pull off, maybe they put less focus on the Kraken. They're going to put more of a focus on the Beacon, if anything. But we're going to see what both teams are going to pull out here very soon. Game 4 coming up for y'all. Rainmaker on Cephaloblaek Capital. There's going to be match point for Zestfest. There's going to be Blackvetica coming out with the Sniper Rider shot. And the Glugateco making a comeback. And that's a new knot. And the Custom E-Leader comes back. Yes!
Okay, yep, so Custom E-Leader. I'm glad to be wrong, but triple splashdown Nautilus. Okay then. They got something going here. You went for the way this map is shaped up. I don't mind this choice, but I want to see that Nautilus can get all the value from the triple splashdown. Silver's gonna be the one probably off this crab tank by the way on the side. There's a Kraken that is available. Shots both going down by the way on both these teams. There, but it is going to be Zestfest. They're 2 down. The custom E-Leader is just going to probably hold on to that Kraken just for a tiny bit longer. No, not even going to use it. It's 3 down, by the way. Rainmaker's going to get picked up.
Well, no opportunities for Kraken there, but here's an opportunity for Blackvetica to get themselves onto the board. 69 points remaining. That's pretty nice so far, but they're going to back up and at least try to go for the right side. Anyway, you're actually going to take the rail as well. Don't see any danger in that just yet until I say that. Then 2 people go down. Thank you, Hot Doodle. Another double there. But Fist now takes the Rainmaker, able to clean that up. There's the checkpoint for Blackvetica they were looking for. My goodness, that is one heck of a play, but they go 3 players down. This is going to be some huge stuff from Zestfest coming in with the biggest plays. Going doubles and triples everywhere you'll see them. But Hot Doodle is going to pick up the Rainmaker, see if they can get their own checkpoint. It's going to be pretty close here to go 2 players down, 3 players down. Near wipeout, Hot Doodle is going to clear this one, does so with ease.
Yeah, and remember, all 3 members go down on that fight alone. It is going to be a for sure lead change. Hot Doodle's just going to pick up this Rainmaker, of course, the back line just moving themselves up just a tiny bit. Now, for Blackvetica, of course, they're gonna have to be the ones just waiting, just pretty much having to pick up this Rainmaker. They're gonna have to retry again. But the big thing that they got going for them is that they cleared out the Rainmaker, so it will take a few fights to win this one out, as we do just get to see the tries to get the trade off. But with the Rainmaker resetting here in Nito, that's still a very good push from Zestfest, especially taking advantage of the 3 down that we saw earlier. But let's see if Blackvetica has been better response. But unfortunately, the Nautilus going down isn't going to help matters.
Well, there goes the triple splashdown, but at least you still have one Zuka. Now, well, yeah, you're still going to stick with one Zuka at least. Because now Blues has that ready. Here comes the Tri-Zuka coming out. Doesn't do much because Lucio is able to shut that down very quickly. That's going to be Hot Doodle on the Kraken. Can't go over those grates just yet. Remember that. But that Hot Doodle's still going to keep themselves alive at least once that Kraken goes out. They're going to try to back themselves up. There's only 2 players and at least one ready to back Hot Doodle up. As Blackvetica still coming up big on these defensive stops here, but they've been finding it pretty difficult to get themselves past the midway point of the map. Still struggling to get themselves back up to 61 remaining. They've already cleared a checkpoint once. They're going to try to go for a rail yet again, finding themselves in a dangerous spot here. The Crab able to spot that out very quickly. FLM getting at least one jump in with a triple splashdown to boot. Not quite able to do much there, but we'll see how they can get themselves out of this.
So the big thing here, Nito, I feel like this is no surprise. The Trizuka just needs to find Hot Doodle with that E leader, but the rest of the team is just trying to shut them down as much as they can. It is actually just going to be one down, and again, the same fight is won, but they're going to be okay. Keep this in neutral for just a few extra moments. And Blackvetica needs to get themselves kickstarted back out once more. How do you contain Hot Doodle with the beacons and the Kraken, of course, still waiting in the wings? Hot Doodle can just lure, can just surprise you at any place. So again, no Trizukas available. Other than the Gluga Deco, the Rainmakers reset once more, Nito, so this has to be critical time for them. And the Kraken, I think this was a defensive Kraken that was just used until they move up front to find the Nautilus. And that is one thing to keep in mind, is if you leave that E leader unchecked. Minute and 5 left to go on the clock here, Nito.
Oh man, it's the same. This is similar to what we saw with the slushing machine from earlier. Making sure you don't play the game in misdirection like that. There's Hot Doodle at least getting one pick. There's 2 players down for Zestfest. Blackvetica at least finding themselves more closer to a potential lead. Blue popping out the prize. Can they get a pick? They get one trade off. FLM now holding the Rainmaker. He has at least 2 players down. This could be huge for Blackvetica, who's been looking for the lead. Still a few people in front. That's going to be courtesy of this. Can they get the lead? Yes, they do. FLM cruising themselves up doing these greats. 30 seconds left to see if they can increase that lead. It's going to stop at 41 remaining, courtesy of Zestfest. Fisto still putting some pressure. There's a disconnect. When they needed it the least, there's Blackvetica now playing against the 4v3 here. This could be huge for Blackvetica, who all they need to do is just sit there in the corner and make sure things don't go too awry. That is a big break for Blackvetica, who already had the lead, mind you, but now they've got to at least secure that lead with a team that could be as dangerous as Zestfest. That was, oh man, that's good that they got the lead, but that DC almost seals it for him. But still, that was, with the way Blackvetica was positioned, this was almost really secure anyway. So it doesn't look like we needed that.
The DC was just pretty much a kick in the teeth, really, at that point. So just getting the guy back in and get themselves reacclimated. But Nito, for the 4th straight set in a row, we are going the distance. We have gone the distance in a best of 5, everybody. It is game 5 coming right up, by the way. Then yeah, Blackvetica, again, the big thing is, even with the DC, it would effectively just basically,
that was over.
At that point, it was already over anyway. So all that Blackvetica needs to do, just don't do anything very silly. Just keep the Rainmaker tucked in. But now it's go time. Zestfest loses the lead last 30 seconds, and the big thing they needed to do was win a few of those fights. And now it's counterpick time for Zestfest. This has to be the map combination that I'd imagine is going to not just enable the rest of the team, but also get Hot Doodle going, who's been an absolute menace on that custom E leader. But what is this counterpick in a pivotal game 5?
Let's see. Any spot with a lot of high points. Let's pull out Moray Towers. No, wait, we can't do that.
They can't pick Rainmaker or Tower Control either. It has to be a Zones or a Clam. It has to be Zones or Clam Blitz. Also, I heard you there. I'm gonna ignore that for a hot second. But it has to be Zones or Clams. Clams, and it can't be Score Tormako. So there has to be something that works well to their advantage in this case.
Okay, so Zestfest is one in Rainmaker and Tower Control. I'm going to suspect maybe it's going to be Clam Blitz. Now, if we want to spot that, we're going to be able to enable Hot Doodle to just pop off, and because Hot Doodle has been doing pretty well so far, so maybe we want to lean a little bit more on that. But if we do that, let's just put it on maybe Manta Maria, I would say. But it's going to be back to Cephaloblaek, actually. So we're going back to Cephaloblaek, but this time we're going to be on Clam Blitz.
So hey, if it didn't work in Cephaloblaek Rainmaker, let's do the other legal map for Cephaloblaek. It's Cephaloblaek Clams. Now at this point, you now know this is. I would be stunned at Nito if Hot Doodle switches off Custom Emulator. This is probably the right choice for this being Clams. But now for Blackvetica, how do you contain the rest of the group? I know we've been putting a lot of eyes on Hot Doodle, but Silver's been going off as well. Same with Lucy on a few key moments. Fluffy there to help support the rest of the group. The team's been playing excellent. But for Blackvetica, this is your time. You won Game 4. You got to bring it out here in Game 5. I want to see what they dish out here. Both teams have locked in their rosters.
As the quote goes, at first you don't succeed, switch to mode of Clam Blitz and see if you succeed from there. So I think I kind of have an idea of what Zestfest is going for here. Said, if instead of having one person focus on the objective, because that maybe if we are focusing on Hot Doodle, and let's just say for a second that they are, that means Hot Doodle is taking a Rainmaker usually, and that means there's nobody for us to use as an anchor, or at least to use as a dependable, reliable of anchors. So maybe we take Hot Doodle out and we don't worry about them constantly carrying the objective. Maybe that helps us. But if we're not worrying about Hot Doodle, that means the rest of the team has all this aggression. When we have Lucio and Sober who can at least sneak on around the outside, which we've seen in earlier sets, and that means we can get some sneaky plays here on Clambits. And of course, Kraken.
Yep, and I know everybody's gonna. Here's the thing too, Nito. It's almost inevitable people are gonna put eyes on the Kraken because it is Clams. The jump is gonna be inevitable. So the real big thing is how do you deal with it? Of course, I wouldn't be shocked. I feel like the play that Blackvetica will likely be doing is what Trizuka options do we have? If they have a shot off, of course. I believe they had the Glugo Decos. This is the same Blackvetica team that had the Glugo Decos. Don't be surprised if they keep that. But now those Trizukas are going to be even more important than ever. How to contain the rest of the group, especially again. We talk about Hot Doodle a lot. Who's going to probably be drawing a lot of attention, but the rest of the team has stepped up. Silver, Lucio, and Fluffy for sure. I mean, Nito, we couldn't have it any other way for this being a Game 5. I want to see how this plays out.
Alrighty, here we go. Game 5, Clamblake's returning to Cephaloblaek Capital. The best place for Rainmaker and Clam Blitz, apparently. Here we go, similar comp. Actually, we're going to the regular Gluga, and we're going to the regular not. Okay, no, Hot Doodle coming off the custom leader. Now we're just switching out for the Snipe Rider.
So here's the thing, though. They still have Kraken, but it's on the hands of Lucio. But the objective is still the same. Is how do you contain Lucio? You have the crab tank from Silver is gonna be key because to build up the space that they need. They're on top of that. As they do get the 96 Yao, by the way, and the Cyber is just gonna be paying a lot as much as they can. It's gonna be 2. Make that the immediate 3. And they have a lot of clams, by the way, in that clam economy. All they gotta do is just build up for the power. But the 96 Gal Deco in Lucio has gone down. Fluffy with the jump that stays in the same location. That was interesting, but it's just gonna have to quickly retreat, and it's just gonna go back to just like that. Kraken is available. Same with the Crab Tank and the Trizuka.
Alright, here we go. This is going to be some Kraken is gonna be coming out here from Lucio. That's already starting to get things going forward. No not quite trying to get some trying to sneak something by. I think that's what Lucio was trying to do there. But at least get a sneak by assist there with 2 players going down for Blackvetica. That means Zestfest has themselves ever so closer to the checkpoint. You see them start to move up just a little bit more. Moozor's having to back themselves up as well. But now we have 2 power clans on the side of Zestfest, Blackvetica. They've already, see the way they're positioned, they're almost ready for this push. They're just waiting for it to happen. But now they're starting to move up a little bit more, see the hesitancy in Zestfest, and they're going to start going for things. FLM there going for 1 pick. At least gets 1. Both teams going 1 player down.
Yeah, and here again, but let's still keep an eye on this. I think I see where this is going to be playing out here. There's going to be but as soon as I say that, by the way, the 96 Yellow Jackal did go down, but they did pick up the Cool Familiar. But again, this is a window of opportunity here because it is delaying the Kraken just a tiny bit. Now we're seeing some fights we won, not able to get the pick onto the jump that was happening there from Fisk. Blackvetica is still retreating there. Both teams stuck into this stalling mode. Just runs face first into Lucio, but it is going to be the quick respawn. Everybody's losing all these fights. Lucio actually just using the Kraken as the deterrent, just clearing out the space, and it takes out FLM up top. That was beautiful. Hot Doodles onto the right-hand side, and there they do break the barrier, but it's likely going to be 1 and done unless Hot Doodle can do something very silly. Wisely retreats, 1 and done push.
Oh man, Hot Doodle. I can tell Hot Doodle was hoping to sneak something by, maybe with the sniper rider, at least try to get a pick or 2, but knows, quickly realized the situation, had to back up there. But so far, 1 power clam in, they do have another one ready, but now Black Splitter has to have at least 1 power clam in and 1 extra clam ready. They do get one from the basket after that 1 push, and they get a pick from FLM just before Lucio's able to fly off. FLM able to pick them off just in the nick of time. Fist now looking for a potential flank. They're going to watch that left side. Moozor now flying in for the clam. Currently has the Mr. Engineer. And has him there. Glue has the power clam. Has 7 there with the wall. Oh, can they get the lead? But they had 7 claims there. That's going to be that. I don't know. This could come back to sting them. I'm not sure yet, but it's too early to tell. We still got Zestfest gearing up for another big push. They got 23 clans ready. We're just gonna see how this one ends up.
This would not be surprising if it's just defensive the entire way, or it's going to be a build-up to the inevitable. Right there, as you mentioned, would those 7 clams be the big thing? Lucio is clearing out a path. Now you know what's going to happen. There's a Kraken on the plant there. Here comes the 1. Here comes the 2. You know it's going to happen, everybody. As 30 points remaining is the score. They do get the lead just like that. Again, I like to call it the Kraken jump and run. And they pick up the cooler. They leave it unchecked. And now they're like, all right, they got the lead. We just initiate Kraken, call it a day. They also took out 3, but they just can't get any more pushes up. Fist, by the way, is right there. Lucio goes down. How is this? How did they even get Lucio out of this one? I even got myself confused on which territory it was. Nito, it's 45 seconds left. You knew that was going to happen, but now let's see if we can find an even better response from Blackvetica.
Alright, Blackvetica, you had glue there. It was a little bit of a weird moment there, but now we have another opportunity for a big push. You have to watch out for Zestfest, though. They have 3 specials ready, and they're already starting to pop some of them off. Here comes the Zuka, here comes the cooler, here comes the crab as well, here comes your own cooler. Blackvetica looking for an opening. They couldn't quite get the grab. Look at the troublesome spot here. They're actually all in a troublesome spot. That's 3 down already. Glue has to back up. Fisk has to try to get something going. Gets at least 1 pick on Lucio before going down themselves. 10 seconds left on the clock. Lucio trying to go for something huge. They're actually not trying to go for something huge. Just needs the Kraken to get out there. They took a power clamp, so this might be going to overtime. Unless Kraken and Cheese is at the ready. Which one gets to the basket first? It's going to be Zestfest that gets to the basket first in a race in overtime. Lucio, Kraken Cheese to save the day and seal the game against Cephaloblaek Spruttvetica, and Zestfest goes on to round 2 of Alpha Bracket.
And at that point too, they had total control. They picked up all the clams. We've highlighted here the entire map was, you knew it was going to be coming. The question is how do you contain it when it happens? And at that point too, yes, he brought it down to 74 points remaining, but we've highlighted too, was the 7 small claims going to be enough? As it turned out, no, it didn't really matter at the grand scheme of things. And Zestfest with the victory over Blackvetica. This, even with that last map, this was a very entertaining best of 5 the rest of the way.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, goodness. We're waiting it, and then we go into overtime. We're thinking, okay, now both teams are just making a run for the basket. I mean, this is emblematic of what we've seen so far. Here's one push from Lucio. Here's the start of the crack and cheese. We start to see Lucio gun it towards the basket, and then we see him in position right there exactly. And then we said, okay, yep, that's it. Let's call it a day here. They've already got up to 30 remaining. Eventually, Fluffy's going to come in with the Super Clam and then bring it up to 10. Say, we're going to call it even more of a day. But, man, that is huge stuff from Zestfest, too. Throughout this matchup, we saw a little bit of a struggle here. They opened up with one clam and then said, yeah, it'll work for now. And then Zestfest just goes big with the crack and cheese. Goes all in, pays off bigly.
Big Brain 2, by the way, is switching from who we expected was Hot Doodle on the Kraken. Now we'll throw in Lucio in the 96 Gal Deco. Lucio will be the one aiding the Kraken, and you knew that was coming. Also, Lucio for the first 2 minutes used the Kraken to help to pretty much mind game. I'm thinking, oh, is the Kraken jump happening? Nah, I will not be. We'll just get a few splats and then just dish out the haymaker. It was almost mind game the entire way through in Game 5. An excellent use of those mind games. But hey, Zestfest, they had to win that Game 5 just to advance, and hey, why not do it with that strategy? But Nito, Zestfest wins this one 3-2 in a very entertaining best of 5. Round 2 is coming up, but for Nito, you and I both know that's it for both of us for this block 1. We had a fantastic we had a very fantastic set of games today. All of them going the distance. We got to sign off though. Where can the people find you?
All right, you can find me at Nito and Use on just about every single social media application, Twitch, Twitter, Blue Sky, and you will find me watching the rest of this bracket because, quick note, Skill Issues lost, so their weekend's over. Loxier is currently facing Zestfest. This is going to be, we still got a lot of spicy stuff heading up for you. I know we got 2 commentators, one known for misspelling Barniesel and one known for misspelling podcast. But Keon, where can the people find you?
You guys can find me, Keon2570, Twitch, Twitter, Blue Sky. You know the drill by now. Twitter and Blue Sky is just all my nonsense. Twitch for the variety of in that scenario. So, of course, I'll be watching the rest of Blowing the rest of the way. Nito, thank you for being an awesome commentator. By the way, huge shout outs to Inky, our producer, handling this one the rest of the way home. But that's gonna be do it for us, and for the 2 commentators whom I know are, one's a Steelers fan, the other one being a Rams fan, I believe. That's gonna be it. Yep, I know. That's gonna be it for both of us. We'll be heading out of here. Nito and Keon signing off. The rest of Alpha Brackets will be continuing here soon, so you don't want to go anywhere for it.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink. March 2024. I am Popgun, joined by the Falco Flyer, and we got a doozy of a set for you guys here in the second round of Alpha Bracket. A set that's so good that Falco is going to be the one to read off the team names to you.
Well, I don't. Okay, so I'm gonna assume. Okay, Merequetengue. I had to look it up. Merequetengue.
Did you say that correctly? Are you? How?
Because I put it in Google Speech before this. I'm prepared, Popgun. I'm prepared.
Can we just call him Mary?
Sure, we can do that. That's fine. Versus I Swear We Are Mid-Level, which, by the way, they are on track to prove that. I mean, they're doing very well so far in round 2 of Alpha Bracket, but Popgun, you know this better than anybody. Obviously, you win Low Ink, you are automatically mid-level, right?
That, and you get to automatically become Div 4.
Yes.
Many other things that the community has just pulled out of their butt to define what winning Low Ink means, other than just, winning the tournament. But we are neither here nor there. I did look up the Mary word. It is Spanish, and I believe it is putting liquor in your coffee. So
Irish coffees. All right, let's go.
I'm all for it at 3:30 in the afternoon here. I Swear We Are Mid-Level. We're just going to refer to them as mid-level, which is a thing that doesn't actually exist, but so be it. Both teams here in the single elimination stage of Alpha Bracket. Mary getting a 3-1 win over Prismatic Ink. Mid-level getting a 3-2 win over a team that has been in the top 4 before in Low Ink's past, Blaze, a team that signed up late. Would have been in my top 10, but they signed up like last minute, them along with JoJo. But not getting the job done here as mid-level gets the nice Game 5 win against them. The winner of this one will be taking on fan favorite Loxier and Zestfest, who you saw this one. If you're looking at the bracket and you're wondering how Big Fat Sea Cows got a 3-0 over Cherry Bomb had to drop. I think they needed to get a sub, and they couldn't find one at this day in the tournament. So no, Big Fat Sea Cows didn't just sweep them in record time. Cherry Bomb had to dip out of the tournament. So that's where we stand right now.
See, I thought it would have been the case that Big Fat Sea Cows actually did get a 3-0 because that set went to a Game 5, the one we just saw on stream, and I'm like, oh my goodness. I was like, if the other teams are ready, they're probably itching to play. And I was like, Big Fat Sea Cows, they're going to be waiting for quite a bit, but you're right. They're going to be awaiting the winner of Aquarius and VRCat. So yeah, it's kind of unfortunate when you have to drop in the middle of Alpha Bracket. You work pretty hard to get to this position in general, but obviously things come up and you gotta drop, unfortunately. But hey, shout out to Big Fat Sea Cows. We got to stream their CCA set last Sunday, and they are probably one of the best collegiate Splatoon teams who play competitive.
Wait,
so
they're a college team?
Yeah, it's Ink Black. It's the same team. They rebranded.
Oh, Ink Black. Okay. Well, okay, but they didn't they graduate and they can't use that name anymore, and they had to change it to something?
Oh, maybe. That would be a DRF question. I have no idea.
Can someone page DRF in chat and see if we can get an answer for that while we're waiting? Because we will stream them next. We are going down to whatever they'll play the winner of Aquarius and VRCat, another favorite that's going on here, as we're finally getting this game up and running. And I don't have the view up, and now I do, so now I can actually watch what's going on here. That is a... hey, that's the Booyah Bomb Blaster. I forget what year that is, the 91 or something?
Yeah.
When that weapon first came out, we're like, oh, finally, a meta blaster, and nobody uses it. But here it is in Low Ink.
No, it's really good to see, and you're right. Nobody really uses it. You just need to rely on a lot of paint from your teammates, and I mean they're going to have a shot and a zap that's going to kind of cover up some of the ink, so that's going to be good for them. Of course, we're going to see the pencil coming out from Merequetengue. I want you to say it the next time, Popgun. You can say it with me. That's fine.
It sounds like you're saying Mary Kate and Ashley, but you're saying Merequetengue in response to that. But no, look, it's got Burst Bomb, and Booyah Bomb's probably the best special in any blaster right now. It's certainly better than Wave Breaker on Range Blaster, but Range Blaster by itself is just good. But yeah, you're kind of alluding to the fact that it needs a lot of paint. You know what else needs a lot of paint? carbon roller. So that splatter shot and an end zap just need to be mopping the floor with orange ink if we want to see mid-level actually prove their worth in this first game.
Yeah, and I could see them doing that, especially, you know, you're going to have a cooler. The cooler zap is going to be great, but obviously you're going to be building up the Zuka from your shot player as well, so I think you're right. They're definitely going to have to rely on the paint, but two of the members are going to go down on mid-level, and they're still trying to hold on to the zone, and actually they're doing a pretty good job, as Merequetengue have two players going to be going down, and it looks like the Blaster here is going to be able to push up, maybe take down two players, but no, only going to get one, but they still have a pretty solid hold of the zone.
I just now got a good look at the comp that Mary is using right now, and it's well, they might be taking an L in the first game regardless of it anyway. So here we go. Welcome to Low Ink. The meta doesn't always work. Skill usually takes precedent, and mid-level takes game one with ease once they got control of the zone and got some paint on the ground. You saw their Blaster taking care of business. You saw their roller in several instances be like, well, I don't really need paint. All I need is just to get into somebody's face and bash their skull in with my roller. Able to accomplish that. Mid-level makes short work of them.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of the stages where you get your Blaster comfortable under the enemy ledges. They are just going to camp out and have a field day and push all the players back, and it is really hard to break in, and especially a versatile Blaster like the S-Blast 91, just having a longer range and a shorter range, and just how flexible it is too. But yeah, that didn't really seem like much of a contest. I mean, they were able to push in a few times, but never a point where they had solid control of the zone. But yeah, mid-level just really seemed dominant in that game.
And we, I think we have a player subbing out, maybe, or something. No, I don't know. I didn't recognize there was a player called the Mewing in the lobby earlier, but it looks like they're in here now for Merequetengue. Game two. Going to be my pronunciation?
Yeah, that was really good.
Okay, we're two white guys in the Midwest saying this is good. How does great job. Yeah.
Great job, buddy. Pat you on the back.
I'm sure chat will have different interpretations of my pronunciation of Spanish here. We do have a counter pick that is going to be coming in. I forgot this was in the map pool. The airport is going to be picked here. It looks like Splat Zones at the airport. The team that lost is the team hosting the lobby right now. Yes. So they're picking Splat Zones at Marlin Airport. Full disclosure, I had no idea if this map was going to be good or not. They're not picking tower control at the airport. That's not a legal thing. What are they doing?
I think we're just kind of shuffling in.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys can't see it on stream, but they switched to tower control for a second.
Can we put a poll up in chat? Can someone smarter than me do that? Let's do this. Do you like Splat Zones at the airport? Yes or no? Now, keep in mind that we don't really care what your thoughts are on it, but just for the sake of interacting with you, chat, let's let you guys know. You are going to see it right here anyways. So, and I want more. I like it. I like the aesthetics. I'm tired of looking at Scorch Gorge. I'm tired of looking at you, mommy. They look so disgusting. I like bright colors. I like the design of the airport. It at least looks cool, even if it's got the awkward fan stuff.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I mean, it has a pretty thumbnail too. I like it.
Yes.
You know, we can see it on screen. And you guys in chat, I see yeses and nos all over the place. So it clearly is not lopsided. And now the poll's open, so you guys can vote. I'm voting yes. As somebody who has played it maybe 2 or 3 times, it's fine. I have no issues with it.
By the way, if Yay wins, it is going to stay in Low Ink forever. Every single Low Ink that I'm a part of will have Splat Zones Airport in the pool if it wins this poll. If it's a no, then we'll take it out next month and put it back in a month after when you guys forget about this one. Game 2, Splat Zones at potentially the best map and mode combo ever created by God, as we see Nautilus and Pencil coming out from the side of Merequetengue and the same exact comp coming up from the side of mid-level.
Yeah, same comp, and yeah, the knot is going to be, you know, a different choice that we have, and you know, obviously, if you're mid-level, you don't need to change your comp. It works so well for that first game, and again, this is another stage where I feel like the Blaster can do a lot of decent work here, as we're going to see a trade there against one of the Zuka players. So mid-level is in control of the zone, and they're still holding on to it as members from Merequetengue are just trying to hop down from the spinner. Not is going to be the first one to go down into mid. 2 players are going to be down on mid-level, 3 are going to be down, and it's going to be just the Zuka player who is going to go down, so that's going to be a delayed wipe. And Merequetengue, they've got to capitalize on this because we did not see them in this position for the first game.
Yeah, and how do you capitalize on this? How do you get the lockout? I think step 1 is controlling the enemy fan. It's kind of like well, okay. I forgot Zuka exists, so never mind. That's not a thing anymore. 2 players instantly going down for Mary as we see mid-level starting to come back into the zone. I was just about to say, I think you just try to control the enemy fan, much like Anchovy, make it difficult for them to even get out of their own spawn, but I forgot you can just arc Zuka shots over and then the game ends.
Yeah, it's not a bad strategy. Especially, you can do that pretty much anywhere you are in the map, too. But yeah, mid-level is going to be taking over, almost taking over the lead at this time, but no, it's not. Yeah, it's going to be enough. Okay, so the lead is going to be switching over. But that was a really close interaction there from both of the teams. But we can see the Knot just trying to really clean up parts of the zone too, not really going super far forward. Again, they're probably going to be staying back a little bit using their point sensors and the rain. There's really no point for them to push up even further, especially with the rest of the members on their team. We do see the Zuka online for mid-level, and we do see the Roller has their special ready as well. Crab is going to be coming out on the side of Merequetengue, and it looks like they're trying to go for, I can't tell which player that is who's going to be hopping out, but Merequetengue did extend their lead a little bit, but not before mid-level took over.
This Nautilus is stuck in a bit of an awkward situation on that catwalk area there, as you saw a great collapse by mid-level. Now starting to push up and just invite themselves into the enemy spawn. This should be enough to keep them away long enough to get control of the lead, but now realizing, hey, maybe I shouldn't just go off on my own. Let's control this
oh my god.
An interesting spot, the shark. Nobody's going to fall for the bait or get close to it right now. And instead, we see some players start to fall right now. This Blaster could end the game right here if they find a way to get it some interesting splats, which they don't. Zone flips back in the favor of Merequetengue.
You know, I didn't know you could hide there in squid form and just kind of hang out. And I don't think it's something you can do long term. You're probably just like slowly sliding off of the wall. But like, if you just are really desperate just to maybe get one shot off, you can do it and get away with it. So that was pretty impressive. Creativity 10 out of 10. And now Merequetengue, they did have control of the zone. They still remain control, but I don't know if they're really going to have enough manpower to take the lead. It seems like mid-level is going to be able to push forward, but the Zuka is going to be coming out again. So I think this is where the lead can swap. There's going to be the support of the rain. 2 players down on mid-level, 1 on Merequetengue. So this is a much better game for Merequetengue as opposed to game 1, where essentially they had no offensive control at all. But here, the second half of the game, they were all over mid-level and take this game too.
Yeah, I don't know about that play. I mean, it's going to be difficult for Grant to do anything right there. But as soon as I saw them jump back, I was like, I think that's GG. It's just too little time left on the clock. Just try to get a splat or something onto the zone, make it a little bit easier. But still, the counter pick from Merequetengue in what was a pretty decent back and forth game. I enjoyed watching that, and I didn't see how the poll ended, but I'm just going to assume that it was more yays than nays, so we're going to roll with that. 60% yay.
Let's go. So how do you okay, after watching one of the games and knowing that it's going to be in a low ink forever for the rest of your TOing IPL career, how do you feel about that, Popgun?
I feel fine. There was some good back and forth there, like 4 lead changes or so. We found an interesting spot to shark that didn't really benefit you at all, but it was still cool to see. And we did at one point see a person accidentally throw a soda in front of a fan so they couldn't shoot it to raise it up on their own side of the map. So those are all W's in my book. Good news is both teams have won on splat zones, so we can't see Marlin Airport for the rest of the set anyway. Splat zones is completely gone. Instead, we got to go on to a different mode, and it is, I swear, we're mid-level. Okay, well, Tower Control Mako Mart's a pretty popular map in mid-level. Let's see how you do on it.
Yeah, and based on their comps that they had for games 1 and 2, I mean, they're swapping players. A few teams are swapping players in and out. It looks like it's Merequetengue who's going to be swapping, but mid-level they were the team who I believe only changed their knot from game 1 to game 2, and I would imagine that they're going to probably reevaluate just a few things. You don't need to do anything totally drastic or different, but knowing that your opponents are swapping players too is always giving you that time to kind of reevaluate. Okay, like what didn't work here? This player's leaving, this person's coming in, what did they play before? You kind of have that logistical battle going on.
So the difference from game 1 to game 2 comp-wise for Mary was they dropped one of their splatter shots in favor of Nautilus, which splatter shot is a weapon so good, a lot of people are saying it should just be banned outright, the vanilla version. So to drop it on your own for a Nautilus, I think is just more of a pick against what your opponent is doing. I wouldn't mind using Nautilus against the team that has 2 weapons that provide the majority of the paint, one of them being a roller, and no real long range other than like half the time when the blaster's firing in a specific mode. So I think Nautilus in general just works out good against the enemy comp that they're using there. Maybe that was the adjustment. We'll see if they stick with that weapon. This is the counter pick from mid-level. So, but pretty much every weapon kind of works here. And instead they decide, you know what, let's drop the end zap and bring out another shot because they still got pencil.
Yeah.
Or maybe they had double shot last game too, and I just didn't realize it.
That's not. Why would we know? We're just commentating the game. Who cares about that?
Anyways, Carbon Roller works out really well. This is why they picked this one, because the comp that they are using is really good here. Blasters are great. Carbon is fantastic here. I would argue every weapon's good on this map, which is why you see it at Splat Zone so often, but Carbon and Blaster really excel here.
Yeah, I mean, especially the blaster with Booyah too. Like it's the only blaster with pretty much like a GG special, just like Booyah. So this is going to be. I'm really not surprised by this pick to return. But right now, Merequetengue, they did push to 87. Again, not really a strong push, just more of the we have a slight advantage. We're going to take the tower while we could. There's some Zuka shots that were going off. But yeah, they didn't quite get to that first checkpoint. And again, you're going to have to watch for the Carbon Roller here. You're going to have to watch for drag because they are doing such a good job as far as just like sharking on the ledges, making sure that they're trying to catch you off guard. And I think it's really going to come down to identifying where the roller is and making sure that they're not going to be flanking.
So the problem with fighting the roller is they get right on the edge. And your natural instinct is, well, let me get closer and shoot down. Well, that's what the roller wants you to do. You get closer and you get bonked on the head. So what do? You usually just drop some sub-weapons down there. The problem is Merequetengue only has 2 lethal sub-weapons. The point sensor and the sprinkler ain't really going to net you much in a fight against the Carbon Roller. So this is another good kind of just adds to the value of the Carbon Roller on a map like this, even though nothing has really been affected as far as the scoreboard is concerned. Oh, by the way, there's a blaster right behind you, so that pushes over.
Yeah, and again, it's not like a blaster's a weapon that you would really think would flank, but you need to do it on tower control to make sure that you're in a good position to get the person on the tower. So, having 2 weapons that you can kind of rely on flanking, but of course, flanking is no good if you don't have the paint on your end. And this is kind of what you pointed out during game 1, where the shot and the zap are going to have to work overtime to just make sure all of the map is painted with their color. And right now, mid-level, they are pushing the tower. They do have a player advantage, but they're not on the tower right now, and I don't blame them because one of the members from Merequetengue was just waiting for them to drop down, but still playing a little bit conservatively. It's nice that they got past a checkpoint, but I think they could have extended that lead a little beyond 71.
I kind of wish they played a little bit more conservatively, honestly. I don't think Grant needed to waste that Zuka shot right there. Not that I'm feeling sorry for any Zuka players, but still, it seems like they've at least hold on control of mid long enough for their players to jump back in here, and it is their tower that they are pushing a little bit forward here as we see mid-level starting to take control of things. Grant once again able to build up another Zuka before dying. So they get basically to the second checkpoint. It's hard to get past the second checkpoint on this map in particular. So 1:45 left to go. Just hold control mid, you're going to be fine. But really, it's just keep paint down and let your roller do everything else. And, well, you just lost the roller in one of your painters, so not a good situation here.
Yeah, and the Blaster's kind of alone, but they were able to get a nice pick, trying to go for another one. They stayed alive a lot longer than I expected them to, but with the help of that left stack, they could just hide a little bit longer. And this looks like a push for, you know, mid-level that they could. They just don't have enough paint right now. You know, like the roller drag is just trying to do everything they can to utilize the paint that's already existing, and a lot of the players from Merequetengue are pushed back a little bit. So. You know, Merequetengue, they're going to have to find a way to push forward, even though they have a lot of paint. It's just they haven't really had any opportunities to do so yet.
1 minute remaining in the game. So far, it's mid-level, taking control of things on their counter pick. There's about 45 seconds left to go, just trying to bleed out the clock at this point. They're doing a good job of it. They are getting more paint on the ground. And, well...
Yep.
Well... Zuka worked that time. Congratulations.
That's probably going to be the one that seals the deal. And of course, mid-level, they're going to extend this as far as they can, because why not? You definitely need to, but that's going to be really hard for Merequetengue to try and respawn. They're going to have to rely on a wipe or a delayed wipe or something to contest to get this tower back into mid. Or, I mean, it can go back, but by the time mid-level is going to build up some of their specials, and remember, they have a GG Booyah Bomb, they have double Zuka, and they have a checkpoint and a half that they have to defend. This is going to be really hard for Merequetengue. Drag here on the flank from behind is going to try and take down one. It's going to be the Zuka that is taken down. Tower is still uncontested, and yep, that is going to be the game. So, Merequetengue, man, things just kind of fell out a little bit in that last half, and I think where mid-level just positioned their players in that last 10-30 seconds. You know, you don't need to be on the tower, just want to make sure you're in a good position, you have your specials. That's exactly how they won the game. Yeah,
and I have a feeling that if we see them later on in the stream, that every time they get an opportunity to pick that map and mode, they're going to. That's just their bread and butter map that's going to work out for them in many situations. To give you guys an update on the other matches going on in the quarterfinals, Zestfest was up 1-0 over Loxier, and it's now tied 1-1. Aquarius and VRCat are tied 1-1 as well. So every set that actually played was 1-1 heading into game 3. Again, Big Fat Sea Cows won by a drop from Cherry Bomb, who couldn't find a sub and couldn't continue on into the set. We'll be commentating their match against VRCat or Aquarius coming up next. Counterpick number 2 coming out from Merequetengue, and they're going to go with Clam Blitz at the Museum. We haven't seen Clam Blitz yet in this set, and, well, if we could think about how can we deal with the Carbon, how can we deal with the Blaster, I'm not well versed enough in the Carbon section to know if this is a good or bad map, but it is at least pretty good when you just got double shot in pencil.
Yeah, and of course the other games that we've saw with Clam Blitz had Kraken. I mean, they had Kraken earlier on when they weren't even playing Clam Blitz, and we expected it to come out then. But, you know, I don't know if any of the players are going to try and bank on that, rely on any sort of Kraken cheese push, but let's find out. I don't know. I like both of their comps. Like, both teams seem to be playing their weapons really well, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do see any Kraken come out, and it doesn't look like we will. So no, these teams, they're sticking with exactly the same weapons they had. We do have a vanilla splash, so we're going to see the crab come out, but other than that, there really are no changes.
Yeah, we did have a little bit of a sub though as well. There was a player called the Mewing, which I believe is another Gen Z term that I don't quite understand yet. Instead, we got double bass, or double bass coming back out here with the vanilla splash. So we're gonna have some crab to work with on there. Instead, there's a blaster. What side of the map are we on here? Is this blaster
the enemy
on
side?
offense or defense?
That's the enemy
what
side.
Is this?
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
They pushed up so far so quickly, and it was the blaster player, the one who has the least amount of paint at their disposal to, to really make some picks. So they did such a good job, just kind of serving as a distraction. And you put yourself in that position, you're probably going to get splatted right away, but they survived pretty long. And while all that happened, mid-level were able to open the basket, getting down to 53. I don't think they're gonna get any more claims in time, but a lot of mid is blue, but a lot of Merequetengue's side is orange. So it's just like, you're gonna do what you can do and try and score when you score. But this right now is all mid-level's game right now. They didn't lose any of the map control that they had earlier on in this match.
When it comes to Clam Blitz, it's not how you start a push, it's how you end it. They had 2 players left alive. They kept control mid. They had plenty of clams left to go, and that allows them to get this second push off and running. All their penalty dew points already gone. I don't know if Drag can find a way to get up there and throw the 7 clams they have in, but still, they're ending this push the same exact way. They got all their players up. They're not in like we got wiped out, so we're just going to surrender everything to the enemy team. They're in a good position to continue the push and try to get a third pop on the basket before Merequetengue even gets to mid.
Yeah, this is all mid-level, this game right now. I don't think Merequetengue had any sort of player advantage. And like you said, it's how you end the push. And these pushes have been ending so well for mid-level. Golden Knee is going to be jumping in with the power claim. They get that in. They're just going to need 2 more claims, and they are going to get it. It is just a blaster alive who has no claims, but is doing a good job jumping out, staying alive with the help of that cooler. And that is a wonderful push here. Now, do you think they're going to be as aggressive in this last 2 minutes and 30 seconds, or are they going to play a little more conservatively, knowing that if they score, they have to score big if they want to win, but they can just play solid defense?
No, you need to keep the foot on the gas pedal. Your comp is designed for punching people in the face. So go do it. Go punch people in the face for the next 2 minutes. You don't want to get them set up. You don't want to get that pencil established in mid, throwing down sodas all over the place, shots and crabs just mowing people down. You don't want them to get set up because they can very easily score 100 points if they get the right opportunity to do so. They got plenty of mercy clams to work with as well. So, and you got your Zuka in this right spot. So I'm not sitting here saying that mid-level did bottle up right here, but, well, I was going to say they did get the pencil in the right spot, but then the Zuka happened and then that all changed. What's going on there?
That's well, in the
let me offer a theory. Do you see how that carbon roller stopped?
Yeah.
Has there ever been times where you think you're just dead and you put down the controller?
Yes.
And then you're not actually dead? I bet you that's exactly what happened. I bet you that carbon roller was like, well, I'm just dead. This crab just unloaded on me, and then he's put down the controller. But right now, things are looking pretty good for mid-level. They got they got the KO.
Oh, right yeah, here. That power claim's going in. Yep. Yeah, mid-level, that was their game. That was their game. But no, going back to just I'm splatted. You know that somebody this swayed on their on the instead of
trying to booyah.
Yeah, or whatever. Yeah, but that was wild. That was a really wild game for mid-level. They, like you said, they put the foot on the gas, did not let go, and it started really early with the blaster just pushing up so much. And again, they had a lot of the support from their teammates that were able to push them up too. But that was a very, very impressive play. They're going on to the top 4 here in Alpha Bracket. And yeah, unfortunately for Merequetengue, their journey is over. Remember, this is a single elimination here in our Alpha Bracket. So GG's to them, but that was an exciting set to watch.
It was a good set. I mean, any set that has Splat Zones, Marlin, Airport is going to be a plus for me and the vast majority of people in chat, as we found out. So good things all around. We got a little bit of a delay. Well, not a delay, but a little bit of a delay as far as the stream is concerned, because our other sets are still going on. Loxia has won 2 in a row to go up 2-1 over Zestfest. The match we're going to be streaming next, the winner of VRCat and Aquarius, is tied at 1 apiece. So we got a little bit of time, so we're just going to chill. We're going to take a break, and we'll come back to you with Big Fat Sea Cows versus whoever their opponent is going to be next here at Low Ink on IPL. Hello, friends, and welcome back. My name's Pop Gun. I'm wearing a hat. I'm with Falco. He's got the news. What can you tell us about VCU?
That was really good. Okay, so we pointed out Big Fat Sea Cows. They are Ink Black, so they are still in CCA, but they just rebranded their name for whatever reason. It wasn't. I don't think they had to because they graduated. They're still playing in CCA, but we have some information because we were able to stream, or I was able to stream one of their CCA matches last week, and they have a keys to victory that they like to share. So. Number one, they want to. Here are the keys to victory. Yeah, so Lux is stimming mid-match. Good. Okay, Lux, good. Do your thing. But number two, very important, focusing on gaming and not girls. We got everyone's got to do their own thing to succeed. And number three is watching TikToks in between matches with the squad. So all of them huddled around the phone watching TikToks. This is a very fun team. But yes, this is Ink Black that you have probably seen in Ludi. They played in Div 5 last year, and then the most recent season of CCA, they were Div 1. And they are ranked number 6 in the CCA power rankings right now. So, I don't know if matches outside of CCA can really buff your power rankings. I'm not the person to ask for that, but yes, they are a fun squad, and they've been around for quite a bit, but maybe under a different name for what you know as.
Focus on gaming and not girls. Listen, y'all, life is too short not to be greedy. Go after both. They're both awesome. Come on now. So thank you, Big Fat Sea Cows. Your keys to victory are, well, we'll see how they work out here. Who they actually playing against? I can't even. VRCat. Okay, so this is the team. A lot of people said, well, if Loxier isn't going to win this one, which is, by the way, stuck in a Game 5 with Zestfest, so they might not even make it to semifinals at the rate they're going. VRCat is the team that would have the next best chance of winning this tournament. They finished the top 4. I don't think they made third place. I think they finished top 4 last month, as I think they were just VRC then. At this time around, they've turned completely into a cat. So virtual cat is what I'm assuming VR stands for, is looking pretty strong here. 3-0, the Howdy Hat Pirates. 3-1 against Aquarius, which is a new team that I'm not familiar with myself. But VRCat, I didn't get to see them at all last month because I didn't watch Low Ink. This time around, we'll get an up-close view of them as they get to take on a bunch of college kids.
Yeah, and how did VRCat do yesterday? I'm trying to find in the groups.
I think they went 5-1.
Okay, they must have been
what...
Group D, yes. Group D, they finished in position 2, 5-1, with Loxier going 6-0, winning that group. Okay, yeah. So I wonder who they lost. Oh, they had to have lost to Lox. Well, they didn't have to, but they probably lost to Loxier.
Well, Loxier, yeah, they got swept by Loxier.
Okay.
Yesterday, they did sweep Zestfest though. Is that a rematch? Zestfest and I'm gonna look that up.
Because, I think it is. Somebody in chat said that. I think that they're going to have a rematch.
There's been a lot of people pointing out how Group D was stacked, to which my response is always, well, no, maybe not, but there are a good chunk of teams. Oh, Aquarius was in Group D as well.
The top 6 teams are all in this alpha bracket.
Welcome to the Group D of Swiss Invitational here at the end of Low Ink. Yeah, Aquarius was in that as well, as long as Zestfest and Loxier. But Big Fat Sea Cow say, nah, we're better than all y'all. We ain't worried about that. As we see a Squeezer and a Bow coming out here from the side of the pink team, which is, it's VRC, and they got it right there in their logo. So the VRCats are going to use, that is the chump one with Hunt.
Incline tri-stringer is not something you see very often. I mean, you don't see tri very often, number one, but especially the incline variant. But for zones, chump's good to paint the zone, good to push forward, and yeah, that's an impressive pick, and they're going to get 2 on Big Fat Sea Cows, and Big Fat Sea Cows is going to be quickly quick to take the zone. The bubble is going to be there. That's such a good bubble spot too, to just make sure that nobody can really go around the bend and you kind of seal it off. But the bubble is now going to be gone, but Big Fat Sea Cow still in control of the zone, and they do have a one-player advantage. Cinnamon caught just a little bit, but doing such a good job staying alive, backing up, getting some of that juice, and has the Zuko ready. So I think right now VRCat is going to be in a good position to maybe push forward, but no, there's just so much paint output between the Junior and the Shot and the Pencil on the side of Big Fat Sea Cows.
And the ink strikes as well. A ton of paint that's being pot out right now. But yes, if you are the VRCat, you need to be finding people and destroying them. I don't care who you are or what comp you have. If I have more players alive than you, I have the better painting comp automatically. But there's the bubbler basically locking down that entire area. So you're just stuck there with a Booyah Bomb in your hand being like, where do I throw this thing? And then you just get Zuka'd before you can even throw it. But still, able to get some splats onto the zone. VRCat saves themselves in game 1 here.
Yeah, and they really needed to do that. And again, we haven't really seen them on the offensive side. You know, they had the zone for a little bit, but never had an opportunity to push forward. And it doesn't look like they're going to have that anytime soon, as 2 of their members are going to go down. Angel's going to try and jump out, but no, is going to get splatted here by the Expo players, or by the Slosher. And yeah, that's a good cap for Big Fat Sea Cows, and they're holding on pretty strong. You know, I feel like they could have really won that game, getting all the way down to 12 before, but their paint output on this team is really incredible. It's just knowing when to back up from these Zukas and not dying, and I think that they can be in a good position to do that as they avoid all 3 of these specials that are coming out from the side of VRCat, but VRCat is now back in control of the zone.
Yeah, for now. And again, if they want to hold on to it for any extended period of time, they need to be the one winning these fights as opposed to letting the Slosher have all that height advantage on top of you, because the paint output is just a little bit too much to overcome with the Pencil and the ink strikes and the both shots, the Junior and the Vanilla. It's just too much to overcome. So you just got to start creating your own lockout situation somehow, which is right now. Okay, you got 2 down. Oh, but you lose a player in zone. That's critical. You throw the soda up ahead. I need to go get into the players' faces right now. Take the fight away from the zone. It looks like VRCat's doing exactly that right now.
Yeah, they are, and you know, they're just having a hard time pushing forward. Minnie is one of the players that I wanted to mention at the very beginning of this match that you are going to have to watch out for them. When we streamed their CCA match last Sunday night, they were the MVP that was given by Toma, Saf, and I. So they've really been doing such a good job just holding down the fort. And the Chumps are now going to be coming out from the side of VRCat. And again, they're holding control of the zone. And again, they have quite a bit of penalty points that they need to get through. And they're doing fine at holding the zone, but it's what you do after. It's the lockout you do after you get the zone that they've been struggling with.
VRCat now in control of things, starting to win a few fights as they're starting to get some trades that work out into their favor as well. And again, a 3v2 situation, they're going to outpaint that. It's just a matter of can they hold on to this for much longer. They're not really going to have any specials to work with. This Chump's not really going to do much as far as holding on to control of the zone. Everybody else dies as Angel's forced to retreat. 1 minute remaining right now. And if you are Big Fat Sea Cows, you got to be thinking, we need to try to find a way to get the KO right here, because these pushes are getting more and more value each time VRCat finds a way to get control of zone.
Yeah, we can tell they're holding it on longer and longer every time VRCat takes control of the zone. And you're right, it's great that Big Fat Sea Cows, they were able to cap and, you know, kind of pause the penalty points. But, oh, and that's going to be a nice double there on the side of Big Fat Sea Cows, taking down 2 members of VRCat. And that's going to be the one sealing the deal, getting rid of the penalty points, the GGs. And yeah, a little bit of a back and forth, especially in that later half of the game, too, where you mentioned VRCat getting more and more comfortable, pushing forward, holding the zone. And who knows, if for whatever reason, if this match were 8 minutes long or whatever, VRCat probably would have come back and, you know, maybe gotten the win. But the strong opening, I think, from Big Fat Sea Cows helped them seal the win.
If this matches were 8 minutes long, I'd be moving over to Home Stars and calling it a day with Splatoon. I got a question for you, Falco. Yeah. You may know the answer to this, you may not. This isn't like a pop quiz. I don't know the answer to this. So the bow had Object Shredder on. there wasn't many objects, if any, on the side of Big Fat Sea Cows. Does bubble count as an object?
I don't think it does, but people in chat correct us because you guys know everything, obviously, and we don't. So, but I didn't think it does. I don't know for sure, and I feel like that would be the only thing that you would have to shred, like you mentioned. Like
there's no other objects. Yeah,
there are no
walls.
Right.
There's nothing else. So that's if I'm the bow player. And there's some players subbing out. So, and Angel was one of the players that subbed out. Okay, but I'll say if you're going to keep that bow in there, you need to take that object shredder off and use a main of something else, because you know you're not facing any objects. I used to use object shredder a lot in Splatoon 2 because we'd be facing nothing but ink armor and K-Gals and all this other stuff where it's just, and you know it works out great in Rainmaker as well. But it looks like they got rid of their Angel anyways, as they're making the counter pick of Tower Control, Ship Shape, Cargo Company. So no bow, we're assuming, unless they just got like a different bow player that they're bringing out here, as VRCat is currently losing in the set 1-0. We do have an update, though. Did Zestfest pull it off? Did they get the Game 5 win? It looks like they did. Yeah, they did.
Wow.
That is a revenge from yesterday where Loxier swept Zestfest 3-0 in Swiss. And the heavy favorite goes down to the team that hasn't been making top 32 in a while. The former LSL champion Zestfest is moving on to top 4 of Low Ink.
Good for them. That is quite the upset, and you know, it's of course we wish we could stream a ton of different matches, but I knew you guys were paying attention to Battlefy. We saw chat kind of blow up with that reaction too, so that must have been a very fun set to watch. And yeah, especially coming from an LSL victory in the past and doing really well. That's the type of progression we love to see here in the low level Splatoon.
But hey, that's Low Ink. It's tough. It's really tough to win this tournament. It's every other low-level tournament's one day, or it's one mode specific, or it's whatever. This is the most ridiculous tournament I think we could have possibly created in all of the competitive Splatoon scene. And even though you might be the best team on paper, doesn't mean you can survive the gauntlet of things, as VRCat is starting to find out right now, as Big Fat Sea Cows is looking to try to extend their lead in this set. The counter pick coming out from VRCat is Tower Control at Ship Shape. And we do see, basically, they got rid of their bow in favor of some pencils and a dually.
Yeah, and getting the squeezer as well, so they're going to be having that. But yeah, really, there's no comp change on the side of Big Fat Sea Cows, and again, I don't think you need it. Now, Vanilla Junior, again, it's not something we see a lot just in general, but of course on tower control, you know, placing that bubble in front of the checkpoint of the tower is so crucial, just so it doesn't diminish any further. The buoys go down, all right?
Yo, hold on, can we check the hit points on that one player? They just took like 20 shots and nothing happened. Okay, regardless, VRCat's picking up the slack right now, and as soon as I say that, 2 of their players go down, even though they have Soda opting to jump back out, realizing there's nothing we can really gain out of this push. Let's start working on our defense, build up a crab, build up some ink strikes, get a Zuka ready to go, and we'll just take the tower right back. Oh wait, except they have a Zuka, and Zuka beats crab every time.
Yeah, that's, you know, of course we talked about the crab meta, but oh, here's Zuka. Okay, the Zuka meta, yeah, it's it's a whole game of rock, paper, scissors, I guess. But you know, Big Fat Sea Cows, again, it just feels like a more scrappier match, but I think it's also because Rudy's playing like a scrappy weapon like these dualies too, to just kind of make players fly all over the map as well. That's going to force members of Big Fat Sea Cows to kind of like look around a little more, it makes it a little trickier to work as a unit and push forward, so that's going to be something that they want to watch. But look at this, a 3-player advantage now for VRCat as they're going to get to this first checkpoint. I would imagine they have to get past this check, because they have had a player advantage pretty much this entire time, and having players on Big Fat Sea Cows going down one by one, and they looks like they are, and they're having pretty solid chance now. One of the members are going to go down here, as many as eyeing onto the tower, but is also contended themselves. But it looks like this might be them stopping the tower push.
Honestly, on a map like this, when you get to that first checkpoint and you clear it, you got to be thinking, let's go for the KO, because this is just such a downhill, snowballing kind of tower. Well, all the maps are kind of downhill and snowball. Yeah, I get that. Good point. But still, as soon as you turn that corner, it's just an avalanche of points that can be racked up into your favor. But many, the MVP as anointed by Toma, Saf, and yourself, Falco, in the CCA set, doing a good job defensively of shutting that down and giving their team another opportunity to take their stab at this first checkpoint.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job, and I'm no pencil player. I'm probably the worst Charger player that could ever play this game. So, but it's like you just need to
everyone else that uses pencil to stop them.
It's just such a different type of weapon. It's like, yes, it is a backline, but you have to be way more mobile than a traditional Splat Charger or anything like that. But Mini just does it so well, and of course the pencil just has so much paint output and getting juice, and it's like a positive feedback loop when you have a really good pencil player like Mini who's going to be doing that. But they're going to need to put in a little bit of extra work because they are down by a checkpoint here with a little under 2 minutes to go, and Frost is going to get a nice pick. 2 players are going to be down on VRCat, and can they contest it? No, it looks like the Squeezer's on the tower alone, who is staying alive. Or no, it's the Doolies who was on the tower, and they stopped Big Fat Sea Cows from getting past that first checkpoint. So that is a huge pick for VRCat.
I think Rudy is the player that came off the bench as well in favor of Angel, so making a nice play there to completely shut down. They didn't even clear that checkpoint. And now that will blow the doors wide open. You got the tower in a position like this. You just took care of the pencil player. Frosta from behind is not going to take care of business. And now the floodgates are opening up here in the final minute. Cinnamon, nobody else is on the tower, though. Okay, finally somebody hops back on there. As another crab is being built up right now. KO is on the mind of the Cats at this moment.
Yeah, it certainly is, but yeah, they do have to get past that checkpoint, and they are in a good position, especially it's really hard to say. I think Cinnamon, who's pushed up very far. Oh, that wipeout's going to seal the deal. That better be game for them. Yeah, it was Cinnamon who was in such a good spot up here because you can see everybody who's trying to attack the tower, and that was especially during the second half of that game, VRCat just really turned up the heat and literally walked their way to victory, escorting the tower.
Checkpoint or counter pick accomplished. And we're tied at 1-1 heading into game 3 as we have a little fist bump there between a couple of teammates, Cinnamon being one of them, as you mentioned, getting into a good spot, abusing the range of the Squeezer and just mowing down players as they came out of spawn. And that will do it so far in this set as we're tied 1-1 apiece. Exciting stuff here. Big Fat Sea Cows. I'm assuming they're going to be watching some TikTok videos. I believe that's what their keys to victory is in between each game. So they're probably going to be doing that right now. But first, they should give us a counter pick before what they're going to come up with.
Yeah, and we know that, since they're doing that, they're not focusing on girls either. They're, just kind of...
So cringe.
But we are in our 30s. I'm not going to criticize what college students are doing. Oh, I will.
Yeah. What do you mean? That's what we should be doing as our right as 30-year-olds.
True. Oh, I forgot to congratulate you on winning the Golden Girls tournament yesterday.
Oh, that's fine. It's fine that you forgot because I didn't. So I've been making sure to remind myself of that. There we go. Also, along that line, I didn't realize this until a couple of months ago. There's actually somebody that's in their 40s that has won Lowing before. 8 King Ping had a 40-year-old that won Lowing. So if you are a person of age in this community, a seasoned citizen, even you could win a tournament like this. And, well, I mean, if you talk about, age-wise, Big Fat Sea Cows is going to be, on average, one of the older teams we've had, especially at this stage of the tournament, because they're all at least in college or getting near to being out of college. Not that really means anything. I mean, the community as itself is getting older. What is a sea cow? Are they referencing whales or something?
I'm sea cow. I'm typing it in. Yeah, it's an animal. It is an animal.
A sea cow? That's the name of it? It's not like slang for something?
No, you type in sea cow and it comes up. It's a thing. But I'm not a marine biologist. I don't know.
Just like a manatee or something? That's just
Probably.
a manatee.
Yeah. Well, either way, hey, they just the things you would associate with the Virginia Commonwealth University, which, by the way, their team made it to the NIT. I think made top 8. They're in the same league as Dayton. That's why
I should have filled out an NIT bracket. It probably would have been a little bit better.
Would have been better than your March Madness bracket.
Tower Control Mako Mart. Hey, you don't want to pick this against the mid-level team if you end up facing them in grand finals, but this is Big Fat Sea Cow's pick. And I don't see Angel coming back in, so I don't think we're going to see Bo. In fact, I don't think they subbed out any players unless I'm mistaken for the side of VRCat.
Yeah, not this time around, because I don't think we've seen Rice yet, maybe?
Rice? I don't know. I could have.
Yeah. No, I don't think they have either, but yeah, they I don't know. It's like both of their comps. Like VRCat just has I would say a more interesting comp than Big Fat Sea Cows, but it is kind of interesting. That's you pulled up the logo. Thank you, Inky. Yeah, that's their logo. It's really cute. So there's a sea cow with the little clamblets, clam little bell necklace thing. Anyways, okay. Set is tied 1-1 here. Really okay. We're losing the. No, that was the other team. I was going to say we're losing the junior, but this comp, we're pretty much keeping it the same. Quiet on Blaster, or on Slosher. I think that was really the big change. I don't think they had Slosher before.
So the only difference special-wise is the I keep wanting to call it the clear dapples. It's just the regular splat dualies with the crab versus the junior's bubble. Everything else is the same. Soda, Zuka, and Ink Strikes. Bucket just being a popular weapon in general as we're starting to get started through this game right here. But Bubble was really effective in that first game. And I know it's really good on tower control because you just put it on the tower and then it's like, okay, well, you have to come on and fight me on the tower while this thing is here. But using it in key spaces away from the tower can do a good job of blocking players away. And it seems like the junior player is very much aware of that. And keep in mind, this is their counter pick. So we'll see how that works out for them, what spaces they want to use that bubble.
Yeah, and I pointed out earlier too that putting it in front of the checkpoint, that was a really nice double. But putting the bubble in front of the checkpoint, because when it's on the tower, it goes away more quickly, it diminishes faster. So you want to try and utilize it in different types of places too. But Big Fat Sea Cow's trying to get past that first checkpoint. Doesn't look like now they're in a better position. They don't have a lot of paint by the tower. They had to avoid some of the specials. Mini is going to be going down to a bomb. 3 players down now on Big Fat Sea Cows. Neptune wisely jumping out too. So they did clear that checkpoint, but it was a clear and done, a clear in peace.
And they do have Soda ready to go, and a couple of players going down from the side of the Big Fat Sea Cows. So this first checkpoint surely is going to fall unless that splat bomb just gets a random splat, which it doesn't. So we're going to be having a tie game here, essentially, if they'll get back on the tower, which they do, combined with some Ink Strikes on top here. I don't think they're going to get to the second checkpoint. There are some specials that are getting up online, and Cinnamon getting the trade out there. That's going to work out into the Sea Cow's favor, at least for now. But more importantly, the VRCat, I guess I should say, not VCRCat, is holding control of mid and giving themselves more opportunities to extend this push.
Yeah, they're doing such a good job to I think the pencil player in particular is knowing wisely like when to hop off the tower, when to kind of regroup, what shots to avoid, and then can just quickly get back on the tower. As we see Frost trying to chase one of them down, but is going to be going down from the other Slosher, which is going to be Quiet. And right now, VRCat has that player advantage. Tower is in a neutral state, but still on the side that VRCat can push it a little bit forward. And again, they do have that they don't have a checkpoint advantage. No, they got right to that second checkpoint, but 3 specials are going to be online for Big Fat Sea Cows. That is going to be Strikes, Zuka, and the bubble that we see used there on the stack. So we'll see if Totostar can utilize that as they try and push forward, rushing towards one of the sloshers. Nope, they are going to go down. So a lot of trades, once again, with the tower in this neutral state. And I mean, the more this happens, the more this is going to benefit VRCat. But like we've mentioned, since they have the same amount of checkpoints taken down, it's kind of a tied-ish game. Not really, but definitely still favoring the side of VRCat.
You know, every now and then, my parents will tune into a stream that I'm commentating, and they have no idea what's going on in Splatoon. And as you just like zoomed over the past minute right there, like how would anybody just tuning into this game know what the hell was going on? At one point, the enemy crab was in somebody else's bubble just firing away, and I had to think like, is that crab being protected or not? No, and then everybody's exploding left and right, and meanwhile, nothing's happening on the scoreboard. It looks like they were trying to get to that second checkpoint. They didn't quite get there, but still VRCat able to add to their lead somewhat as the game might have been calmed down to something that a little bit more presentable, but no, bodies are just continuing to hit the floor. It's just a bar fight that's been breaking out right now.
Yeah, and again, that's just going to benefit VRCat since they do have the lead in this last minute, but it looks like, I would say things are getting a little more stable, but I'm watching the dualies, I'm like, nope, never mind. This is so scrappy, and Neptune's in a very tricky position. I feel like Neptune knew that they were going to get splatted and was like, the best I can do is trade. I'm just going to try and get this trade here, but again, with all that, VRCat now getting to where they approached before, having a two-player advantage, approaching the second checkpoint, but no, they're going to get taken down here, probably from Mini on pencil. This is a crazy match popping up.
I'm just laughing because anytime Inky goes to somebody, they instantly get evaporated. Like Mini's been the person who survived this Inky curse for the longest so far. As we got 10 seconds left to go here, the team that is currently losing has control of the tower, but they're losing too many players. You got to pop the bubble in the tower right now, but the crab's just going to instantly shred it. No object shredder needed, and just a whole bunch of mess being thrown onto the tower. Big fat sea cows counterpick tower control against the team who just won on tower control, and they take an L for it.
You know, if you would have told me there was no objective in that match, I would have believed you. Like, for the last 3 minutes with how scrappy it was. And like you mentioned, Inky just choosing a person, splat, choosing another person, splat, 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 splat. There's no one left to spectate. But yeah, VRCat, they, again, I don't even know what to really take away from that, because it was really hard to see how the coordinated pushes were for the objective. You know, they were doing a really good job calling out where enemies were, and we saw a lot of 2v1s in that situation, but like the tower was secondary. Getting the splats was primary for both of those teams.
And on the opposite side of the set, Zestfest and Mid-Level are tied 1-1 apiece. Man, what a Cinderella story it would be if Zestfest were to find a way to make it to grand finals. They're not just excited to be beating Loxier. They are now 1-1 with the team that is just one game or just one set away from playing them in grand finals. VRCat, one more win away from themselves. The most important thing for VRCat here is they just won on the other team's counterpick. So even if they lose this next game, they get to control game 5, which is massive into their favor. And well, we kept picking tower control, so they won't be super limited when they get to that game 5 either. Looks like Rainmaker Manta Maria is the pick that is coming out from the Sea Cows to try to keep their tournament hopes alive.
Yeah, and speaking of Zestfest, you mentioned on how much like kind of a Cinderella story. They lost in the final round of Swiss to VRCat 3-0. So we could potentially have a rematch going into Grands if they were to keep it up. But I know VRCat, for one, is not thinking about that right now. They're focusing on this game 4 to get the win. And then they probably don't even care who they're going to be facing after this if that were to happen. They just want to lock in and get this win. But yeah, Rainmaker, we haven't really seen a ton of Rainmaker counter picks. You know, a lot of the times I feel like it's been zones and tower control in general. So interesting choice. I feel like the sloshers will still have a pretty good chance at positioning themselves and making sure that they're on like just all the enemy ledges and whatnot. But Zuka might be a little more trickier here just because there's a few more vertical walls, but we'll see how the players are going to adapt.
So the comps are somewhat similar to each other. It's not exactly a mirror comp, but you're still like special-wise getting the same kind of value out of everything. The only difference is Totostar has the bubbler that you can kind of use. So you got to be thinking, where are the spots to where we can use a bubbler? And there's some corners in this map where you just can completely block it off with a bubbler in a key kind of spot right there. Plus, you can do double bomb that you can throw into the Rainmaker, try to get an early pop onto it. So maybe that's the mindset they're thinking of. Let's maximize the quirkiness that our Vanilla Jr. can bring into this fight, as opposed to what we're going to be seeing from the other side. The duelie's working out really well right here. VRCat, one game away from punching their tickets to grand finals. Big Fat Sea Cows looking to extend the set. Instead, they're not going to use the Junior. They're going to bring out another slosher, this time with the soda, so that they can drop the pencil and bring out a ballpoint to use Inkjet. And oh, by the way, they still got double Zuka because they're using the machine with Zuka and point sensor, and they're still going to get the pop, but despite having less bombs. Oh
yeah! Oh, this is huge for Big Fat Sea Cows. They gotta just pick up the Rainmaker and go. Minnie is saying this way, telling somebody to pick it up. I think Minnie was just waiting because they had Cooler almost ready, so they wanted to make sure that they could use it for their team. Oh wait. Oh no, that was the other team. No, they were the only one alive. Never mind. So that's going to be Big Fat Sea Cows who picks it up, and still Totostar is going to be taking it all the way down to 22. So this is a huge opening push here for the Big Fat Sea Cows to try and push this. A few more players go down on the side of VRCat. Most of the members from Big Fat Sea Cows back here online, getting that pop. Minnie picking it up, trying to push it forward, still having now a no player advantage, but a lot of their players are at this at the Rainmaker barrier, but it looks like they're going to be backing up now, kind of just relying on that 13 push they got. The Rainmaker is going to reset, so a wonderful opening push there for Big Fat Sea Cows.
Technically, a lot of time still on the clock, yes, but if this game ends, it all came down to popping the Rainmaker. And this might sound mean, but I'm just going to be blunt about this. There's no excuse for losing players to the opening Rainmaker pop. You got to recognize, okay, we need to back off and let them get the pop. 2 players losing it got you to that 13-point remaining. There's not much you can do to recover from that quickly. But still, they at least keep the game going a little bit longer here. 3 minutes left to go, and haven't been able to get control of mid on top of it as well, as we see the rest of VRCat starting to get back into mid here.
Yeah, they're trying to get back into mid, but look at that, just one player alive. That's going to be Cinnamon, who is alone. And they did have a Zuka. They were able to take down one of the players, but they're getting jumps, but there's not a lot of paint, so we'll see if Totostar, I feel like they're going to have a field day here. Yeah, they're able to get 2 picks down. Yeah, those jumps were a little more questionable with that positioning, but hey, it worked out for Big Fat Sea Cows as they have a lot of control of mid. They're pushing up a lot of the specials, and now Totostar is going to be picking up the Rainmaker as other members are pushing forward. And we can see here the Squeezer Cinnamon is just waiting on the ledge. They're going to be going down. They're going to be trading 2 members down now on both teams. So again, not a great push for Big Fat Sea Cows, but again, anytime that they can just push the Rainmaker up on the side of VRCat, VRCat's going to have to work that much harder to push forward.
We lost both of our pencils, by the way, in favor of Splatlings.
We did.
Now we still got the soda. The Totostars now got the soda for Big Fat Sea Cows, and you got the heavy edit that just killed the ballpoint up top there. So, but the problem is you got a long way to go for VRCat, and that edit's doing a good job of raining down. Actually, no. That was the ballpoint, and the ballpoint's just dead. And now 3 players are going down, and they got soda in them. It really is just this Tri-Slosher that's trying to display the lead. They get eliminated right there. There goes the lead into the VRCat. All the way down to 1 remaining, making up for the mistake earlier. And now they're looking like they can destroy the set right here and now. Maybe not. A few more players jumping in. The main advantage still into the favor of the Cats as they're trying to get a hold of the Rainmaker. They do, and Cinnamon dunks it home. Oh, no. It all fell apart for the Sea Cows at the end, and the Cats made them punish for it.
we were gassing up Big Fat Sea Cows for the beginning push, and you were kind of criticizing VRCat for losing 2 players there too, but they really turned it around and had such a strong push. And I think what really helped was the crab was still alive on that secondary pop after it got very close to the Rainmaker. That crab provided a few jumps, could contest with the barrier, basically made sure the game didn't go back to a neutral state. I feel like if the crab was splatted, players would just kind of have to respawn, and VRCat would have had the lead, and we would have had this whole battle at mid again. So that was really, really good to just kind of pop the crab to make sure that you can try and pop the barrier and just get more chaos on the enemy side on Big Fat Sea Cow's side. So a well-deserved victory for VRCat. Manta Rainmaker is always so interesting to watch in that regards. It is a fun map, but yeah, congratulations to VRCat for winning that set. Let's take a look at the replay here from the opening push pop gun. Let's see the positionings from 2 of the VRCat members and how close they got. I'm assuming it was the Slosher and the Doolies who got splatted.
Well, it is just a question of how did they even get the pop, because they only have 2 fizzy bombs and that's it. And the ballpoint wasn't even attacking it. So regardless, they got the pop, and that opened up the floodgates for them. But yeah, Rainmaker, you just got Rainmakered there. I mean, you got wiped as soon as the other team was at the checkpoint. Not much you can do about that at that point.
And VRCat moving on to Grands, and Zestfest up 2-1 against Isweria mid-level.
Wow.
Remember, mid-level, you have to win this or else you're not mid-level. That's how it works. That's how this game works. So they gotta reverse this if they want to move on to face VRCat. But like we mentioned, Zestfest and VRCat faced each other in the final group stages yesterday. VRCat won that set 3-0. And they're hoping to win one more set against whichever team they're going to be facing.
So Zestfest is in a very incredible situation that they're in right now. They went 2-4 yesterday. They went 2-1 in the group stage. So they've already lost 3 times. They have now won 2 matches in Alpha Bracket, both of them going to a Game 5, one of them being on stream, one off stream. So Zestfest they've lost a lot. And if they were to somehow find a way to win this tournament, which VRCat looks like a very strong contender to be the team to do it this time around, Zestfest could make history as the team that has the most L's per game to ever win low ink in this new format. But when push comes to shove and they absolutely need to get a win, they seem to be able to do just that. And yeah, we don't know. I think we're just going to go ahead and take a break as we wait for this one, because they are in the middle of Game 4 right now. Looks like Scorch Rainmakers they're going to be playing. So we might have the match ready in about 3 or so minutes, or it might be about 8 or so minutes. So we're going to take a break and come back with grand finals here in Marshall Owing. Hello, friends, and welcome back to Grand Finals of Low Ink, March 2024. I am Popgun, joined by the Falco Fire, and the ultimate Cinderella runs of all Cinderella runs is going to be making an appearance here in Grand Finals. VRCat, who made top 4 last month, is trying to beat the unstoppable force, the team that is refusing to lose, Zestfest, the number 9 seed coming into this Grand Finals.
You know, no greater test for Zestfest than to take on head-to-head an opponent that you lost to 0-3 at the end of yesterday. You know, 4-2 is always a tricky position to be in for top 32. You never know if you're going to make top 32 or the gamma bracket. It's kind of that weird position to be in. But they have gone through the ringer, winning a majority of their sets, going all the way, going to the distance, winning in a match point setting, except for the last one. They won 3-1 against I Swear We Are mid-level. So this is the final test for them. But VRCat, they've proven themselves to be really strong today, winning 3-0 in round 1, 3-1 against Aquarius, and then 3-1 against the big fat sea cows. So this is going to be quite the matchup in our best of 7 head-to-head match.
Falco, I got a trivia question for you.
All right.
How many teams can say they've won both LSL and Low Ink?
I want to say there's probably been at least 1 or 2. I'm going to say 2, but I don't know who they would be.
And I have no idea what the answer to that question is.
All right.
I don't think it's either like 1 or 0. I wouldn't be surprised if the answer is 0, honestly.
Yeah, or if it's not 0, it's definitely, I don't think it would be the same core players who were playing, maybe.
Oh yeah, there's probably like individual players that could say they've won the buffs. And who knows if Zestfest's team, when they won LSL, is even the same as it is right now. I mean, I guess I should know the answer to that because we verified them, but off the top of my head, I have no idea.
Which LSL did they win?
I think it was last year.
Okay.
And again, something I could easily look up, but not going to. So there's a trivia question for people in chat. A, could you name a team that has won both Little Squid League and Low Ink? And B, could you tell us when the last time LSL 30 is what somebody is saying in chat? Octopi did not win both. Oh, that's my wife. Nobody.
Okay, so they won that on June 10th, 2023.
Okay, so that was LSL 30?
Yeah, that was LSL 30. So that was, that was a long time ago. That was 10 months ago, 9 months ago at this point. Like, that is quite the turnaround too. I mean, and who knows, like, I don't know how much they've played, like how many tournaments they played in at that time, like in between prepping for this. But yeah, that was June 10th, 2023 is when they won LSL.
Did Sia win LSL? 8K ping? Man, those are some decent answers. I can't remember if Sia did. I know Sia had like a really good run in a Little Squid League. I don't recall if they won it or not.
Octopi won LSL 29 on April 8th of last year.
But they did not win Low Ink.
No.
They did like one Low Ink after they won LSL. They got top 4 and they didn't win it, and then we banned them the month afterwards. And the right call, they went on to be a very strong team. 8K ping won from the Ink Up. I remember that. I don't think they won a Little Squid League though. Sia saying no. So we haven't come up with a correct answer yet. I'm still willing to bet that we haven't had a team that have won both Little Squid League and Low Ink. Again, it's well, we might have the answer to that in a few minutes here, but still, VRCat has something to say about that. They would be the favorite of all the players or all the teams still standing, but Zestfest has already beaten a lot of quote-unquote favorites so far in this tournament. Loxier going down 3-2. Another team that beat Zestfest yesterday in a 3-0 fashion, by the way. So VRCat can't be going into this one thinking, oh, well, we already beat these guys. This should be easy. No, This is a much more confident, a different kind of animal they're going to be facing on Sunday than what they fought on Saturday.
Right, and a 3-0 on paper can be so different than a 3-0, like how the matches actually turned out, you know? Like, it's easy to see a 3-0, oh, that team swept this team, it must have been easy. Like, no, that isn't always the case, and we've even seen it on stream a few times where, you know, the team who's losing is just so close to winning, and they just can't quite pull it off. But you're right, I wouldn't imagine that VRCat is going into this assuming like, oh, yep, this will be easy, we beat them. No, they've got to know the uphill battle that Zestfest has faced to get here and how much they have been playing, and they've played almost the maximum amount of games that you can play in a low ink.
Yeah, and they've lost a lot of them.
Yeah, well they have to lose to get to that position, but yeah, you're right, like it's crazy, but they're on a roll. They've got to be riding the high, especially kind of being the underdogs, getting into this bracket at 4-2. And again, I would argue that there's probably, I'm sure, a lot of 4-2 teams who could have contended or maybe, you know, placed in Gamma bracket that, you know, Zestfest just got very lucky with the teams that they faced. But hey, that's all about low ink, baby. You know, that's part of the journey to get here. You know, you face 6 teams and you're at the mercy of how well they do against each other too. And for Zestfest, they've gotten very lucky, but it's, again, not just all luck. It's part of their skill that's putting them in this position.
VRCat's been taking a few L's over the course of the weekend as well. They lost once yesterday, which, you know, is fine. Going 5-1 is still a fantastic record, guarantees you top 32. They've lost today as well. They took a loss to Prismatic Ink, I believe 2-1 in the top 32 stage. They still got the number 1 seed because there was a 3-way tie that had to be broken by Battlefly's tiebreakers for groups. So that's why they got the number 7 seed, which is traditionally held for teams that win their group. But they've still been taking some match losses here. And they've only lost 2 games in Alpha Bracket, though. So when it really matters most, they've been turning it on. And again, that last game that they just came off of a victory, horrible opening, still was able to bounce back and get a definitive win in that Rainmaker Manta Maria game anyway. So they're coming into this one with momentum, knowing that as long as there's still time on the clock, they're going to be in a great situation to try to put up a win and get things going, no matter what is going on there, as players are starting to get into the lobby. And we're going to be bringing you this best of 7 grand final set here in March.
You know, neither team finished 3-0 in their groups for today, the round of 32. Both ended 2-1. So they took L's there. Zestfest finished in position 2, whereas, you know, even though VRCat, they had the circle of suck situation, as you call it, but they were 2-1, but they were at the top, so they finished in the first position. You know, along with Prismatic Ink and Elegant Diamond, all 3 of them ended 2-1. So it's crazy that we don't have these heavily favored teams. And of course, what's pretty nice is we do have head-to-head results from day 1, but you can just kind of throw that out the window, you know, like at this point, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter at all, because this is a completely different ball game. Instead of a play all 3, you're in a best of 7 with counter picks. You have a lot more information at your disposal. You can learn things from what you did yesterday. And who knows, maybe some of these players looked in the app and saw, okay, which weapons did we face when we faced this team? I'm sure, especially for VRCat, they had a little bit more time. So they were probably doing that for Zestfest. I would imagine they would do that, but you're right, based on how long it's kind of been taking to get a few of them situated. And we know Zestfest, they probably wanted a little bit of a break too, since they've been playing a lot. But I think it's going to make for a great match that both of these teams have a lot of information at their disposal.
So do you know what round they played on?
Round 6.
Round 6. So just out of my curiosity, I'm going to look up the maps that they played on in round 6. This game 1 right now is Splat Zones at Hagglefish. Everything else after that is going to be Counterpick. They played Splat Zones at Hagglefish in round 6. Obviously, it went to it went in favor of VRCat. And you guys can't see it. We did. We're seeing the weapon selection screen. As soon as it got to that, VRCat instantly readied up. So they know exactly what they want to do here. And actually, no. It was Zestfest that automatically readied up. VRCat's the one taking a little bit of time.
Yeah. And I mean, in Zestfest, it didn't ready up super quickly, but definitely clickier than VRCat, where again, there's probably some conversation of, how did we do when we faced them yesterday? What weapons were they playing? Are these the same exact players that we faced? Kind of all those discussions. And it's a lot to take in, especially when you have, a minute to choose your weapons and decide things. And these teams are definitely utilizing that time. Our counter went all the way to 0. But let's hop into our first match here of a Low Ink March 2024. It is going to be Zestfest versus VRCat.
Here we go. Oh, this is going to be a good one. Hopefully. We can only hope right there. Well, it's officially Low Ink. We have a Dread Ringer in Grand Finals, so there you go. I know a lot of you have been looking forward to that. Is Rice. Did Rice play in the last set? I don't think they did. I think that's a new player subbing in. By the way, the Stamper Mirror match going on too?
Yeah, Stamper Crab, so not, it's not unexpected, but you're right. We haven't seen a Stamper come out from VRCat today. Who knows? This is exactly why these teams are probably looking at the weapons from when they played before and trying to figure out what is going to work for them. And what's working for VRCat now is getting a few player advantages and taking control of the zone, pushing up with the bubble, and immediately starting their lockout as they are trying to control under the left canopy. Solver's going to be backing out just a little bit, making sure that they have some space here on the right. And the Zookas are going to be forcing VRCat to back up. 2 players going to be going down. The zone is going to be flipped here, but not before a few members on Zestfest also go down, but this is going to be where they try and respond.
So I think the pink team is the VRCat, not Zestfest, and it caught me off guard because I'm looking at the comp that the green team has, and I'm like, what is your range? What is going on here? So if I'm just the pencil and the Dread Ringer, I just got to say, look, let's just back up, keep my distance here, not worry about that crab, and we'll be just fine. And it looks like that seems to be the case right now, as VRCat is just dominating control of the map now that they have control of mid. They have a Zuka ready to go. And how are you going to break through this? You don't have any range, and your painting weapons don't have any Zuka either, but you do get a couple of splats as a Reef Slider comes crying across the mid there, and it doesn't get anything, but it does draw the fire of the crab. You need to get in the zone and cap it, and they are able to do just that. So yeah, nice bounce back there, but still a ton of points put up on the board by VRCat.
Yeah, and I mean, I think really they're just gonna have to watch out when the enemy Zookas come out and the enemy crabs come out. They can push up as much as they want until some of the specials on the side of VRCat are unleashed, and we can see Fluffy trying to jump away just a little bit. And can they get any of these picks here with the roller? They're gonna be pushing up, but no, they're going to be going down as well. So penalty points are done. Rice is going to be trying to push in. I thought they're going to take out one of the players on the side of Zestfest, but no, they don't. 55 penalty points now are what they're working with to try and take back control of the zone. 2 players down now on Zestfest. We see Zene here trying to push forward, getting 1 pick, trying to stay alive. Sover's going in for the flank, taking out. Can they take out the pencil player? Yes, they do. Searching for one more. That's going to be Rice, the Dread Ringer, as well in this 1v1 situation, but going to get some help now. And that was a pretty good map control as Rice is trying to push in, taking control of the zone, but a lot of back and forth here as we have a pretty skirmishy fight. 2 players down on VRCat.
If you're going to do the Reef Slider attack onto the zone, it really helps if you have somebody else. You're going to automatically stall the zone with Reef Slider, especially when you just bonk into that block right there. But when you don't have anybody else to follow up on top of it, you're basically just wasting an opportunity to cap the zone into your favor. Crab versus crab battle. You don't see it much else too often, but when you got the same Stamper, it works out right there. So nicely done by VRCat. They're able to get zone back into their favor, and they're starting to push up with some soda in them as well. And here's the difficult part for Zestfest. They have to find a way to get back into control of zone, but not burn up all their resources to where they can actually hold on to it. And right now, it looks like they're having difficulties even getting out of their own spawn.
Yeah, and I mean, what's nice for Splat Zones is that they can have a few of their players go down, but as long as the players are down on the side of Zestfest as well, and they're controlling the zone, they're going to take away some of those points, and it's looking really good for VRCat. One last attempt here by Silver to try and push in with the help of the crab. Let's see if they can do it, and no, that's not going to be enough. VRCat is going to be winning game 1 here. They timed their specials really well. They pushed in when they could, backed up when they knew that they needed to back up, and just responded in any situation.
It seemed like Zestfest's main strategy when they had control of zone was, we need to let Fluffy get into the right spot to get the right picks. And you saw a little bit of pressure right there. You saw Fluffy take a few swings from the ledge, not getting a splat, and realize, oh crap, now they know where I am. I need to jump back and try to reset. And they just couldn't get their roller established and start getting some of those splats that would have extended the lockout and probably gotten them the win. But still, hey, this is VRCat throwing something. We don't know if that's the comp they used last time, but that's at least something they used that was completely different from the opponent they just saw. So we've seen a lot of different players come in for VRCat. We see a lot of different strategy be put into play. They're very versatile, and that's something you're going to need over the course of a best-of-7 set. Looking good in that first game. We're moving on to game 2, Zestfest makes the pick.
So, Popgun, what were the other maps and modes that we saw yesterday when these two teams went head-to-head in round 6?
Game 1 was Clam Blitz at the museum. Game 2, Tower Control, Manta, and you just saw game 3.
Okay. Yeah, it'll be interesting if they want to try. Well, I guess probably not for Zestfest, since they lost 0-3 against VRCat in that situation. But they're going to be choosing Rainmaker Scorch. Okay, so we've seen some sweaty plays here today, but I'm all for the Rainmaker counter picks. For me, they're the most entertaining, but can also just like crazy things can happen in this game, like we saw in Manta in the previous set, where VRCat just had such a good game against Big Fat Sea Cows. So that was pretty crazy, but we'll see if Zestfest can turn it around here. And again, they just couldn't find ways to really push into the zone when they were facing VRCat. It seemed like VRCat were able to kind of just adapt to everything that Zestfest was trying to throw their way, and on offense and on defense. So we will see. I believe they had some player swaps. I didn't see who it was, but I don't know if Lucia was playing in the first game or not. But
yes, I believe so.
Okay.
And I was just kind of going back looking through this. I'll save this little fact for after this game, because we're getting into it here. Oh wait, no, this is Tower. This is not Tower Control.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is at the Oh no, they picked Rainmaker Scorch Gorge. Okay. Well, maybe I do have some time to pick to explain what I was going with right here. So first off, they've been picking Rainmaker Scorch Gorge the entire tournament. And I'm assuming winning on it, because they picked it in the last match. When they were on stream, they picked it as well, and they won on it. So this is definitely just a comfort pick for Zestfest. And they didn't even play Rainmaker against this team so far in this tournament. So they haven't... this is something new that they're throwing at them to see, all right, well, let's see if this works against them. We can get a win.
Yeah, and I like that. I like that just for the fact of, it's like, hey, the other 3 that we played didn't work for whatever reason, one way or another. And again, we don't know how close those games actually were, but more of like, this is the only mode that we have not faced with you. And, we're choosing Scorch Gorge out of any of the available maps. And I like that choice. I like what we hopefully are about to see. Now, I could say that it could be the worst possible game we ever watch. I don't know for sure, but I like the thought process behind it.
Oh no, there are many candidates for the worst game that I've ever watched, and they've all come from Low Ink, and I remember them well. And quite honestly, they both involve Rainmaker, so I guess there might be a possibility for that here. But Zestfest going with the comfort pick. By the way, the question was, has anyone won both Little Squid League and Low Ink? And I still think the answer is no. Not that I've been paying attention in the chat, but I will say this. I did look up the roster that Zestfest had back in Little Squid League 30 when they won that. There are two players that are the same as they are played in this link right now. It's Lucio and Sauver were the two players that were on that Zestfest team since then. So the players with HGS are new. So the other two players for Zestfest back then were Pro Farter and Krungle. So those players,
what a duo! I love that. I love that band.
The cut going forward. Rainmaker Scorched Gorge, VRCat trying to win 2 games in a row here, making it 5 straight against Zestfest. No matter what happens in this tournament, VRCat can say that they didn't lose more games to Zestfest than they won, even if Zestfest wins this one.
Yeah, I would imagine their focus is probably on who's going to win Lowing. But that's, I guess, a silver lining in case that happens. We don't really see any comp changes. We're sticking with the Neo Stamper from both of the teams once again. The Crab is going to be out on the side of, that is going to be on Zestfest's side. So, yeah, really no changes. We see the Vanilla Roller coming back out. 3v3 situation right now. Cinnamon just trying to find a good place that they can hide on the wall, maybe to take out this Crab, but that's going to be pretty tricky, as Zene is going to be pushing forward with this Crab, trying to displace, pushing the members over onto the right side. And there's a DC, so we will
get the replay. Yeah, we will get the replay for that, but that's going to be the only one they're going to be allowed for this this set.
Yeah. You hate to see it in grands, but you know it is what it is. What are you gonna
hate to see it, but for some reason we see it every single year. Now I don't recall. There have been many times. There's been teams that won off of the DC, but there hasn't been, in recent memory, there hasn't been a time where somebody DC twice in the same set. But that is their only replay. We're not going to just sit here and you can just keep DCing over and over. No, like, it's Easter. You guys got to eat your bunnies or whatever it is that you do on Easter. And by the way, also it is I don't know the official name of it. Let me look it up. But I think it is Trans Visibility Day.
Yes.
As well. I want to get the official name. Trans Day of Visibility is today. So shout out to that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's yeah. It's exciting.
So, my point being, we have a bunch of other stuff to do today other than watch this. So let's get this set going here.
Did you dress up, PJ? Did you do like an Easter basket, Easter bunny photos, anything like that?
Okay. Look, I'm not going to sit here and talk about other people's babies or anything, but no, we didn't do that. People are like, well, did you do like a little egg hunt for him? Well, the kid can't even remember anything. Like, what is he going to do an egg hunt? He's 8 months old at this point. Now, here's the question. Are we going to tell him about the Easter bunny, or are we just going to be like, no, that's not a real thing? Like a giant humanoid bunny that hides chicken eggs is not a thing, son. I hate to break that to you.
Don't think any child actually enjoys the giant creepy Easter bunny.
Yeah, I thought like the photos at the mall.
Yeah, like they're creepy. Like, and it just reminds me of, what is it, Hopper from Animal Crossing, who's just like on your town in your city, your island, and is just hopping around. I'm like, nope, get out of here. Nope. You are done.
Nope. No, thank you.
Zippy, that's his name, Zippy. Yeah.
By the way, in the Easter spirit, if you follow Brushstrokes on Twitter, there are some Easter eggs hidden throughout his Twitter for the holiday. So make sure to give Brush a follow. Somebody who's been busting their butt working into Lowink this month, as has been Hoenn, as has been Kariki, Pak, Bowen, Strings, Toes, Lepus or Lepus. We've had a lot of people doing it. Oh, and of course the person behind the camera, Ink Fair, I guess, has chimed in a time or two to help us out.
Yeah, always appreciate it, especially people working hard here on Easter Sunday. I already had my Easter stuff. We went to my in-laws, had some, in classic Easter fashion, had some burgers and brought some pasta salad. So You know,
That's
we're
fine.
here.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. All right, game 2, take 2. Let's hop into it.
I believe that's the first thing Jesus had when he rose out of the tomb. Can I get some McDonald's, please? I've been dead for 3 days. Anyways, here, that is a pencil. Okay, so no comp changes. Everything's exactly as we were right here. The roller died rather quickly, and that's going to be the key for Zestfest. They need to get that roller moving, get some paint on the ground, and let them start ledge camping and control mid like a shark. This time around, it is VRCat that is taking the first L as far as player splats are concerned, and we see Fluffy starting to push up and getting punished for it.
Yeah, getting punished. 3 players down now on the side of Zestfest. They gotta pick this up. Yeah, even if you don't have much paint pushing forward, it was just 1 player alive, and they're gonna walk to this checkpoint, getting it. And that mist in front of the checkpoint too is gonna be helping to make sure that members of Zestfest don't push forward. The repop is very, very fast. One of the members of VRCat is going to be going down. I don't know if they'll pick this up again, but look at the position from Cinnamon in front and 3 players down. This is huge. Can they get that last pick? No. But look at this opening push still going strong all the way down to 43, and then they are stunned. So all things considering, that could have gotten a lot worse for Zestfest, and it's not over yet.
Yeah, I mean, 43 on a map like this feels like a lot. Because it is, like, just turning that corner is always a little bit difficult. But VRCat's been on the opposite side of this script just a few games ago. The other team getting the huge lead initially, and then it all just fell apart. But Fluffy's just really struggling to get established. They can't really blame them. They're fighting completely in teal ink right now as 2 more players for Zestfest goes down, and VRCat has an opportunity to at least control the Rainmaker and start thinking about adding on to their lead as we trade a few players in mid.
Yeah, I think they're in a pretty good position to do so. I think they're just trying to see, like, okay, who's going to do it? Because we all have our specials that we're staggering, so you have to wait for the person who really doesn't have them ready to be in a good position to pick them up. The Crab here, speaking of positioning, the Crab in a good spot to try and get some picks. The Rainmaker is going to be going down. 3v2 situation in favor of Zestfest with about 2 minutes down. And Zestfest, you know, they're slowly getting back control of mid. Haven't even picked up the Rainmaker yet. Really, it's still just kind of been all VRCat in this game. So this is a wild one for Zestfest, but they are trying their hardest. Fluffy's going to be pushing up with the roller and going to be pushing forward in front of the checkpoint, but going to be going down ultimately.
Fluffy's a madman. Did you see that? Just like all kinds of hell firing off all around them. Who cares? I'm just going to hold forward and just keep swinging this thing until somebody dies, getting a couple of splats. But that's clearly what the strategy is for this team. We need, and right there yet again, we need to get Fluffy leading the charge, and there's been some moments where they've been getting some splats, but they need some help. They need somebody else to go with them to at least put some paint down. They seem to be relying way too much on their roller right now.
Yeah, I think they are too, and it's like it's great that they might be the person who can kind of, you know, come and clutch and get the wins, but ultimately at this stage it really is a team effort to try and make those pushes happen. But yeah, the roller was going absolutely crazy, and right now here we go. Rudy is going to be just trying to go all the way around to the right side, still have a player advantage. VRCat in really good control, and again, they don't need to push this beyond the 43 unless they know that they can, and they have a lot of map control to do so. So I think they're just kind of waiting for players to be in better positions to do that. They're going to have to wait and try and take down this Crab, and it looks like they are so close. It took quite a few of the Rainmaker shots to do it, and it ultimately didn't go down, but still, that's, you know, again, anytime you're pushing the Rainmaker, that just means the other team doesn't have it, so might as well keep up that pressure.
Speaking of which, it's been about 4 minutes now. Zestfest has yet to score a single point, and they might not do it right here. They might just let the Rainmaker reset here and try to just win this game off of 1 minute. But again, how are they going to do that when they're constantly a man down? There's been a big man advantage in the favor of VRCat this entire game as we're now in the final minute. Map control in favor of the team that has the pencil that can just keep putting down teal ink over everything that Zestfest is trying to throw at them. And you know, I don't really know what the strategy is. Maybe, like, eventually Fluffy is just going to go crazy and get a huge opening around somewhere, but we haven't really seen that so far yet. They're really focusing their crab on this one player that's completely away from everything, and Quiet punishes them for it. Oh man, why are you even taking that fight down there, and how are you surviving all of that?
Yeah, well, what VRCat is doing really well is they are making Zestfest just stagger back and forth. They're purposely putting themselves in uncomfortable positions, so Zestfest will have to match that to try and take them down. And this might, are they going to pick it up? Because Sover's trying to find an opportunity, but has to avoid the laser from the pencil. They do. They get points pop gun, but are going to go down. So not quite a legit clean sweep in this game for VRCat, but pretty darn close to it.
How? Okay, you tell me what team counterpicked that map, because it looked like VRCat is the team that picked it. I mean, they just flat out dominated that entire game. Now, when you think about it, they only grabbed the Rainmaker once themselves. Like, there was that other time, I guess, where they fought the crab with it, but they really just did one push and then just did the risky move of bleeding out the clock and saying, well, here, you guys just throw punches at us and we'll see what happens. Zestfest just kept throwing punches and didn't land a single one of them. VRCat literally just bullied them in mid for 5 minutes.
Yeah, and remember when we're like, oh, this could be a really good game or really bad game. Well, it's up to you which team you're rooting for. That answers your question of what it was going to be. But you're right, VRCat, again, they had a solid opening, pushed it to, the 43 mark, and again, we're just, we can back up, but they didn't get too comfortable backing up, because sometimes that can be a little too risky. They were aware that, okay, we can allow ourselves some space, we just have to keep a lot of paint on the field, but we can, again, put ourselves in different types of positions to get Zestfest out of position too. Kind of picking those 1v1s in weird spots, like kind of the useless spots of Scorch Gorge, kind of like in that corner, and a few other areas too. But it's very uncommon that you see a team not pick up the Rainmaker at all just because they can't. And at the end, Zestfest, they could have picked it up earlier, but they had a laser just like shining right on the Rainmaker, just in case Zestfest tried to pick it up. And, Sover at the very end was like, nope, I have to do this. I have to get it. And, picked it up. But the counter pick from them is going to be Clamblitz on Crablake Capital. So we're going to see Clams. This one, I don't believe you mentioned they played yesterday. I don't think it was on Crab. You did play.
Not on this map in particular.
Okay.
They did play Clamblitz. I think it was at the museum where they did. Yeah, it was Clamblitz at the museum game 1. So they've VRCat has beaten Zestfest in every mode over the course of the weekend. They are 5-0 against them. And after seeing that last game, I can see why they've been so dominant against this team up to this point. But VRCat is in a great situation. Winning 2 in a row in a counterpick scenario means you're going to be in control of things later on in the set if it gets to that point that are making things more favorable towards you. Crablake Capital, though, if I'm Zestfest, I think I need to see a comp change of some sort. I don't think this short range thing is working. Fluffy needs something else to help. Like, I don't know if it's just they were relying on Fluffy or if Fluffy's feeling like I need to make hero plays if we're going to have any shot at this, because we're just seeing too much kind of individualness trying to make something happen, and VRCat's just not falling for it. So I wonder if we're going to see some sort of comp change. And oh, by the way, I don't think there's been any change other than Quiet coming in for VRCat as well. Has 6 different players played for VRCat? Angel was in earlier.
Yeah, they have both teams, I think, have 6 on their roster.
And Rice was in earlier too. Right. VRCat has used all 6 players on stream so far today.
Good for them for having them available. Okay, we're going to see the Range Blaster in the 96 at Echo. Okay, so we're going to see some Kraken action too. And,
when in doubt.
Go on.
When in doubt, bring the Kraken out on Clamblitz. They played this on stream earlier in Game 5, and they used this same kind of strategy. I forgot about that. Yeah, and they do use the Kraken strat exclusively.
Okay. That was when... Okay, was that when... Yeah, that was earlier. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess really these players right now, they're just trying to identify where some of the players are, but it looks like VRCat has a slight advantage where they have a little bit of control in mid. But of course, like, things can change very quickly once power claims are formed. And really, I'm paying attention to the clam counter for Zestfest. Who has power claims? When is that Kraken going to be ready? Because you know that's going to be time for them to push. And if you are VRCat, you know that's going to be coming as well, so you can kind of prepare yourselves and back up and get in position. Like, it looks like Zestfest is trying to play defense right now, but VRCat's just really winning these 1v1s, but winning the map control from the 1v1s too.
You know, you can have Kraken all you want, but if you don't have any players with power clams, and oh, by the way, excuse me, quiet. You've been anything but quiet. You just got a quad on a team in their own spawn. Oh, this is starting to look a little ugly right here. VRCat flexing in Grand Finals.
Yeah, they're doing a great job getting down to 45 on that push. It looks like that's going to be it. We're just the Sloshers alive back towards mid right now. So a good opening push. Of course, things can change when you have a Kraken on your team and you are pushing with power claims. So I don't want to count out Zestfest quite yet because we've seen what they're capable of, like we mentioned earlier on stream. But they just haven't been able to even get themselves in a position. I don't think any Krakens have come out. We do see that it's ready, but obviously you're not going to do that right now when you don't have a power clam. Lucio's now going to be getting one right now, so we'll see if they're going to be utilizing this. And I think VRCat kind of knows that a little bit too. Lucio's going to be pushing in, opting to try and paint the rail. I don't think it worked, but now in the base, they didn't even get near the basket. So,
well, yeah, like, this isn't going to amount to anything anyways. Like, even if they landed that, okay, they are going to pop the basket, but they don't have anything else ready to go. Fluffy has a power clam, is going to jump in.
And they have pity. They had 3 power clams.
Okay, so they do have something going right here. I thought that was just a wasted push to try to get something going, but they do some damage on the board. They are going to jump out before that. But yeah, I mean, love it or hate it, another play like that, and it's going to be lead for Zestfest. The problem is, okay, if you're VRCat, you need to go right now. Like, you don't need to just let them gather up clams and just paint up a Kraken and do that again. Like, you just need to go hold forward and take the fight to them before nonsense starts happening, because there's way too much time on the clock for nonsense to happen.
Yeah, and again, things can change so quickly, especially with this score. Again, it's not tied, but you know what I mean. It's basically a one push difference at this point. And both of these teams did really good jobs with their opening push, getting down to 45 and 57 too. But it's a matter of, you know, how well can you prepare. Here is where the Kraken jump is going to be. 2 power clams. I think there's the pity, but nobody had it quite yet. Almost the lead change. The Blaster's the only one with clams right now. Blast is going to go down. We're watching the zap. Lucio's going to be losing in that 1v2 situation, so no lead swap yet. Fluffy is going to get some picks there, but keeping the hopes alive, getting rid of a few penalty points, and I think they're going to rely on at least one more push from that Kraken to try and take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, they have to at this point. And again, if you're VRCat, if you just stay back and try to play defense here, you are going to lose the video game. And, well, actually, they probably won't even need the Kraken maneuver right now because they are getting some splats straight up. VRCat's forced to retreat, and they're just kind of desperately just kind of wait for the inevitable that's going to be happening at this point. Another Kraken's ready to go. Another power clam is ready to be used as well. It looks like they're just waiting in the right spot. But I mean, what do you expect is going to happen here, VRCat? Like, all 3 of your players are pushed back, and they're just building a clay. Oh, okay, they killed the Kraken before it could use. They had soda in them, so they're already back here. And now if you're Cinnamon, yes, this is the time to start moving up. Start splatting those players before they can get established. There goes the Kraken. I'm rushing straight for the player that's got the power clam. I'm trying to kill that Inzep right now. Easier said than done. Literally everybody else dies. And Fluffy's not even going to jump. Fluffy's just going to say, I'm just going to walk right on in for the path the Kraken created.
Yeah, that was pretty wise. I like how the Kraken had to make a little pit stop to take out one of the players too on the way, but this is really nice for Zestfest. Again, the wipeout I think is going to seal the deal. They just need one clam when this basket is open. I don't know if they're going to get it. Overtime is going to be starting, so there's going to be one more opportunity for VRCat, but this push has to be a good push. They really got to get Zene out of their spawn. They just won't go down. That was crazy, but I think that's going to be kind of the game right there, as the only power claim that they have is at spawn. So yeah, a good comeback from Zestfest. The Kraken pushes were a little questionable at times, but in the end they made it work. They made it work. Yeah, you have thoughts.
If you're VRCat, what do you think is going to happen? You're staying in your spawn. You're just like, oh, well, let's just defend our spawn and maybe they won't find a way to get up this ramp. What do you think they're doing? They're holding on to a Kraken and just building up one clam and going in. They did 3 Kraken pushes, and I know there's very little you can do against it. I understand that. And I'm not like, at the end of the day, I feel like VRCat is still going to be the more solid team across all the modes, and they're going to find a way to get back control of this set if they just play like they did, especially in that game too. But I mean, like, it almost looked like they were just waving the white flag at that point and just be like, just get the lead. Let's get this Clam Blitz game over with, and let's continue on with this set.
If they have to pick tower control, okay, I was going to say, there's no way they're running it back with clams because they can't choose zones in Rainmaker. I was like, they have to choose tower.
So the best of 7 rules is you can't win on the mode you most recently won on.
Okay,
so just Rainmaker's off the board for them, and they're going with ship shape. Okay.
That still makes sense. Where, you know, you can save zones for later if you need it as a counter pick, I would imagine. But yeah, they're not going back to clams. They don't need to do that. And again, VRCat, they looked so solid on the first 2 games, especially game 2, where they just kind of held the entire time and played defense. But here they clearly tried to play defense against Zestfest. But like you mentioned, it doesn't matter if a Kraken is going to do Kraken things regardless, you know, like the Kraken is going to be pushing in your base no matter if you are trying to defend, which means you're giving up all of the space in mid, or if you're trying to push forward. So yeah, that did not work for them. But like you said, VRCat overall for the other modes for Rainmaker zones looked much stronger, and I would imagine they're going to carry some of that same synergy over to this next game.
VRCat won 2 tower control games in the last set, didn't they? Mako Mart and here, wasn't it? Yeah, I think it was here where they just won. So that's why they're picking this. Obviously, getting a lot of wins in tower control in general in this first fight. And what's going? Are you guys being weird in chat? I'm just assuming people are being weird. Somebody's trying to bring up First Amendment rights about something, so it's got to be something weird.
Happy Easter, everybody!
Happy Easter, everyone! and happy Trans Day visibility as well. And a bunch of other stuff. Grand finals of Low Ink, lots of cool things going on here. So let's get this one going here. Tower control at ship shape.
You know, it's interesting. VRCat, for most of these games, have been the one who have really been taking a while choosing their weapons. Where I get, like, after a loss, you're going to kind of do that and reevaluate, but you know you're not going to Clam Blitz. But even even going into Rainmaker, they did the same thing. So they're using all of this time toward their advantage to kind of game plan and figure out what they want to do. But yeah, we'll see. I imagine, the Kraken's going to go away, I'm sure. I don't see why they would bring that out. I mean, we've seen it for tower. But yeah, it's going to be, the blaster's going to be staying, the ranged blaster, but then you're going to have the other 3 shooters on the side of Zestfest and a lot of the same weapons that we've seen for VRCat.
I like this comp from Zestfest. They've dropped the sword, they dropped the roller. Instead, let's go with something a little bit more paint heavy and to see if our blaster can start destroying people. And that's exactly what Zine is trying to do right there, immediately going up into the fight of the enemy team. And now we got a 1v1 pencil versus the splash, and well, that pencil just multiplied into about 5 other people. So a little bit of a shadow clone jitsu going on there, working into the favor of VRCat.
Yeah, that was a good surprise. We're here, surprise push. But yeah, VRCat doing a good job. It's still pushing the tower. I know the Slosher just has to really back out right now and almost trying to get that jump out, but getting it to 56, a very good push for them. Again, getting past, there's only 2 checkpoints in this map, but remember that first checkpoint is a little bit longer. It takes a little bit longer to get through. But right now, Zestfest on the tower, trying to push forward, pushing in. They have a lot of paint in front of the tower too. That is very important to try and keep the pressure away from the tower. And I would imagine they're in a very good position position to take the lead here. Getting past this tower, Fluffy is going to be just waiting. Strikes are now coming on the tower. They're going to have to hop out. Getting that cooler, but not hopping out just in time, and 3 are going to go down. So no lead for them yet, but essentially tying it up with Solver just alone able to jump out. Now VRCat is in control again.
We might not be tied for too long. That's a lot of map control you're surrendering right there in favor of VRCat, and they got Soda and some Crab ready to go, along with some Zuka. This could get very ugly very quick on a map like this, as they're starting to add on to their lead, and Zestfest is getting beat up left and right. Solver forced to jump back out again, just getting stuck out in some awkward positions right now as they finally land at that second checkpoint. Here comes some ink strikes on the offensive side of things as this checkpoint falls with ease, and we might not be here much longer, Falco.
No, it doesn't look like it, because Punk is doing such a good job on the tower, just staying alive. I don't know how they survived all that, and the Crab is out. They are going to be going down to, I believe, the Blaster. That was insane. But it's just, again, all the pressure thrown onto the tower in that last 6 minutes, or the last 6 remaining. But yeah, that is such an uphill battle that you need to try and climb if you are Zestfest. And luckily for them, they have 2.5 minutes. They have half of the game left. 2 players are going to go down here from Rudy. Crab versus Crab action as Rudy stays alive. That is a very nice wall that they can use towards their advantage. We're going to be backing up right into one of the members of Zestfest.
Now, it's tower control ship shape, so this is still a tie game, in my opinion. It's just, it could be very quickly turned into the favor of Zestfest, especially when they're getting a whole lot of splats like this. But Quiet, being the last player left alive, drags a few players down the hell with them. But here comes Sauber, who's been stuck in some awkward positions before, now finally in a position with Crab. But how did that player get all the way back there? There's no beacons on the map, so they're going to be attacking the tower from multiple angles. They're at least forcing the Crab in a different spot. Finally, Rudy's forced to jump back to defend the front side of things, and now we got to see those players from Zestfest start to push up because they're a little bit too far behind the tower. Epic winning a nice little fight right there, can probably find a way to clear Lucio off the tower. No, but here comes somebody on the rebound. It's Rudy, who's been jumping all over the map, able to clean up a few more players, and there's no way they survive this jump in right there. Rudy, yikes. You know, ultimately, nothing changed on the scoreboard because they didn't clear the checkpoint.
No, nothing changed, but in that position, it's hard because you're debating, like, what do we have to lose if we do this, you know, time, I guess, but, like, you're in the best position you've been all game. You might as well try and get those jumps in there, and this strategic feeding strat, as I like to call it, but it clearly didn't really work out for them. But yeah, now we're kind of at a neutral game once again, heavily favored to VRCat, as they do have that checkpoint advantage, and in control. Can Fluffy get this pick before the jump out? No, they can't. So with about 40 seconds left, VRCat still in solid control of this game.
Oh, I thought Sauber was just going to get that kill and save that Crab. Instead, they're going to be pushing the players back, but they're not going to have this Crab to use when the tower gets close to that second checkpoint. Can they get some splats, though, along this left side, or they're trying to corral the players from VRCat in certain spots? I'm not sure. Here comes Fluffy trying to stay onto the tower. You're not going to survive the ink strikes, but they do have the man advantage. The pencil is the last player left alive. It is Epic trying to get a few splats or two as we're coming down to the final seconds. The checkpoint is cleared. Here comes Rudy rolling right onto the tower at the perfect time, and now everything flips again. Wow, what a hold by VRCat. Take a little squid bag. You deserve it. You hold on by your claws to win game 4, and they're 1 game away from winning this tournament.
2 good pushes there from Zestfest, trying to push forward. That first one, you know, like you mentioned, things didn't really change, but at the end, when it mattered, VRCat came in clutch and got the win. The positioning from the players were really good too, and again, at that point, everybody is just like, all attention is on the tower, and it's hard when you're in both of those positions. You need to know where to defend. You need to know, if I'm attacking and jumping in, where do I need to immediately, like, roll, or, like, if you have drop roll, which way am I going to go? That was insane. That was a good game. But you mentioned that, again, it's tower control. It's never really over, and that game proved to show us why that's the case. So that was a very good win for VRCat. But like you mentioned too, Popgun, up 3-1, one game away from taking home the grand prize of winning Low Ink March 2024. The counter pick will be for Zestfest. They cannot do a crack and cheese here. They previously won on Clan Blitz Crab Leg. They're going to have to go back to one of the modes that they lost on previously.
And they can't go back to crab leg, so if they wanted to do Rainmaker crab leg, that's not a possibility for them as well. What do you actually do here? Honestly, I don't know. I don't think you want to do tower control, because not just how that game ended, but it just seems like VRCat is just feeling so good on tower control. They're going to try their luck at Rainmaker and Undertow. There might be a sub coming out. Again, VRCat has used 6 different players in Alpha Bracket so far. Angel, the bow player we saw earlier in the tournament, I don't know if they're going to want to bring them back out in this scenario, but they might be subbing. They said to hold on. They're not going to sub. They're going to roll with the players that they got. I have a question for you, Falco. As I was watching that past game, there was a lot of instances where Soda was in the way, like the Soda podium was in the way of some stuff. That push that ultimately won the game for VRCat, their players stayed alive on that tower because they were like dancing around the Soda thing that was like blocking shots. Should you be able to kill the Soda podium?
Should you be able to? I feel like you should be able to just, if you can, I mean, you can destroy bubble. That's the whole point of it. But like, it's interesting that players are using it as an advantage when they're on the tower, as just kind of like a temporary shield. And especially when especially gets a weapon like Zuka, where Zuka to just shred anything on the tower. It's hard to stay alive when you're on the tower from Zuka. I don't know. I play cooler. I'm a Zap player. I might be a little biased in that regards, but I don't know. That's a good point to bring up.
Well, unfortunately, it's going to fall on deaf ears, because anybody who could do something about that won't be here. But
I purposely didn't answer your question either, so don't worry.
That's fine. That's fine. We're just trying to drive conversation here. By the way, shout outs to the people watching this one in chat. This is looking like VRCat is looking like they're just one game away from here, but Zestfest has been on a different kind of run all day long. They've survived 2 Game 5s. They've lost 3 sets so far in this tournament, which is a lot of sets for any team in Low Ink to make it to grand finals. But they keep finding ways to scratch and claw and stay in this one. Can they find a way to extend this set? VRCat would love nothing else than to end it right here, right now at Rainmaker Undertow. Potential match point for VRCat.
Yeah, I'm curious of the weapon choices for Zestfest. Again, they were the ones to ready up pretty quickly. They're going to be bringing out the Neo Stamper once again. Both Stampers. Oh, no, that's the Vanilla Stamper. They're going to have Zipcaster out. And again, the same shooters that they had before. And it looks like VRCat not really changing their comp. You know, they were in and out with the Stamper, same with the Tri-Slosher, and you know, they have the pencil and the shot back out again. So Quiet is just trying to find an opportunity to maybe get watching this ledge here on the left side, trying to find an opportunity that they can push forward. But Solver here now using the crab in mid to displace some of the members of VRCat as they have a little bit of a player advantage. Will they be in a spot to pick up the Rainmaker anytime soon? If I'm Zestfest, I'm capitalizing on any player advantage that I have against VRCat.
And if you can get this huge lead early, it would mean so much. The pencil has been eliminated. Cinnamon's in a 1v1 fight around here, looking to back off here a little bit, but more players from Zestfest are starting to go down, as Solver is not going to survive the second shot from the Ink Zuka as 2 more players go down for Zestfest. So things never really opened up for Zestfest, but they still at least took a stab at grabbing the Rainmaker, moving it forward. Actually, they didn't score any points on that. And
No.
They've gone 6 minutes in Rainmaker against VRCat and have yet to score a single point still.
Well, and especially because the Rainmaker was like off to the side a little bit too, which is funny. They're like, that should be some points, right? Nope, it's not. But speaking of points, VRCat getting close to the right side of the checkpoint. Again, like, that's great for an easy first check. Is that the way you want to push? Probably not. but it all depends on the positioning of some of the players and where they are. And that was a nice 2v1 against a shot player. So VRCat really, they just need to get this check. Again, they don't need to push it on this right side unless the cards are in their favor, but just get that easy check and make sure that you at least have a checkpoint lead. Oh,
well,
look at Cinnamon.
When you over-focus on one side, you leave the back door open for your crab to get absolutely destroyed. Unless it doesn't wipe out on the side of VRCat, and Zestfest has the door opened up there. And the question is, do you go the long way on the left to try to get the Rainmaker, or do you cut it back and try to just clear the checkpoint? It looks like they're going to run into a bomb, which is neither of those solutions. And that alone might just completely shut down this push as two players go down.
Yeah, and Fluffy and the shot player were just right next to each other, but no, Fluffy's actually going to get the dunk. Survives that in the 2v4 situation. Now, they don't have the lead, but hey, that dunk is absolutely huge. I don't think they're going to push up and, get any more control of the Rainmaker right now. It's probably going to reset, but that is absolutely huge, essentially tying up this game and making it a brand new game halfway through 2:30 remaining.
Welcome to Low Ink. Nothing but nonsense left and right. There's no reason a 2v4 while you're in Toxic Mist should lead to you clearing the checkpoint, but here we are. And now, if you're Zestfest and you're starting to get some splats as well, if you're in a situation where you need to get a lead, going left, we don't have to go too far just to get past the 60 on the checkpoint marker. But at this point, you really just need to find a way to stay alive. They were getting some splats, couldn't really get anything on top of it. If you're VRCat, you desperately need to find a way to get some points out of this pushed right here to make things more comfortable. You don't want to be just saying, hey, you've passed the checkpoint, you get the lead. And it looks like they're in position to at least add something to it. But here comes the first zip caster we've been seeing on stream all day, trying to make an attempt at something, gets eliminated as Quiet. Been making a anything but quiet presence so far in this grand final set, able to add something to the lead, but not a whole heck of a lot.
Yeah, what I liked what they did there is as soon as the Zipcaster came out, they said, hey, I'm just going to push forward a little bit. The Zipcaster is not in my way right now. I'm going to get some more points. It might not be the push that we want to really have to try and progress, but as long as the Zipcaster is preoccupied with other members, I'm going to push this forward. And that's how they got to 47, which is very impressive. And this push isn't even over yet, Popgun. They have a player advantage. Players aren't really close. Cinnamon is a little bit, but now Quiet is going to pick it up once again. Still stays alive on the Slick, and look at that, Squid bagging their way forward, getting it all the way to 18. So that was absolutely huge for them, and this fight is not over. VRCat still has that player advantage. 45 seconds remaining, so this is great. The question is, will they get the knockout KO to get the win, or will they go back on defense for a little bit? It looks like they're going to be backing out.
Epic. Oh, no, they...
No,
oh,
look
no.
at him, no!
No, you don't. Okay. It's not the same. That is absolute nonsense. There's no way a squid can fit into ink that defies all physics, but still, I think they just got lucky and found the player right there, got the splat, but it slows down everything. This is essentially your tournament right here. If Fluffy can find a way to get all the way down to 17 remaining, they're going to need a wipeout and maybe some more if they're going to be able to find a way to do it. Lucio starting to push up here. Rudy coming around the right side on the defensive side of things. That Rainmaker really needs to be backing up right now because Quiet is more than happy to end the tournament right here. They're the last player remaining. Does take care of one player, but they're not going to escape the Toxic Miss. VRCat, after finishing top 4 the month prior, makes the clock strike midnight on Cinderella, and they win Low Ink.
Such a great set that we witnessed, and huge pats on their backs for both of these teams. Zestfest providing us with such entertaining sets, and you mentioned the Cinderella story finally coming to a close, coming in second place, not quite winning the LSL and Low Ink trophy not back to back, but together. But oh my goodness, Zestfest, that was such a fun set for them.
It was a fun set to watch, a good 4-1 set. I mean, as we're talking about like weapon bans and stuff, and I'm not like alluding to anything, but you did see some. This is still why people love Low Ink, because we do see some uniqueness coming out from things, but more so it's just the unique style play that we see players come out with. Quiet being... Every time we went to Quiet, and it wasn't that often, but when we did, Quiet made a huge, epic, game-changing play that seemed to just completely flipped everything into the favor of VRCat. The pencil players staying alive. The reason they were able to get so many, extend that one push at the end there that got them the lead is just because their pencil player was able to stay alive, keep their distance, mow down players from Zestfest that were overextending and punish them from that way and allow people to jump right back in. So just, and once again, VRCat using 6 players in the last 2 sets. So a whole complete team effort, all of them earning their Low Ink trophy today. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, it was really nice to see 2 teams with pretty stacked and loaded rosters. You know, we saw a lot of player swaps in between, and it was such a fun time watching both of these teams and really seeing throughout the journey. And we mentioned this, the gauntlet that Zestfest had to go through, you know, being 4-2, kind of, I'll say barely making it into the top 32 and taking it to game 5 in rounds 1 and 2, and then getting that 3-1 victory in round 3. A lot of games were played for both of these teams, especially on the side of Zestfest. But yeah, VRCat, they won this tournament with only dropping no more than 1 game per set too, which I think is very impressive.
And they lost the set today. They went 2-1 in the group stage. Prismatic Ink beat them. The team that lost in round 1 of Alpha Bracket to that first team that we Merequetengue.
The Merequetengue Ashley team. Yeah.
Yes. So
yeah, Merequetengue. Yes.
Man, welcome to Low Ink, where everything you know is absolutely wrong. And again, the favorite getting knocked out by Zestfest. So it's just who's the better team on this day. And VRCat, after taking that loss earlier today, was able to bounce back. Only lost 3 games in all of Alpha Bracket. And they are your March Low Ink champions. It is getting close to bath time for PJ, and then a Baba, and then got to go nap. So we got to start logging off here. Falco, how's life?
Life is good. Okay. Life is good. We're 3 months away from meeting Baby Flyer, so we are very excited. Very excited. I'll probably be hitting you up for some dad questions later on. Hey, looking forward to LTC. That's in oh my goodness, that's in like 6 weeks. Crazy. Yes. Everything's booked there, so it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be good spring. Already celebrated Easter with my family, and looking forward to what's to come in the next few months. And Popgun, it's been a pleasure as always commentating with you.
Yes, you are one of my top 3 people to commentate all time. You, Brush, and Magic 8-Ball. Who hasn't been doing Low Ink stuff recently, but I'll be commentating with him next weekend on something. If you want to learn more about Low Ink stuff, I'm going to be hosting a episode of the Popcast recapping everything you just saw today tomorrow on my Twitch channel, Popgun25. 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Thank you for being super patient with us this weekend. I know we had a time change earlier in the States this month. I know today there was a time change for several folks in Europe. It was very confusing. April is going to be perfect as far as the time is concerned. I promise you that. And a huge shout out again to all of our staff here. Our verification team, the head TOs for this tournament, myself, Brush, and Ho and Hero, the lovely and talented person behind the camera operating our stream this entire weekend, Ink Fair. And from all of us here at IPL, we thank you for watching. Congratulations once again to Virtual Reality Cats for being your March 2024 Low Ink champions. We'll see you next month.